I want to explain to the audience that speaks English, right? And the audience that does not speak English as first language, I meant, that this live will be in English, okay? I want to have a broader audience for the content. So I figure since English is the language of the exam, I want you to start thinking about the exam. It starts tomorrow, right? The first exam starts tomorrow, level 1, November 2023. So I want to just explain that. So my apologies if it was not clear if this live was going to be conducted in English, right? But it will be. I'm going to go very slow when I speak. I'm going to focus on words that you may see in the exam to help you to kind of get familiar with the vocabulary. I know it's not a phonetical exam, right? It's not an oral exam that you don't need to speak anything. However, it's helpful. It's always helpful to be comfortable on the language that you will perform the exam. All right? So I'm giving some more minutes, like 2 more minutes. Now get the other folks to arrive, and then we start. Okay, I'm gonna do a complete review today, level 1, complete. Okay, so I will start. I'm gonna follow the guidelines of the CFA level 1 official material, starting with quantitative methods, QM. That's gonna be my starting point. Every learning module, right? Then I go to economics, every learning module, right? Then we go to FSA, corporate issuers, equity, fixed income, derivatives and alternatives, and we end with portfolio management, the main topics, and then we end, well, the live today with ethics. I'm going to do an overview. And then if we feel like it, let's see, we can do a mock exam at the end. Okay, a mock exam that I have created here. All right, friends, I think that's it. We have already folks arriving. We're gonna start. Okay, I don't want to make this too long. This is not a competition, right? To see how long I can stand here teaching the material. That's not the idea. The idea is to do a good job, at least the best as possible here, to give you the material and explain the material, and hopefully, right? Hopefully, we're going to get, maybe, why not, some of the questions that we will see in the exam. You might see some examples given here, not exactly the same question, because I don't know. I want to be very clear here. Obviously, I don't know the questions I'm going to get in the exam. One thing that's important to remember before we start, friends, the level 1, since it's being done 4 times a year, now imagine 4 times a year, we have more than 1 day. So let's give a conservatively 5 days a week of exams, okay? 4 times a year. And then you have there, for example, 3 areas of the words, because you cannot give exactly the same exam in Australia and then in Los Angeles, right? No, because of the time frame. You know that the exam is much shorter than before, right? No, maybe they even have like 4 or 5 time zones. So now multiply all those numbers and now imagine how many different exams, level 1, we need, the CFA Institute has to create or has to prepare or has to find a way to give it some kind of uniqueness, right? And also guarantee the integrity of the exam. It's a hard job. So here I want to congratulate the CFA Institute for doing this, because this is not I've been working in academics for many years. It's hard to keep this, the confidentiality and the integrity of those exams. I don't know how they do it. Even if I knew, I would not be able to tell you how is the process or behind the scenes, and it's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, right? Always remember that the satisfaction, it's higher, right? That more efforts that you do to prepare, right? Don't take any shortcuts, at least not the ones that could kind of like taint your image of achieving this very important title in the financial market around the world. I cannot stress the doors that the CFA charter has opened for me, for colleagues, and so I can infer that would open for many of you as well. All right, friends, let's start. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, once again, for those that are arriving, I'm going to start with the first material, the first topic of the exam in order, which is quantitative methods. So let's see. There you go. Right there, friends, quantitative methods. I'm just going to give you, and I'm going to do that for every single topic. Okay, I will show you all the learning modules that you need to know for this topic that will be on the material 2023. I want to alert that this is not the material of 2024. All right, this is the material of 2023, slightly different. Well, slightly is actually a little bit conservative. It's a little more than slightly different material. It has changed I would say quite a bit comparatively with previous years. So if you are watching this live and you're preparing for the 2024 Level 1 exams, well, then I will advise you to, it's still a good live for you. It's still good in important points. A lot of the points we're going to discuss here, especially quantitative methods, economics, and FSA, are now prerequisites for the 2024 exam. So here you're going to be able to have the opportunity to see some of the points that are prerequisites. It might even help you for you to prepare for the exams for next year, 2024. Right now, this is November 2023, the last exam of this year. That's what this review is all about. All right, friends? Good. So let's see. Quantitative methods, right there in front of you. We have the 7 learning modules for this exam, November 23, or any November exam, any 2023 exam. Quantitative methods, let's see. First one, the classic module, the TVM, time value of money. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is to kind of like mentally, you and I, especially those that are going to take the exam next week, or starting tomorrow actually, I want you to mentally imagine which type of questions do you expect to see, or would most likely to see under each one of those topics here. That helps you, maybe, I don't know, but I think it does, when you're reading the question in the exam, kind of like, oh, this is the material of probability concepts. So this is the material of organizing and visualizing data. Okay, and then helps you bring your brain towards that topic. And then maybe because you're in that what you call familiar territory, or your brain, because you already remember the topic, and then this could help you with bringing a lot of information closer to you, in the way, in the thinking process I meant, and then you'll be able, to perform more efficiently. We're talking about seconds, maybe. Well, maybe, but seconds here, seconds there adds to a minute. Minutes here, minutes there adds to a considerable amount of time that you could dedicate to a difficult question. Especially ethics question, not because they're necessarily super difficult. Usually ethics questions have more than 4 or 5 lines for you to read it. If you do not speak English as a first language, or if you're, your intermediate level of English, which is okay for this exam, right? It's not, like I said, an oral exam, so you can get by, but not being fluent in English. I have several colleagues, they're not, and they pass all 3 exams on the first attempt. Anyhow, okay, the idea it's precisely that, right? That you can create some mechanisms so you will be able to remember the information needed to answer each question. I think if you kind of focus on read the question and remember which learning module it comes from, it helps. All right, so TVM, what do you expect to see? Time value money. And how many questions would you expect to see? Now, that's actually a very, very almost impossible question to ask, because technically every single question on quantitative methods could be from TVM or organizing data or probability or hypothesis. It could. It's not going to be. I think that's the probability of this happening. It's almost zero, but it's not, excuse me, zero, okay? It could be zero, but it's not, right? So always remember that. Anything could be a question, my friends. Anything in the official material could be a question, right? That's the idea that you need to remember here. All right. But assuming that you may get questions of each, which also very unlikely, you might get some of those, well, level 1 you may. Level 2 is very unlikely that you're going to get questions of every topic that you read, because you don't have that many questions on the level 2 exam. Level 1, you have 180 questions, right? Then you can have more, we have more possibilities to ask questions of every single module here. All right, so imagine TVM. What would I expect? I expect two types of question on TVM. I would expect you to get a question related to a timeline, where you're going to have probably the classic example, but not necessarily this one will be an example, but a classic one where you're going to prepare for spending money after retirement, and you do that, you're going to expect to live for 30 years after retirement, then how much money you need on those 30 years, and then how much do you need to start accumulating today to get to that point to have enough money to support your life after retirement. Classic example. That's a timeline example of TVM. When you have to do a timeline, future then present, right? So you have to kind of like do two calculations. That could be what type of problem that you face there. Another one that you could face there on the same group is if you have to use the begin mode of your calculator, okay, the BGN or the BEGIN mode. Be careful with that. On the CFA exams, I would predict that you're going to have to use outside TVM questions. I predict you might have to use the BGN or begin mode if you're doing any kind of calculation for leasing contracts or lease contracts. They're in lease payables, right? Which I do not expect to see a question on level 1 of calculation of the present value of lease payments. That's there in long-term liabilities in FSA. We're going to talk about lease here, lease payables, or finance lease, or operating lease. But I do not expect a calculation of the rights of use, which is the value of the asset, in considering the lease payment, will be a calculation. But if it is, BGN, begin mode, must be applied on calculation of present value or lease payments, right? I know I'm not in leasing yet, but I like to connect the dots here for all types of questions that you might face, right, related to TVM. You could get a bond question on TVM, right? Calculate the present value of the payments of a float bond. So it's important to have in mind, okay, that TVM could be present in examples related to other topics like fixed income. Okay, and the second category of questions on TVM that I expect would be rate of return. Rate of returns. I would expect maybe something related to geometric mean, which we call the time-weighted return, and something related to the money-weighted return. Okay. Also, do not forget about the other rate of returns. The money market calculation of rate of returns, which opens the door here also when you arrive on fixed income to remind you to remember the formulas of the add-on interest or add-on that we call, or the discount formulas to calculate the price of a money market instrument. Which is a money market instrument? It's an instrument that usually has less than a year to maturity. And how do we buy those instruments? You buy a discount, right? Sometimes or you actually buy with the add-on interest. So you need to kind of remember, we're gonna focus on that here today, on those as well. TVM, friends, rate of returns or problems using your financial calculator. I do expect calculation questions to be less present on the level 1 exam. That's my expectation. That's just my guess. I don't know. However, TVM questions might present calculations. So if you believe or if you want to kind of like gamble, let's say, gamble is not the right word because it's kind of like an educated guess what I'm doing here, because if you have 135 minutes to answer 90 questions, well, and obviously we should expect quick questions, right? Quick questions, not very questions that take you time to do it. So in other words, you will have to kind of give privilege if you're creating the exam, not you, but someone that's creating the exam should give the privilege to quick questions, and if less calculations or no calculations at all. So I'm inferring here maybe 20, maximum 25% of your exam would be on calculation, but that's, again, it's an educated opinion. It's not a promise. Now, if you expect that 20% of the questions to be analytical, right, numerical, well, you can bet your coins the TVM are the candidates for those analytical questions. All right, let's move on to the second one, organizing data. Okay, so what do you expect? Which kind of questions would you expect to see from organizing data? Or the proper way of this, the title of this learning module is organizing, visualizing data. All right, organizing, visualizing data. All right, now, what do you expect here? What is that? That's a new, kind of relatively new learning module. I think it's a 2-year-old learning module, organizing data. Well, you are looking for the interpretation of data. And because machine learning and big data project, big data analysis, it's now big components of the CFA program, right? Python, right? I believe that organizing, visualizing data might become a very important topic, not only for the exam, but for yourself. Not only for this exam, level 1, but for level 2 exam as well, because you're going to face big data and machine learning there also. So if you do a good job understanding on the level 1, you'll be able to kind of like move on well, navigate well the topics on the level 2. Organizing data, I'm expecting what? I'm expecting some kind of graph that give you some kind of information, like a word cloud, like a heat map, right? I also could expect something related to quartiles, quintiles, interquartile range, the median in a whisker box chart, which I'm going to show here for you. Things like that. Location of a value in a sample. What is the location? If this value, if I want to find out what is the value that's on the third quartile, what is the value that's in the median? That's organizing, visualizing data. Okay, so definitely I would expect some questions. Definitely is a strong word. I should most likely would expect questions there. All right, learning, the next one is probability concept. Probability concept is a classic module. It's been there since I remember when I took the exams, obviously was there, TVM as well. Organizing data is new. So probability concept, so out here, no mercy. Remember your joint probability, the rules of probability, the conditional probability, and the one that every level 1 candidate should expect but may not get, the formula of Bayes. Bayes' formula of the conditional probability with new information. So probability concepts here. Probability trees. Probability trees are very important in finance because probability trees helps us to find the price of options, to find the price of bonds using the concept of probability trees. That's why maybe something related to probability trees could be in your exam. Next, probability distributions. Which kind of questions would you expect on probability distribution? So, something related to the normal distribution, something related to the t distribution, maybe something related to the the f distribution, and the chi-square distribution for variance analysis, right? That could be there, maybe a very simple question. In which of the following scenarios, or the analyst is trying to test the variance of two populations, which test would be the one used? Then you're going to have there the z, t, and f. Then you're going to take f, right? Variance of two populations, or variance of one population, take the chi-square. So variance, you do the f or the chi. That's the keywords for those two tests, variance. Now, if I'm looking for something related to expected value, average, expectations, expected return, then I'm going to use a t-test with the t distribution, or I'm going to, unlikely but could, use a z-test with the normal distribution. All right. I also want to call your attention about the binomial distribution for discrete population. Okay, that could be a question here. The binomial distribution, right? The one that has the combination, and then you have to do like several different calculations until you arrive in the probability. That's kind of like, but that's more likely that you're probably going to be tested on the concept behind probability distribution. Right? Sampling and estimation, classic. That's the next topic. Is the confidence interval, is how to sample, how to choose a sample. Words like jackknife, stratify, random, sampling, that should come to mind. Okay, bootstrapping should come to mind. All right, the last two, hypothesis testing, which obviously you're going to have to remember the 6 steps of hypothesis test. Maybe know how to perform, maybe no, but most likely how to perform a hypothesis testing. How to choose, if you're going to reject, not reject. If you know the errors, the type 1, the type 2 errors in hypothesis testing. And like I said, the steps, there are 6 steps that I think it's fundamental that you understand each one of them. Finally, linear regression, which is an opening for what you're going to see on level 2 exam. Level 2 linear regression, it's heavy. It's almost half or more than half of level 2 QM content is going to be on linear regression on your next exam. Hopefully on your next exam. I really mean that. So the linear regression on level 2 is multiple regression. Here, level 1 is single regression. So it's going to be relatively simple. I do not expect one that you have to substitute the independent variable to find the dependent variable in a single regression. Those questions usually happen on multiple regression, right? It's very easy to demonstrate that you know how to replace the independent variable with a number and then calculate the dependent variable on a simple regression. So I would not expect a question like that. I would expect something related to the assumptions of linear regression. Which one is not, which one it is, which ones violate an assumption of the linear regression. Remember, you have 3 alternatives only. So imagine that there are 5 days of level 1 exam, and each candidate receives the same question. Which of the following is, right? Or 3 days you get which of the following is, and the other 2 days which of the following is not, and then an assumption included on linear regression. And then on the first exam, you get 3 alternatives. On the second exam, you get 3 different alternatives, and so on and so forth. So what's my point? My point is that several similar questions may be created based on that logic, where you're going to change the alternatives. Keep the question and change the alternatives, okay? So do that when you practice for the mock exams, when you practice the questions on the ecosystem, do that approach. Imagine, okay, I know this question is not going to be my exam. Obviously, it's not going to be in your exam, right? Look, I'm not saying that's 100% chance that you're not going to see one ecosystem, CFA ecosystem question on your exam. I don't know, maybe, right? One there. But I can assure you that the questions will be different. But I cannot assure, or I can also almost promise, without promising, that the questions are going to be very similar to many questions you see on the ecosystem. Therefore, if you practice this way, where you do a question and then you imagine how this question could be asked in a different way, similar way, changing the alternatives, changing most likely to least likely, and then you probably would be able to predict, who knows, a question on your exam. Good, friends. All right, so now let's go. I'm going to go one by one, okay? Quantitative method, it's a long chapter. It's a, I have a sample of candidates that I have interviewed that has done the level 1. Of course, without going in details, but saying something to not compromise or jeopardize their pledge to the CFA Institute of confidentiality. We have having a sense by data that I've been analyzing for candidates that have sending me their results, that quantitative methods is a topic of attention on the level 1 exam, right? So we might take a little long time here. At least that was my idea, to spend some time here giving you some insights of this topic. Look, friends, now I have TVM excuse me, which is the topic here that I want to start discussing. So I don't think I need to spend much time here, okay? Because it's a very what do you call it? It's very straightforward. It's very straightforward chapter. Well, let's go, okay? So I'm going to go some learning outcomes to reminding you, okay, or some key points. TVM, it's a little unique, but from now on, you're going to see that I'm going to put the learning outcomes of each chapter for you, or each learning module, excuse me, for you. Because the learning outcomes is going to really give you an idea of what you should know from that learning module. And the learning outcomes will give an idea which type of questions you could face. For example, if the learning outcomes do not include the word calculate, well, then do not expect an analytical question coming from that learning outcome. That's simple as that. All right, so TVM, don't forget their calculator. I don't know which one you prefer. If you want the 12C, the Texas, up to you, okay? Look at the learning outcomes that we have there. Calculate, calculate, and explain. I want to insist here right now for you that starting level 1, but you're going to be on level 3, at least that's your intention, right? And I want to help you to get there. That those words that you see here on each learning outcome from now on every learning module, the official material that you read, that's what we call a command word. In the command word, it's what you need to know to answer the open questions on the CFA Level 3 exam. You're going to need to know how to answer, precisely how to answer each command word. Of course, I'm not going to do this work today, but I'm just kind of putting for you out there that should be a something to consider from now on. See if you really understand what the word explain means. Are you really explaining something, or are you describing something? That's one of the points you will see, right? If you take classes with me for level 3, exactly that. Make sure that you know how to explain something, because a lot of people believe that they are explaining something by describing something. And describing Describe is one command word, explain is another. All right, but now to the key points. Calculate present value, or calculate and interpret fixed income. Well, here I kind of put in a generic word, excuse me. Not exactly all the learning outcomes, now remember. I want to focus here on examples, right? Using TVM, on examples applicable to the financial world, right? To the financial things that you need to know. Fixed income, equity, right? Some portfolio management associated to questions on quantitative methods. That's the idea. Okay? So we're going to see some fixed income instruments in time value money, some equity instruments. We're going to see this. This is more, that's something that's very important to relate the time value of money with. All right, let's go to the key points, friends. Right? Make sure that you know how to use the calculator. At this point, I hope you do. Okay. I still need to know a candidate that passed the 3 exams without mastering the key elements of the calculator. You don't need, you probably use like 30 or not even 30% of the function of your calculator for the exam. Okay, so don't worry. Like if you're like me and don't trust, because I use the 12C, the HP 12C was the only calculator I always had, right, since time of university. You know, I just got comfortable with that calculator. I like it. Anyhow, there have 2 keys on that calculator for those that are using the storage in the recall, STO, RCL, right at the end, right? I never used those functions, you know, because, you know, it was easy for me when I was doing 2 quick calculation, press the wrong key here and there, and then those numbers that were stored disappeared, they're not there. So, and if that's your case, give you a tip here, especially if it's your first time taking level 1 exam, you will get some scratch paper. Okay, it doesn't take much when you do a calculation. Instead of, you know, you can put on the storage of your calculator, but write it down at the same time. You get this habit, because if for some reason you touch the wrong thing there and then the number disappears and it's not in the storage anymore, you start getting some crazy answers that you don't believe that's the true answer, or you don't find it and you have to redo the calculation. If you have it written down, those key numbers that you needed as input for your calculation will make your work much easier. Okay, again, I do not expect you see many number calculations on your level 1 exam, but if you do, well, then get those strategies to answer those questions as quick as possible. All right, friends. So let's see here, because that's not much we can do. Like I said, if you are in the mood after the review to do a mock exam or a partial mock exam, we will see some example questions of this. Right now, it's a review of the concepts. Good. So present value, future value, payments, number of periods, which is the N, rate, and also make sure that you know how to use the net present value, okay, without, excuse me, without the cash flow 0. Now imagine the net present value with an initial investment of 0. You can use that formula to calculate present value of different cash flows, okay? So if you have different cash flows, you're gonna get on year 1 a different amount, and then year 2, and year 3 you get a different amount, and 4, etc. You can discount all those cash flows to the present using the net present value formula. I just have to put 0 for that initial cash flow, okay? So that's a quicker way than, because using the payment only works if those cash flows are identical. That's what we call an annuity. But if it's not an annuity, right, then you cannot use that concept. So remember that. If you have to find present value, there are different amounts, well, then make sure that you know how to master the NPV formula for that. It's going to save you a lot of time. All right. Make sure you know what is an annuity is, what is a perpetuity, the multiple cash flow, I already addressed that. Cash flows with plus and minus, and negatives and positive cash flows. What does it mean? Well, year 1 I get 10, year 2 I get 15, year 3 I pay 5. Well, is that possible? Very possible. Right? In real life, I'll give a quick example here. I'm going to give the same example on capital Issuers, when you arrive there, okay, because I'm just connecting the dots here, material that you need for the exam, net present value, most likely you're going to have to use on corporate issuers, okay, to calculate the net present value of a project, maybe. Or at least you're going to need to understand the rationale, the pros and the cons of those decision tools, net present value as being one of them. Right? If you want to make decisions, net present value, it's a tool. Right? It's a way to make decisions. Right? So the net present value probably be using there, but you're going to have plus and minus cash flow. So the example would be, for example, you start renting an area, right? And let's say you get a concession from the government, and you got, because it's a research or some other, you got for free, let's say, just for my example to work, okay? Because it's not impossible. Then on year one, you get some money out of that area. Let's say you're exploring some kind of like a land field, and you got some resource out of there, and you sold it and make some money. And then year two, you did the same. On year three, you did the same. You did it for 10 years, and then after that, right, you don't have nothing else to extract from it. So on the last year, instead of making money, you end up spending some money because you have to kind of like put the place back in the original conditions. Maybe you have to pay some fees. Maybe you have to pay something for the local authority that let you use that for 10 years. Instead of paying the beginning, you pay at the end. Anyway, okay. It's in real life, this would be a possible example, and therefore a negative cash flow could be a very much possibility, okay? Now, on the net present value form, you should not worry about it, negative cash flows. When you arrive on capital issuers, actually I'm gonna even put it right here, because I put rate of return, right? I want to remind you about the internal rate of return, the IRR, okay? So the IRR, the internal rate of return, it's another calculator function that you need to know. Not much here for, maybe if you want to do the, like I said, remember, rate of returns? One that you need to know is the money weighted return. Money weighted return, you use the IRR function to calculate the money weighted rate or return. Good, right? I think that's great review. At least I believe so. Put just an example here, right? A practical example that you may face a question on the exam related to fixed income, equity, and cash flow additivity. So fixed income instruments. So it could pay either same interest every year, or could pay a different amount of interest every year. In any event, you need to do sometimes the present value or calculate the yield to maturity of those instruments using TVM, okay? So a typical question here, right? Financial asset that pays the following cash flows, right? And then a financial asset that pays those cash flows. Look at the difference. The first example, I have different cash flows, 100 to 50, 150, 80. And the other one I have 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and then 100 plus 3. What does it remind you? So that should remind you of fixed income instrument, the one that pays fixed interest. So this one, the 3333103, you can definitely use the PMT function of your calculator. For this one up here, you cannot. You should use the net present value, okay? Function of your calculator, right? Find the price of each asset using a rate of return of 12. So there you go, right? For the first one, you would apply the net present value, would be my advice here. The second one, you apply the present value, the PV formula of your calculator, right? Good. Since you're gonna do some examples, right? We just got some numbers here. Look at that. Just gonna put in perspective. Look at the first one. You took the 100, 250, 200, 150, and 80, and you discount each one at 12%. You got this value there, 572. The second instrument pays 3, 3, 3, 3, 100 plus 3. You discounted all to the present at 12% and you got 68. Let me talk something here because it's important already starting for fixed income. Look at this number here, 68, right? And here you're getting 103. And during the period you're getting 3. What is written here is that you bought an instrument for $68, receiving 3% interest, okay? And in the end, you got $100 back, okay? So put in perspective here for you, said, why did you pay so cheaply? Why did you pay 68 and then you're gonna get 100 back in the end? Answer, because of the interest rate is 12%. Look at that. Yeah, that's what I want you to start connecting the dots here, friends. A 12% interest rate is very high, isn't it? So for this instrument to be priced at $100, it has to pay $12 instead of $3. Look at that, it's paying only $3. So if it's paying only 3 and should pay 12, no one will pay $100 for that instrument. You're going to pay much less than that because it's paying much less interest than in the economy, in the market. That's one way for you to see how fixed income instruments are priced at a discount, which is the case of this instrument here, or if they are priced at premium. Because, for example, if instead of 3, I had 15, 15, 15, 15, or 20, 20, 20, or any number above 12, right? And then I get 100 plus that, this number will be above 100, right? Keep that in mind because that's going to be useful for fixed income. All right, friends, I think that's good enough here for TVM, right? I think we can go now to the next review here, the next topic, which is organizing, visualizing, describing data. Okay, so let's go. Important here, in my opinion, that you review the vocabulary. You know, what's a quantile, quartile, decile? You know, some folks have a little hard time getting it, right? Okay, okay, there you go. Dando aí o bom dia ao pessoal que está chegando, tá? I said that in Portuguese for my friends we have here in the audience, we have folks from Angola, Brazil, right, and other parts of the world. We have our American and our other friends that register in my channel. Right? The folks from China and India, I want to say thank you for your participation here today. Right? Any question you may ask, you may have, please do it. All right, let's go back here, friends. So I am on reading the module 2, right? Organizing, visualizing, describing data. You could face a question of this module, okay? You definitely could. You could definitely face a question from this module here on your exam. All right. So let's see very quickly here if you mentally can remember what they mean. Frequency distribution. What is a frequency distribution? That's a distribution, and the frequency we're talking about probability of happening. So a frequency distribution is a distribution that tells you the probability of a certain event to happen. There you go. 10% chance of this to happen, 20%, 30%, 45%. That's a frequency distribution. What is a contingent table? Contingent table is something in relation to another. Okay? So if, a silly one, but might do the job here. When it's raining, the stock market go up. That could be an 30% of the time. That's a contingent table. That's called spurious correlation, right? But it's showing some two events combined happening. What is the probability? That's a contingent table. Contingent table are very helpful for probability. Conditional probability, the joint probability you can get from a contingent table. Now I'm going to give a better example here. For example, if it's raining and someone is wearing a seatbelt, or not wearing the seatbelt. So if you're wearing the seatbelt and it's raining, probability to having an accident is, or a serious one. Or if you're not, or if it's not raining, You see what I'm saying? Those are contingent table. Two events and the probability that they jointly happen. And if you add those events, you have a probability of that entire scenario to happen. And so we have two scenarios. So probability of each scenario, probability of elements of each scenario to happen. Remember, that's a contingent state. Visualization of data, graphs, word clouds, heat maps, and the other ones, the scatter plot maybe. Central tendency measures. What comes to mind? Central tendency measures. It comes mean, right? That's the average, median, mode. That's the central tendency. Central tendency, right? The tendency of the numbers to be around the middle, the central. And you need to remember three words: the mean, or the average, the median, the one right in the middle, and the mode, the one that shows up more often. Right? That's what you call central tendency. Right? The tendency of numbers to be around some expectation. Right? Then quintiles, quartiles. No? Take the data set and divide it in 4 portions. Each portion is one quartile. If you divide it in 5 portions, each portion is 1 quintile. Okay, or quintile. All right, let's continue here. All right. Dispersion or measures of dispersion. Think about standard deviation, right? Skewness and kurtosis. Make sure you know what they mean. Skewness is when the distribution is not centered. Okay, skewness. Kurtosis is when the tail of the distribution is too long or too short, and that could impact your decision. Kurtosis is a problem. Skewness is a problem. Okay, and correlation, which in my opinion is going to be big on your exam as well. Correlation and covariances, not necessarily the calculation, but something related to the definition of correlation related to portfolio management, covariance matrix, or questions related to that. All right, so let's see here. Visualize and organize data. Look at that. That's a contingent table. So we have here several managers, 3 different performance, and the numbers associate to that. That's a contingent table here. Okay, you can get a lot of information for that. Okay, for example, of the total of hire, you get 36, but then you have individual performance here. Could I get a probability here instead of numbers? Could I get a probability? Could I get a percentage here? Of course I could. I take each one of those numbers and divide it by the total. Look at that. Each one of those numbers and divide it by the total. Go here as well. Look, on the horizontal, you take each one of those numbers and divide it by the total that you should place there. Okay? How much do you think you should have here in percentage terms? 100%. Right? Because look at that. This, this, and this, right? That's the total. If I have 100 numbers, it would be 100. I always have to add to 100% here when you kind of like do this and you compare with that. That means your entire data set is there. Good. Contingent table. You might not know is that name, but you probably have used it many times. Okay, directly or indirectly. Okay, you might expect questions related to that. You get a contingent table and you have to answer some questions related. What is the probability of this and this happen? What is the probability of that total happen? Okay, so bear in mind how to do it. But you can also have what we call the table distributions, which will show kind of like difference. Right? That's the frequency that I mentioned to you. So just quickly here, some returns, some investments, And then we have 3 types of frequency related to the returns, lower than 5% on each one of those instruments, right? So this is in absolute value. This is in relative value, relative to the total, and the cumulative means how many, at the end here, you see how many units, or excuse me, variables you had tested in that sample, right? So here goes from lower 5% to higher than 20, and the winner here, it returns between 5 and 10%, right? Because you can see that the relative frequency is almost 33% of the total, right? Which is pretty high. Good. Visualization of data, friends. Look at that. Okay. So now we're going to talk about our histograms, bar charts, word clouds, line charts. So very quickly here, just want you to take a look on those graphs here, okay? And then tell if you're able to recognize each one of them, because maybe, just maybe, you get a question, right, that will require you to remember some of the points, okay, or how to read a graph, okay, or how to, for example, find a number in that graph or some kind of a distribution, okay. Okay, so let's see. There's more here in the back, down here. So this one here is a histogram. That's the one that creates the shape of the distribution. That's a bar chart. A bar chart is different than a histogram. Usually a bar chart has tiny little bars, more than one, okay? All right, otherwise it will be more like a histogram. So here I have comparing 3 things. Look, green, shaded or dashed yellow and blue, okay? And then we can see here, for example, the returns. Look at that, small cap, mid cap, and large cap, represented by the different colors and the frequency distribution. You could get an easy question, or you have to answer something related to what do you see in the graph, okay? This other graph here, it's the tree, okay, or the tree cloud, okay, or cloud tree, okay, or just the tree map, okay, also called the tree map. I heard several different ones. Remember the word tree, okay, that's the keyword for this graph here. Know how to read it, okay. The intensity of the colors indicated the higher percentage. The less intensity of the color here, okay, indicates less percentage. The divisions here in this big rectangle, who occupies the smaller area is the light blue. Who occupies the higher area, it's the green. And then you have how to read this map. Here is the word cloud. That's what the big data analysis, that's what the machine is going to give as an answer for big data, unstructured data analysis, right? In machine learning, you're going to get something like this. So you're telling you what are the words that are appearing more often into that data set. And then you can kind of like make some inferences here, right? All right. That's a scatter plot right here. That's what usually you see, try to see if there is any relationship between the data. That's when you try to put a line in between, right? The regression line. And here is the heat map. Blue means very cold, high orange means hot, and the numbers for blue should be small. Look at this one here, very high blue represents only 4%, small cap healthcare, versus this high intensity here, energy, right? 99, small cap, okay? You have 99 in that group. That's the number of stocks. All right, so make sure that you're comfortable reading that, okay? All right, I'm not gonna go to the measure central tendency yet. I'm gonna show something else before, okay? I'm just almost done with the review of the organizing, visualizing data. We can move on. But before, I just want to do one example here that just came to my mind. I think it's important. Okay. There you go. There you go. This is bothering me. There you go. Which will be this one. Okay. And then I'm going to show an example of quantile, quartiles, and then we can move on to the measures of central tendency. Friends, if you get I don't think you're going to get an example like that. You may not, but that's not the reason why I want to do this one. I want you to understand this problem here for fixed income. This is the problem or the scenario or reinvestment of a fixed income instrument. So very quickly here, I want you just to understand the logic behind. It's not a difficult problem, but the logic might help you to understand what we call interest, what we call the interest or reinvestment risk, reinvestment risk and price risk, okay, on fixed income. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just yet. When we get to fixed income review, I'll do it. Right now, I want you to focus here. Imagine you're getting 700, 700, 700, 700 in 4 consecutive years. Okay, and you're here at T0. So you wait a year, got 700, got another year. Huh? Question, if you reinvest that money immediately after you receive, how much do you get it? So look what I'm doing here. I take 700 and you reinvest it for 2% monthly, right? You get it here. So you get 743 because you're going to invest it for 3 years. So pay attention here, right? Since I waited a year to receive that 700, I only invested for 3 if I have a span of 4. The second 700, I only invested for 2 years. The third, I invested for 1 year, and the last one, I don't have time to invest because I received this cash flow here at the last day. So I just added that number. So if you added all those numbers here, then you're going to have the total investment, okay? So bear that, get that in mind, because what is reinvestment risk? Is that every time that you're going to reinvest it, that cash flow, you're gonna get a different interest rate. That's reinvestment risk. What is price risk for a fixed income? Price risk is every time that the interest rate changes, the price of the fixed income instrument changes in the opposite direction. Okay, so think about that. Reinvestment, you are happy when the interest rate go up. Right? Can you imagine you get the 700, the day you got the 700, you invested for 50%. And then the second one, you invested for another 50%. You're super happy in your reinvestment, correct? Yeah, but you're not happy because if the interest rate goes to 50% in the economy, the price of your fixed income, the price of this instrument, if you want to sell this instrument on year 2, on year 3, how much is going to be worth? Almost nothing. It's an instrument that pays 7% on $1,000. Actually more, excuse me. 70% on $1,000. This wouldn't work here, okay? Because it's a $20,000 face value. So look at that. On $20,000, you're getting 3.5. If the interest rate in the economy start going up higher than 3.5, go to 7. 10, 15, 20, be drastic here, goes to 50%. What is the value of this instrument here? You know, as an instrument only pay 3.5. Nobody probably want to pay more than, you know, pennies for it, let's say. Okay, if the interest rate goes to the sky. So you gain on reinvestments when the interest rate go up, but you lose on the price of your instrument if you want to sell it. Okay, imagine that you have a house or have an apartment and you're renting and you're increasing that rent. That rent is always higher and higher and higher, and you're super happy with that. But the moment that the rent goes up, the value of the apartment goes down. I know it doesn't, in real life doesn't happen that, but imagine every time the rent goes up, the value of the apartment goes down. That's the trade-off of fixed income. And that's important to explain now so you understand when you get there. Okay? Reinvestment risk versus price risk. we have those two risks involved. Now, who measures that? Who measures that type of risk? Okay, who measures that type of risk? Well, Macaulay duration measures that type of risk. Right? So right now we're still in QM, quantitative methods, but I'm already making a link of a very important point in fixed income called Macaulay duration. It's a measure, as a risk measure, which identify, right, the maximum, the time, the preferable time, the optimum time for the price and the reinvestment risk to be satisfactory, right? That's the best point in Macaulay duration. It's going to be super important. Macaulay duration might show up in level 1 as a definition, on level 2 as a calculation, and on level 3 as part of portfolio management. Okay, so Macaulay duration is an important number to know. Another example that I want to show to you before finishing organizing, visualizing data is this problem here with the trees. A very simple problem, which I'm not going to do now because I'm going to do it when we arrive in options. But make sure you know how to solve a problem like that. So if I have a value on this little box here, right, there one there, I have another one here. Would I be able to find this one here? Okay, I hope you can, right? The comment I want to make is this. If I have a number here, let's say, all right, the number there. Let's put any number there, 100. All right. Let's put here, actually put 1,100, fine. Then I have to put here, let's say, 2,500. Good. Okay. Now, how do I bring the value? How do I find the value that's in this little box here? Right? I have to do the weighted average. I'll take the probabilities on the branches, I'll multiply by those numbers to get the weighted average. But now it's an important concept here for fixed income and options as well. Fixed income level 2, options level 1. This is all happening on year 1. When you do the weighted average of those two numbers, you're doing on year 1. You need to find the number on year 0. So you always gonna have to divide it by the 1 plus the interest rate when you bring the number here. Okay, so you're gonna do the weighted average of 1,000 and 1,100 and 2,500, multiply by these respective probabilities, and that number, which is happening on year 1, when you bring to year 0, you discount it, dividing by the 1 plus the risk-free rate. Okay, make sure that you understand this, because that's going to be very important for option, binomial price of options level 1 and interest rate trees, fixed income level 2. Now I want to go to the example, the points that I have explained on the visualizing, organizing data that I want to remind you. So look at this skewness situation here, 2 images of skewness. Positive skewness because the tail goes to the positive area. Negative skewness, let me actually go back there. There you go. Here. Okay, there you go. Right there, it's positive, and here is negative. Look at the tail, where the tail is going. And here's kurtosis, reminding you the kurtosis of the normal distribution, which is the one here in the middle, it's 0. Excuse me. The kurtosis is 3, because I have 3 standard deviations to the left and 3 standard deviations to the right, covering almost 100% of the curve. That's a kurtosis of 3. Anything different than 3 will create an excess kurtosis or a lack of kurtosis, let's say. Okay, so the excess kurtosis, it's a problem because it creates longer tails. What is the problem of longer tails? Is the problem that you can have a number much more negative than the normal distribution would predict. The normal distribution, the tail finish, let's say, it's not going to finish, right? If you understand mathematics, you know this tail never touched the x-axis. But so let's imagine it does. And if it does, which one is going to touch first? The normal distribution is going to touch the x-axis first. Therefore, we'll stop first. The high kurtosis, which is this one who has the peak here, that's going to keep on going and going. And if you eventually touch the x-axis, it's going to touch in a much lower number than the normal distribution. So imagine here, the normal distribution predicts the lowest return is minus 10%. A curve with kurtosis will predict that the lowest return might be minus 20%. Right? For risk management, kurtosis, especially those that use the normal distribution for risk management, could be a problem. All right, so understand your kurtosis. Remember, kurtosis 3 is good. 3 standard deviations to the right, 3 standard deviations to the left. That's the kurtosis of the normal distribution. Anything above that is an excess, and that's a problem. All right. Before that, I want to show it to you here, an example. The probabilities, okay, that we mentioned before, okay. The joint probability and the probabilities of the conditional, okay. But let me see, the one that I'm looking for is this one. Just a second. Let me see here. I think I got it. Just locating my files here. There you go. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Oof. All right, friends, see if you've seen here quartiles, quintiles, and deciles and percentiles right there. Okay, that's called the whisker plot or box and whisker plot. Okay, look, it has this shape here. Okay, that's more or less how your grade of the CFA exams are going to be presented to you. The folks that are actually the highest grade, the lowest. The number in the middle is the median. Your minimum passing score is going to be somewhere there. The minimum passing score is going to be somewhere above the median, hopefully. And then your score, it has to be above the minimum passing score. So that's more or less how your CFA exam scores are going to be presented, but just make sure that you know how to read this graph here. There's 2 points on the box, is the upper quartile and the lower quartile. And if you do one minus the other, you get your interquartile range, in case it's a question. And the number right in the middle is not the mean, is the median. Okay, don't confuse that. All right, the problem could show up this way. You could get, let's say, several numbers, right? And then you might have to find something about it. Look at that. Identify the 10th and the 9th percentile. So who is in the position 10 and who is in the position 9, right? Or excuse me, in the 10th position and the 9th position on 20 numbers, right? So who is? So you see, if it's in the 10th, it has to be here. So those 2 bins here, being 1 and 2, represents 10% of this sample here. Now those 2 guys down here, right? That's the last 10. Okay, so that's the first 10, the second 10, so on and so forth. If you're doing this by fifth, divide this by 5, look at that. This is 1/5. That's the second fifth, the third, and the fourth. And if you divided this in fourth, right, quartiles, look at that. I have 1 quartile here. I have another one here, another one, another one, and another one. 4th quartiles, 5 quartiles, 4 quintiles. Okay, so get that in mind, because that can be helpful for you to locate numbers. This is called visualization of data, right? You have to visualize. Now, imagine if you have like 300 numbers. You're not going to get 300 numbers in the exam. I doubt it. Too many pages. But make sure that you understand how to do this. Okay? This is important. I don't know if you want to put this formula in the pocket, in your pocket, but if you want, how to find the position, okay, of a number, okay, is that formula n plus 1 times y, where the y is the range in decimals. Just here for a quick idea, a fourth quintile is the 8%, the 80%, 80, right? Because 4 times 20, because each quintile is 20, times 4 is 80. That will be your y. Then you put n plus 1 times y, and that's the location of your number. So let's say n is 20, 21. You get like, you got 0.80, 88, 0.80 something, okay? So this means, that's 20. You got there probably number 18. Let's say you got the number on the position 18 when you do the calculation. Well, who is on the position 18? Is the range, in my example here, 75, 10, and 77, 24. Those are the numbers on the position 18. So that's what the position finds. Now, what about if you got 18 and a half? Applying this formula here, or the problem tell you, locate on this table the number, which lower bound, upper bound, which set of returns are on the position 18.5. Oh, 18.5 is right in the middle. Okay, right in the middle. So you kind of like get a number in between 75 and 77 here. A number right in the middle will be the first number of the 18.5 position. And the average of those two numbers here, right, this average here, will be, the average of those two numbers here will be the last number on that area, right? So in other words, the 18.5 has to be right in the middle of those two, right in the middle of those two here. 18.9, what is the position 18.9? It has to be very close to the 19. So let's guess 80, 80 to, right there, right, 18.9. So instead of 18.13, you're going to guess 80. And in guess of, instead of 82.26, you're going to guess 82. That looks very close to the position 19. Think about that, and then you don't need to memorize linear interpolation. But if you want to memorize linear interpolation, right there for you, right? The position plus the difference in positions times the difference in the percentage of each one. Okay? But I think it would be more intuitive if you just take it, well, if the position is 18.9, it has to be close to the 19. If the position is 18.1, it has to be close to the 18. If the position is 14.5, it has to be between the 14 and the 15, right? And with that in mind, you'll be able to find the answer, if is the case, much easier. Good? Well, that's what I want to talk about related to the measures of observation, visualizing, and identify data. So let's continue here, friends. We already mentioned something about measures of dispersion, which is the deviations, okay? So make sure that you know what is a deviation. It's just the mean minus the observed, the difference. Make sure you know what a downside deviation is. It's only the numbers below the expectation. Coefficient of variation, put that formula in your pocket. Standard deviation divided by the mean. Okay, it's an important number. You might have to calculate that. All right. We already spoke about skewness and kurtosis. There we go. Oh yeah. Correlation is another important measure, okay, that you're gonna need to understand for the exam. Correlation and covariances. Okay, what is a correlation? What is a covariance? Okay, So I kind of like want to show here to you, okay? Oh, at least I want to. What is the relationship between correlation and covariance? Now, do you need to memorize the formula for the covariance? Okay, do you need to memorize the formula for the covariance? Well, it's a hard one. I don't think so, for the fact that covariance, friends, okay, it's a little hard work to do it, okay? Even the formula for the variance, I found that the calculation of the variance is not going to be in your exam, the calculation, right, of the variance, the calculation of the covariance. But it's important you know how to explain what's variance, what's covariance, right? So variance is the, what do you call, the differences between expectations and actual, right? And if those differences are very small, then you have low variance. And if those differences are very high, you have high variance. Variance is always a positive number because variance is a squared deviation, okay? Covariance could be a negative number, okay? So covariance just measures the relationship between variables. If they're going up together, if one go up, the other one goes down. Directions, okay? Directions, okay? Now, when you go up and when you go down, makes sense to do positives and negatives, okay? Now, when something goes to the right or to the left, it doesn't make sense to say positive or negative, okay? Just keep that in mind, a vector thing, because that's helps to explain why the variance, it's always positive. Because you can have a variance to the left or to the right on the numbers, right? On the x-axis, or you can have a variance to the left or to the right, okay? Now, covariance is movements up and down. So it makes sense to create movements up and down with positives and negatives, but variances is left or right, it doesn't make sense to use negative numbers. Now, we use negative numbers when we talk about the standard deviations, right? Plus or minus, but the plus or minus just means 3 to the left or 3 to the right. That's how you want to read the standard deviation instead of negative and positive. Just to the left, to the right, to the right, to the left, okay? Covariance and correlation is up and down. Up and down, it means it has a more intuition of positive and negative. All right, so let me show you here the formulas that I found important of the covariance and the correlation, okay? So right there, put it there. Good. So those two, that's the formula of the covariance. Look at that. Is a difference inside the parentheses multiplied by a difference inside the other parenthesis divided by n if it's the population, or n minus 1 if it's a small sample. But see, it's a multiplication of two variables, or two differences, excuse me. That's why this could totally be negative number. If the first difference is positive and the first difference is negative, I have a negative number. They're both positive, they are positives. If they're both negative, they are positive. See? Now, on variances, I do not multiply two different differences. I multiply the same difference by itself. And that's why I guarantee that the number is always positive. When I multiply two numbers, identical numbers, they will be necessarily positive. Well, identical, it has to be identical. If I multiply the same number, a number by itself, I always get a positive answer, okay? Now, when I multiply two differences, I could get either positive or negative. If I keep getting negative answers, what does it mean? It just means that the covariance of those two variables are in different directions. Or if you're getting positive in a very large number, they are together. Now, if you want to put this formula in the pocket, go ahead. But I think this one is more important. The correlation is the covariance divided by the standard deviation of multiplying, and the multiplication of the standard deviation of each variable. That's an important one to put it in your pocket. What else could be related to correlation and covariance in your exam? It's the interpretation. Okay, so kind of want to put this a little closer here. Look at that. So which variables are more correlated, which ones are less correlated? So you see there's a kind of like a correlation here in the blue, right? Look at that. They kind of follow in a more, they're not perfect, but this one seems like more like a pattern. This one seems more like a scatter plot. And I can make this, look, how I can make things very worst here. Look at that. See? Now, or better. But see, someone can say, look, Henrique, this looks better. Look at that. There's a line that goes through here that explains those variables better than that. Well, if that's the case, then yes, then this dispersion here, this correlation here between those variables are stronger than the correlation here. Okay. All right. Anyway, this is what we call scatter plot. We use it, right, to kind of help to identify relationship between variables, x and y, answer and predictors, etc. Put in your pocket as well, or memorize the limitations of correlation covariance analysis. Look at that. So the causation and correlation, because correlation doesn't mean causation. Every time it's raining, the stock market goes down. That means rain caused the stock market to go down? No, correlation is not causation. Okay, there you go. An outlier. Outlier shows the numbers that you don't expect it. So you look in a very simple example, right? You measure the average returns of a stock, and then you include a very abnormal, gigantic return. That's an outlier. It's gonna kind of impact your analysis, and it will be the same for a very negative outlier. All right. Non-linear relationships. If the relationship is non-linear, then it's hard to explain covariance and correlation. Right? A restricted range. Okay. I wouldn't say restricted range. This is, should be a big problem because the correlation goes from -1 to 1. So it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's even better than if it was an unrestricted range. But anyway, a restricted range could cause problems. Spurious correlation is the same as causation versus correlation. Spurious correlation is when you think there is a correlation, but there isn't. Right? Time lags and dynamics, and the sample size, those. So try to memorize like maybe 3 limitations of correlation analysis, and I think it should be okay. All right, let's see. Now I can move on. To the next topic, which will be talk a little bit about probabilities. Okay. There you go. Let's move on. There you go. So probability concepts, highlights, etc. This is very important. Very quick questions I would expect here. Nothing complicated, but if you don't remember those relationships, if you get confused, then you might have a problem. Okay, and then you miss the question. Okay. That I'm calling your attention here also for if there are a lot of questions that you might be able to answer normally, but if you are stressed or if you are under time management or you are kind of like frustrated with previous questions that you answered wrong or not 100% sure, this all could affect your performance remembering those formulas of probability. Okay, so when you're going to do the exam, I don't know which order you want to take it, but choose the topics that you want to get rid of it immediately. That's what I did when I took my exam. I just go straight to fixed income and say, let me get fixed income out of my way immediately. Right? If that's your case about related to if that's your case related to QM, well then do QM first, right? And then make sure that, there you go. Good. And make sure you got this out of your way as soon as possible. Anyhow, look at that. Well, let's go quick here because this is something that could confuse more than help. So I'm just going to give the hint. I give my opinion on how these questions would appear, and then we can move on. So when we're talking about joint probability and conditional probability, it's important that you remember the relationship. So joint is both happening at the same time, okay? Or both must happen. And the conditional probability, one happens because of something else, right? Or usually in this case, if one happened, influentiates the probability of the other one to happen, okay? So if the events are independent, so there's no conditional probability, okay? Conditional probability does not exist on independence. It's just independent events. If I need both, or 3 of them, or 4 of them, or 5 of them, then I take the probability of each one happening and multiply. And if I multiply probabilities, I get a very tiny number. The more probabilities I multiply, the smaller the number becomes, right? Because we're looking for numbers below 100%. Any 0 point something multiplied by 0 point something by 0 point something, we'll get a smaller number than before, right? Than the original one. So remember, multiply probabilities, you're always going to get a smaller number. Now, adding probabilities, you're going to get a bigger number. So adding probabilities is when you don't care either or the other. Only one is good. So one or the other is good enough for me. Well, then the probability of that something happening is higher. So to increase the probability of an event to happen, you add the probability, and to reduce the probability of happening, you multiply. That could help you understanding the question. So do I expect a high probability for this answer, or do I expect a smaller probability for that? Okay. All right. That's the idea. Okay. Okay. So answering some questions here on the chat, okay? I have here, kurtosis lower than 3 lead to longer or shorter tails. So kurtosis lower than 3 has a negative excess kurtosis, consequently shorter tails, okay? A kurtosis higher than 3, a longer tails. Look, the 3 is the size of the tail, okay? Lower than 3 is that a lower tail, okay? Just to complement, the word for bigger tails, okay, it's longer tails, is leptokurtic distribution. And the one with short tail is the platykurtic distribution. And the other question is if the material will be available after. Well, this material is being recorded here on the YouTube channel, and therefore will be available on the channel for you. Okay? All right. Continue here. I'm going very slow. I am doing in English because of the broader audience, right? That asked me, okay, to create this video so everybody in the world could watch it. That's why, okay? Otherwise, I would be doing on the language that we are applying each course that we teach, right? Or either in Spanish or in Portuguese or in English. All right, friends, so let's see. This is important. Now, for the dependent event, conditional probability, I want to, you do if you want, but I would prefer to do this way. This is how the formula is on your material. But do yourself a favor and isolate the conditional probability. Isolate the conditional probability, okay? Instead of PAB equal PA given B times PB, take the PB, the probability of the second event, and throw on the other side dividing. So it becomes like, you know, this one here you cut, and then you throw on the other side here dividing, right? I think will be better, right? The probability of the conditional equals the probability of the joint divided by the probability of the second event. It's better to memorize that way, because when I'm going to even, this one here, I'm going to put it in a different color. just to kind of like highlight this. Okay, this one is very important to associate with the Bayes formula. This is not the Bayes formula. This is the conditional probability formula. P of A given B equals PBAB divided by PB, or the probability of a conditional equals the joint probability of both events divided by the probability of the event that happened. Okay, what is P of A given B? Is the probability of something happen given that something else already happened for sure. Probability of the interest rate go up given that we had high inflation. Of course, the probability of the interest rate go up in that case is higher. If you just ask, what is the probability of the interest rate go up? We don't know, but, or we might know, but we know that's going to be a higher probability if we know the information that inflation is there. That's the Bayes formula. The Bayes formula uses new information to improve the expectations of something else, right? So one example that I'm going to give it to you soon is, what is the probability of a company to cut dividends? What is the probability of the company cut dividends given that the economy is going to a recession? Then you can come up with a different number. Obviously, the probability of cutting dividends is higher in a recession, especially if the company follows the business cycle, then it would be cutting dividends during an expansion, right? So keep that in mind when you're understanding the Bayes formula. All right, down here is the probability of the events. That's either or, so that's what the or, you add the probabilities. And if it's either A or B, but they are dependent, you have to subtract the joint probability from that. Okay. An example here will be, what is the probability that someone reads the Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times, but not both? So take the probability of the folks that read the Wall Street Journal, the folks that read the Financial Times, and exclude the folks that read both. Right? Expected values, it's average, mean, it's the same thing. Variance, right, is a deviation squared. Standard deviation is the deviation unsquared. Okay. Here's a little formula if you want to remember how to compute variances. There you go, right there. It's the probability of the event multiplied by a deviation. Deviation from what? Look, those are the expected. Those are the values. The expected value is 1175, which is the average. Well, if I expect 1175, I got 13, I got a difference, right? That difference is squared and multiplied by the probability of happening, right? Then you'd get the variance, you do it standard deviation, square root of that, and you get the standard deviation. Okay. We already spoke about covariance and correlation, so I can move on there. And Bayes formula, right there. Look at that. Probability of an event giving new information equals probability of new information gives an event. Divide a new info event. Now, replace that by A and B. Probability of A given B equals probability of B given A. So that's an important feature of the Bayes formula, that you have a conditional, you want a conditional probability using another conditional probability. Okay, so you need you're looking for a conditional probability, and you have one conditional probability as an input, which is different than the conditional probability formula. Because the conditional probability formula, I do not have one conditional probability predicting another one, right? I have the joint probability helping to predict the conditional probability. So be careful. In the exam, I believe the word Bayes formula will be in the question. So you don't need to worry about it. That's the formula you're going to have to use, okay? But if the for some reason, right? For some reason, the Bayes formula is not there, okay? Well, then, friends, you're gonna have to remember the formula. Remember a little bit, or not a little bit, but remember in details, right? How this formula will be. Let's see if I have an example here, very quick to show the Bayes formula. I believe I do. Yep. Let's see. Look at that. We have a scenario here when you have a boom scenario, normal, and recession of the economy. Those are the probabilities. Those are the probability of each scenario. Look, probability of boom, 25. Probability of recession, 35. And then the earnings per share go down to a company given the stage. So if the economy is going to expand, there's a low chance. If the economy is going to go to a recession, there's a large chance, right? So you first calculated the probability of the earnings per share to go down. For example, I can do that. If I take each one of those individual probabilities, take a look there, friends, each one of those individual probabilities, and I multiply by the probability, for the probability of the earnings per share to go down under each stage, I only have those 3 stages. So if I do the weighted average, that's the probability of the earnings per share to go down, right? Then, or look at this, calculate the probability of recession given that the earnings per share is down. Look, the keyword is given. That's conditional. Assuming that the probability against a recession is 30%, okay? I don't need that information because it's already given there. But anyway, look at the Bayes formula here. Probability of recession given that's down. Give the earnings per share is down. Well, do the opposite after the equal sign. Probability of earnings per share to go down given a recession. I just got that number. Probability of the earnings per share go down given a recession is right there, 30%. Look at that. Recession, there you go. Okay, 30%. Multiplied by, now, who is in front here? Look at that. The first number, the first variable is recession. So I multiply by the probability of recession. And I divide it by the second number, or the second variable here, down, which is the number I just got it there. And that's it. So the probability that there is a recession in the economy, given that the earnings per share of the companies are going down, or that company is going down, it's 70%. Okay? So I use the Bayes formula because, okay, I had the elements. But I believe here, in your exam is going to give you, using the Bayes formula, compute the probability of recession given that the earnings per share went down. All right. So that's the one I want to review with you. Right? And now we can move on. I'm approaching to the more than in the middle of the review here for the there you go, for the quantitative methods level 1 exam of 2023. All right, friends, so let's see, we already seen, we've seen the probability distributions. Actually, let's go to the first. We saw TVM. That's quick, just to kind of like put in perspective here for the others. We already seen TVM. We already organizing data, probability concepts. I'm going to talk about a little bit of probability distribution and sampling estimation now, and then we finish with hypothesis testing, linear regression. Okay, so let's talk about the probability distributions. Okay, probability distributions. We're going to talk about more. There you go. Concepts. There you go. Probability distributions. Okay, so some highlights here, or some points, important points. Okay, the binomial distribution, friends. When to use it and how to use it, and hopefully not, but maybe a calculation of the probability of something happen that follows a binomial distribution. A binomial distribution is a discrete distribution. It only accepts round numbers, right? Integers as numbers, right? Not point something. It's always the round number, or it's either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, okay? Or -1, -2, but never 1.3, 1.35, 1.55. If your expectations have a range of different values, then you have a continuous distribution. Then you cannot use the binomial distribution. Binomial distribution only works in scenarios where the outcomes are integers numbers, right? They are round numbers. For example, the number of the probability, you have, let's say, you have a gas station, and on average, you have like 5 cars. No, like 5 is too small. Let's say you have 50 cars stopping by every day on your gas station. What is the probability you're gonna get 60 cars? Probability you're gonna get less than 50, between 10 and 20, between 10 and 50. So which distribution are you gonna use to help you out figure it out, the answer? Well, you're gonna use the binomial distribution, because vehicles are round numbers, right? 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles. I cannot have like 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. That's the idea of the binomial distribution. It's very limited for the financial analyst. Therefore, I don't think we're gonna ever use binomial distribution on your analysis, right? Maybe not, I don't know. But it's maybe you're gonna get a question of the binomial distribution in your exam. So what is the binomial distribution? Very quickly, is the one that you're gonna use the combinations, okay? So you're gonna have find first the combination of 2 numbers to see how many times that could happen, right? So it'll be something like combination of N, P, something like that, okay? That gives you how many times that combination will happen. Then you're going to multiply by 2 things. You're going to multiply by the probability of success, I call PS, okay, and the power of what you call success, meaning how many is that what you're looking for? So if you're looking for what is the probability that exactly 25 vehicles, actually I'm going to use a smaller number here. Let's say during the day 10 vehicles goes to that gas station. What is the probability that exactly 6 will go to that gas station in a given day? Exactly 6. I expect 5, but what is the probability of exactly 6? So then you have to put it there, the power of 6, because that's the number of that you want, okay? There you go. And then you multiply that by the probability of failure. Okay, that's what you do not want. Okay, well, so it's 10 cars. Okay, so if I want a 6, then I don't want a 4. Okay, you're always going to have to use the number here. This number that goes on the power is exactly equals to the total. Okay, always equals to the total. So I have 10 vehicles. So there you go. So your N is 10, and your P is what you're looking for, which is 6. So look at that. So if I want to know the using binomial probability, friends, look at that. The probability of X equals 6, okay, equals the combination of the total time and the number that I'm looking for, times the probability of success, that's how many times a vehicle stop by in the gas station, how many times it's not. So the P of S, let's say here, we're going to use it 70%. Obviously, this one here, we're going to use 30%. Okay? So it's always on that logic. So try to memorize that you need 3 elements to do a binomial calculation. One of the elements is the combination. The second element is the success at the power of the number of successes. And the second one is the probability of failure times the number at the power of the number of failures. And you do that. Now, this is time consuming because to do the combination, multiply by this, multiply by that, might take you like, I don't know, 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Now, imagine, friends, that I'm giving you the question on the exam is going to be x higher than 6. Well, then it's not going to, then I doubt this would be in the exam. Why? Because if it's x higher than 6, do you know what I have to do? I have to do this. I have to do p of x equal than 6. Then I have to do another one of p equal than 7. Then another one, p equal to 8, equals to 9, equals to 10. Yeah? Because it has to be higher than 6. And then I have to add each one of those probabilities. Imagine the time consuming, the time that you're going to consume doing that. P equals 6, then equals 7, equal 8, equal 9, equal 10, and then add. So I would not expect something too complicated in the exam. Maybe one, probability of this equal to that, then you do one time. Okay? And that. Now, there you go here. I think that's good. That's the binomial. So try to understand when to use it and what it is. Now, the other probability distributions that you're going to need to know, okay, will be the normal distribution and the t-distribution, which I'm going to talk about, and maybe the log normal distribution might be something important here as well, okay? I put those numbers, if you want to memorize that, great. I don't think it's going to be that useful for the exam, but approximately 50% of all observation fall between 2/3 of the standard deviation on a normal distribution. 68% is between 1 standard deviation, 95% is 2 standard deviations plus or minus, and the entire kurtosis, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, gives you 99%. Okay, all right, just checking if there's questions. Nothing, everything is good. All right. Now let's go to this, which I think it's more testable material for you. The sampling estimation, right? Central limit theorem, okay? So given a population, well, actually, I'm not going to even describe this to you. Just remember, the central limit theorem, friends, it says that if you get a population, it doesn't matter how this population is distributed. It doesn't matter how this population is organized, okay? You will always gonna count, according to this theorem, okay, that the population will be, the sample that you take out of this population, doesn't matter how it is, will be normal distributed, will have the same mean average than the entire population, and the standard deviation of this sample, relatively large sample, okay, n is large, will be the standard deviation of the variance of the population divided by n. Look, square root, sigma squared divided by n, variance divided by n. If you take the square root here, you do square root of the variance, you get the standard deviation. If you do the square root of n, you get square root of n. So standard deviation divided by square root of n, which is the square root of this variance here that you're seeing, that's called the standard error, which is the number that you need for interval, confidence interval calculation, okay? It's going to be extremely important, okay, to know the variance, to know that the variance is the square root, the standard deviation is the square root of the variance. So if you get the variance, to find the standard error, you just take the square root. That's why the number that you're going to memorize for the exam is the standard error, which is sigma divided by the square root of n, okay? But in this case, the sample distribution is going to be approximately normal, okay? the sample distribution is going to be approximately normal. Let me show an example here that will do a better job. All right. So look at this, okay? Those 4 boxes here. So that's the population, right? It has this funny distribution here. Look at that, right? Look at that. We don't even have a name for it right there, right? This has this kind of shape here. Then you're gonna take 2 elements out of it. And the distribution of those 2 elements looks like this. That's kind of getting the bell shape. Then you take 10 elements of the sample. Look at the shape. Then you take 25 elements out of this population here and look at the shape. It's getting more and more normal. That's why this central limit theory is applied, right? Because it has been some evidence that could work. Anyhow, memorize that. Central limit theory says that doesn't matter how the distribution is of the population. If I extract enough numbers, enough means 30 or higher, okay, but not the entire population, I'll get a normal distributed sample. The square root, the sample error or the standard deviation of that sample, it's the standard deviation of the population divided by the square root of n. It's important that you remember that, okay? Well, since we're talking about sampling and estimation, I'm going to leave here for you bootstrapping, jackknife, and make sure you understand when to use bootstrapping, when to use jackknife, what is the difference. You might get a question. Those are methods of sampling. So look at that, bootstrapping, sampling, randomly select a sample with replacement. This is a key word here, with replacement. Okay, so you take it and put it back, take it and put it back. Okay, and so here are the steps. Okay, you calculate the mean of each resample data. Okay, and then you create with those means, right? You create a sample. That's bootstrap. Now jackknife, okay, it's not with replacement, right? So it's called the leave one out observation. So you get the average return of the data set, and then for each observation you recalculate excluding that observation, okay, and then you repeat the process. All right, so it's important kind of to remember that. That's for sampling. That's to get a sample, right? From a small sample. If you have a small population or you have a small set of data, how do you make this data more useful, right? So you can use bootstrapping, jackknife. You can also use, that's more for population here, a cluster method or a stratified method. In that case, you have several samples, okay? And then if you're doing some kind of clustering, you choose samples. So I'm going to choose sample 1, sample 4, and sample 6 to be my data set. Or I can do a stratified sampling, which I take a little bit of each. Elements from sample 1, elements from sample 2, 3, and I form my sample. Okay, so that's when you have more data. That's a way to do it. When you have less data, then you're going to use maybe bootstrapping or jackknife method. Okay, so that's under the sampling and estimation material of your exam. Okay? So stratified, non-probability sampling, then it's more like a kind of like a more random type of way. Okay, it's just without any method. All right, before I go to hypothesis test, I want to talk about confidence interval, which I believe could be a question on your exam, something related to the confidence interval, right? So I'm gonna arrive on the topics that talk about the confidence interval. Right here, I'm getting there. There you go. And I think I'm all ready now. Perfect. There you go. So confidence interval. Let's make it a little bit more visible. There you go. So confidence interval, right? So a confidence interval is a range, right? Where something can have a probability of happening. So if you expect something to happen with a certain probability, what is the interval that you should have to predict with that certainty? So confidence interval is they're very simple and very logical. So it's always the mean minus a variation and the mean plus a variation. Okay, this variation, it's calculated the following way. It's reliability times variability. So it's the mean expected value plus or minus a reliability factor times a variability factor. What is the reliability factor? Critical value. Critical value. Okay, look here, critical value. I'm going to call CV. Critical value. Z or T. Okay, Z or T. Okay. Now, like say, remember that 196, a typical one, now Z or T, given 196. So that should be your reliability factor. The more reliability, the higher the critical value. If I want a 99%, then this number is going to be above 2, right? So the higher the reliability, the higher the critical value. What about the variability? Variability is your deviation. I put here the standard error. Look at that. The standard error, which is sigma divided by the square root of n. So look at that. I get the standard error multiplied by the critical value. I have this factor, this variability here that I'm going to subtract and add to create my interval. That's it. Okay, that's a confidence interval. Now, you don't need to memorize critical values. I'm pretty sure critical values will be given to you in your exam. Okay, so just putting here, a 95% is 1.96, right? A 99, it's like 258. Now remember, those numbers will never go above 3. Well, never is dependent, but I would say critical value above 3 on a normal distribution or T distribution is unlikely, almost 0 chances. Okay, so just bear in mind that, right? The critical value going to range between 1.5 and 2.5. Those are the T and Z critical values range on that. Okay, above 3, it's unlikely. Good. So I hope you can do a confidence interval in your exam. It's not difficult, right? You're going to take the reliability factor that most likely going to be given a problem. The variability maybe be given. Maybe you're going to have to calculate the standard error, multiply, add to the mean, subtract to the mean, and you get your interval. All right. Now we're going to go to hypothesis testing and finish with linear regression. That's what I'm going to do now. So let me just going to position here. There you go. Put on the right point. So hypothesis testing, friends, I want you to be very comfortable with the the steps involved in hypothesis testing. There you go. So hypothesis testing, make sure here, I want you to get it. There we go. Just checking if there's a question. There we go. There you go, friends. So explain hypothesis testing, contrast hypothesis tests, and compare parametric and non-parametric tests, and describe when to use one or the other. I believe you might get something related to parametric, non-parametric test on your exam level 1 2023. But compare and contrast. Okay, we saw that you have to do a calculation of Spearman correlation test calculation. I think was one question that we had to do as an example, an ecosystem or the book, etc. Well, according to the learning outcomes, you don't need to calculate the Spearman test, but you need to understand what it is. What is the difference between when to use the non-parametric correlation test? When to use the parametric correlation test? What is the pros and cons? Okay, so that's the idea here. Okay, all right. So explain the hypothesis test, construct the hypothesis test, and compare parametric and non-parametric. We're going to focus on that. Okay. So look at this. This is super important, in my opinion, that you understand. I'm going to make it even more visible here. There you go. Is the steps on hypothesis testing. 6 steps. Very quickly here, let's go. The first one is to state the hypothesis. Okay. The H0 is the null hypothesis. That's what you usually want to reject. And the AJ is what you usually want to fail to reject or fail to reject. We don't say accept, because accept is too strong. All right. So once you state the hypothesis, so I want to make sure that the returns are, rejected the returns are higher or equal than 0 seems a little silly, right? But I'm going to reject that the something is going to be higher or equal than that, or lower than that. Or a more typical one is, that's an image here, cannot change, but could be like x equal than 0 and AJ x different than 0. It doesn't matter. That's the first step. Once you state that, you're going to have to use to find which probability distribution is going to be more suitable for that test, for that hypothesis test. And you need to memorize this or no. If is test of expected value, I'm going to use the T or the Z stats test, or the probability distribution, T distribution or normal distribution. Most likely I'm going to use the T distribution in real life. But if you're doing a test for correlation as well, correlation, you use either a T or a Z distribution. Correlation and expected values. This is parametric test. Why parametric? Because I'm looking for a probability distribution to help me to conclude something. If I'm using a probability distribution, Z, T, F, chi, then I'm doing a parametric test. If I'm using ranking instead of probability distribution, then I'm using a non-parametric test. That's the key word, ranking and probability distribution. That's what differentiates those two methods of hypothesis test. All right, so you identify the distribution. Let's say I'm going to use a T distribution. Great. Now, the significance level of your test. Usually you use 95, but you can use a 99%. Then, pay attention, with the distribution, with the significance level, with degrees of freedom, you can find the critical value for your test. Remember, you cannot conduct a test unless you have beforehand the critical value. And that critical value comes from the confidence level, and the confidence level comes from the hypothesis testing. Okay, so follow all of that from the probability distribution you're using, and the probability distribution you're using depends on the test you have. So steps 1, 2, 3, and 4, or steps 1, 2, and 3 are there to determine the step 4, which is the critical value. Then you settle. Then you go collect data, perform your test, and you need to remember the formulas for the tests, and then you make a decision. If the value of your test is higher than the critical value on number 4, reject the hypothesis. And if it's lower, you fail to reject. Okay, that's it. All right. You're going to have 2 tests to perform or to know. I go there. Expected return and correlation. Okay, so If it's a test of expected or expected value, shouldn't even put expected return. I'm going to take that, put a V here. Look at that. The expected value or correlation, those are the hypothesis tests that you're going to have to really understand. What is expected value, right? That's the mean, the average. Okay, what do we expect to be? Correlation is if they have correlation. Okay, on linear regression, next topic, you're going to talk about the F distribution. But right now, we're going to be focused only on the T distribution, the normal distribution. Look, if an expected value, the t-test is the difference, and I will show to you difference of what? Difference, okay, divided by the standard error, okay? So that's what an expected value for test hypothesis for an expected value. I expect the returns to be equal to 5, higher than 5. I expect the intercept to be equal to 0 in a linear regression. I expect the independent variable to be different than 0 on a linear regression. That's an expected value test, and I use difference divided by standard error. Difference between the average and what I want divided by the standard error. In the test, the correlation is the one that has the square root of n minus 2 divided by square root of 1 minus r2 multiplied by r. I'm going to show that formula to you now. So I'll go back on the previous slide because I want to talk about the errors. But before that, look, this is the test for expected value. Okay? B1 minus B1. Just look, this is the average minus the number that you want to test divided by the standard error. Okay? So mean minus H0. Okay? That's what I put there. H0 is your hypothesis. So if your hypothesis means H0 equals to 0, so you take the average given on the problem minus 0 and divided by the standard error. That's your t-test. And then what? Then you compare with the critical value. If your number here is higher than the critical value, you reject the hypothesis that's equal to 0. Now, if your test here, using this little formula here, it's a number lower than the critical value, then you do not reject, you fail to reject the H0. Okay? Just mention here to you that the F and chi-square test for variance, it tests the variance, the behavior of two variables. I'm just going to put here for, I don't know why, because this is more level 2 questions, but let's say the F-test is done by the mean sum of squares divided by the mean sum of errors, or the mean square errors. By the way, friends, the word square in statistics means variance. That's what the square means. So that's the average variance of the prediction, the correct prediction, divided by the average variance of the error prediction, the bad prediction. Of course, you want a more good prediction than bad prediction. So if your F is very high, you have a good predictor. So the variance is good. It's a good variance. What is a good variance? A good variance is this. When I eat more tomatoes, I reduce chance of heart disease. That's the variance. More tomatoes, less disease. That's a variance. One causing the variance of the other. That's what the F-test is studying. Well, the F-test wants to see if there's some significance between two variables explaining each other, or more than two variables. And the chi-square is just the variance of the sample with its own mean. Okay, so it's just observed minus expected divided by expected. Again, I would say it's too heavy content for level 1, but will be more applicable for level 2, so it's already here for you. All right, so 3 tests. 1 test for the expected value. You use T, Z, or you use this formula here. Another hypothesis test for variance. which you're not going to do an example. And the third test of variance, okay, is this one here. You need to remember, I don't know if you need to remember this formula, friends, okay? But would be advisable to put that formula in your pocket. What I have here on the square is the steps of the test for correlation, a hypothesis test for correlation. A hypothesis test stated right there. See if you can read it. H0 phi equals 0 means correlation equals 0. Okay? I want to reject that the correlation is 0. Okay? Look, it doesn't mean that correlation 0 is bad. You don't want to reject a bad thing. You just want to reject, you create the hypothesis, what you want to reject, that the correlation is 0. Okay? You want to reject that. You want to make, it's not that you want to make sure that the correlation is not 0. That's not what you're doing. What you're doing is you are testing to see if the correlation is 0. Okay? And you want to reject that 0 because you believe that there is correlation. But if there isn't, well, good for you, test it again. Because that's not, another thing is to understand here is, it's not that because you may reject the hypothesis that their correlation is not 0 or it is 0, that the opposite will happen. Okay? So if I reject that 0, it's a good indication that's not 0. But, right? It's just a hypothesis. Huh? All right. So state the hypothesis H0. Identify the probability distribution the test you're going to use. You're going to use a t-test, a t-stats. For correlation is always R square root n minus 2 divided by square root 1 minus R2. Always. Okay, always. There you go. 1 second. Always like that, okay? There we go. All right. Okay. All right. So I would like the folks to give me a feedback if you know, the live is going okay. Seems that we have a delay here, okay? But maybe not, okay? Okay. No, I think everything is under control now. Okay, my apologies. Let's continue. All right. Well, friends, here, okay, let's focus on the test, okay, for the correlation. Okay, the test for correlation here. So let's see. That formula, if you want to put in your pocket, that would be great. Okay, that would be great. All right. Now, how do we test? Well, the correlation will be given on the problem. Let's say 0.0003. Well, 0.0003, it's not 0. Okay, but it could be 0. So you're going to test it. So you're going to put that 0.003 times square root of n minus 2, 2 degrees of freedom. We're talking about two variables, correlated, divided by square root of 1 minus R2. Find that number. If that number, okay, it's higher than the critical value, then you reject the hypothesis. Take a look. On the critical value here is 2.776 given on the problem. I do the calculation. I got 4.00131. Or it's higher than 2.77 or 78. Therefore, I reject the null hypothesis. If my number was less than 2.77, then I would fail to reject. As simple as that. Okay? If this was not a test of correlation, it was a test for expectation, you're going to use the mean minus H0 divided by standard deviation. You're going to use that formula. And then you're going to compare your number with the critical value. And you do exactly the same as here. I'm going to show one more example with the F-test, but the F-test I do not expect to be on your exam with high probability, okay? But let's see. So the F-test, okay, is the same logic. Step 1, state the hypothesis. Here is that the correlation or the variance is equal to 0 versus variance is different than 0. Because I'm using variance, I'm testing variance, I'm going to use an F-test. There you go. An F-test is a 5% degrees, 95% certainty, 5% uncertainty, gives me a critical value of 3.94. Great. This will be given to you in the exam if this was a question there. So all there. Now all you have to do, you're going to have to do a test, that F-test, which I don't think will be in your exam, but you do the F-test, you take the MSR divided by MSE, and you got a number. That number, in this case, was 30. You compare with the 4, 30 is much higher than 4, reject the hypothesis. So the bottom line is you're going to reject any hypothesis when your calculation is higher than the critical value assigned. All right, let's continue here, friends, because we're going to finish the hypothesis test and go to linear regression and then conclude the review for QM, and then we're going to start economics. All right. Parametric versus non-parametric tests, the use of non-parametric and the non-parametric analysis or inference. So right here for you, if you want to take a screenshot of that, okay, is the parametric tests and the non-parametric, the explanation, some examples, okay. So for the examples of the parametric, you've seen the t-test, the f-test, the z-test, all the tests use probability distributions. For the non-parametric, you're gonna remember some of those. Wilcox rank sum in the Spearman correlation non-parametric test. Wilcoxon and Spearman. Try to memorize those names. Okay, those are the non-parametric tests. Non-parametric tests focus on ranking, and then assigning those ranks. They assign some formulas, and then they come up with the prediction, the decision if the hypothesis is going to be rejected or not. Okay. If there's anything here, go. Yeah. So non-parametric inference is a statistical approach that does not rely on probability distribution. It relies on observation, ranking, who ranks higher, who ranks lower, and with that in mind, the ranking order, they will make a assumption, decision. Okay. Non-parametric inference is often used in situations where the data have no normal distribution, contain outliers, or have unknown population parameters. That could be a question. In which of the following a non-parametric test will be preferable? Which of the following, you know what I mean? So try to understand the reasons. Why would you use a non-parametric, or when? Right? What's the pros, what the cons of each one? All right. There's something else here. We already did the correlation, check. Look, I put it here just in case. The Spearman rank correlation coefficient. Okay, because there was an ecosystem question about that, I decided to mention. The learning outcome does not say anything about calculation, so I don't know if you're going to need to remember this formula here. But remember, the Spearman rank is a correlation test. It's a non-parametric test for correlation of two variables. Okay, you replace that t-test, the t-stats, with the square root n minus 2, square root 1 minus r2 times r. If you don't have parameters, then you're going to have to use a different test. You're going to use the Spearman rank correlation coefficient. This 1 minus 6 times the summation of the difference divided by n times the n squared minus 1. It's the formula that you're going to use to come up with your decision if you're going to reject or not on a hypothesis. Okay. Again, if you want to, I'm not going to spend much time of our review on this. I'm going to say to you that was on your material. Don't know what probability this will be on level 1 2023. Okay, but it's there. Okay, and just take a look. Spearman correlation range from -1 to 1 as any correlation test. Look, here's an example. I take two companies, very quickly, two companies. Those are the returns of company A. Those are the returns of company B. And then you're going to, per month. And you're going to rank those returns according to the month. So here, the 3% in January, it gets ranked number 3. The 1%, okay, gets ranked number 1. I go from smaller to higher, okay? 1% is the first place. And the 6% return gets a point of 7. And I do the same for the company B on the same month, okay? And I put the ranking. And then I do the difference in ranking, 3 and 6, and then I square, get 9. 2 and 1, then I square, okay? Those are the rank differences. Then I sum and I get 15 in this case, and then I apply that formula. Look at that. 1 minus 6 times the sum, which I just got it, divided by n times n squared minus 1, gave me the correlation of those two variables, 0.73. That's the correlation using the ranking, right? The ranking approach. That's called Spearman correlation hypothesis, non-parametric hypothesis test. I'm going to put here an image which I believe is going to be important, but I don't want to spend time reading. I just want you, so if you want to go over, just freeze now when you're watching the video. You just remove it. Okay, I'm going to take myself out of here for a second. Okay, there you go. And then you can see better. So look at that. I just put here Spearman rank correlation, Wilcox rank sum test, two non-parametric tests that you need to, that's mentioned on your exam, on your material. And then some key points. The purpose, the type of data, the assumptions, which approach you use, the interpretation of the data, case when you use, pros and cons, that could definitely be a question, and some example scenario. All right? So I found that important that maybe you can cover those points. All right? Okay, friends, so let's go now and finish the review for the quantitative methods here. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the linear regression. There we go, linear regression. Just adjusting here a little bit. Very good. Where it's me, I want to be back. There you go. All right. And good. Okay, now I'm gonna go to linear regression, friends. So we're gonna take a look, okay, on, there you go, the most important points here on linear regression. Okay? So I don't expect linear regression to be a very heavy component on level 1, because it will be a very heavy component on level 2. So here we're going to focus on questions on linear regression that could appear in a what do you call, in a conceptual way rather than a more analytical way, right? So the analytical way, I think you should be more worried about on level 2. So let's see what it's important about linear regression. What is a linear regression? Okay, what is used for? Some of the assumptions. I always believe assumption questions could be on your exam. Assumptions of linear regression. Hypothesis test in the simple linear regression. Okay, which is test if the intercept is different than 0. Test if the number that multiplies the independent variable it's different than 0. Okay, you also gonna have to make sure that your model is a good fit. That's more level 2 question. Okay, so here we're going to focus on the assumptions of linear regression. What is a linear regression? The assumptions of linear regression, right? And I'm going to show to you a ANOVA table just in case, but I think ANOVA table might be more level 2 questions, but you know, we never know. All right, so let's see what you're going to see here. Estimating a simple linear regression model. Okay, I don't think you're going to need to do that. Okay? Excel does that, the calculator does that, but it's time consuming. And again, I don't know if they're going to test you on how to create the linear regression, but understanding the linear regression, definitely. So look at that. Linear regression is always on, simple regression is always on this format. A dependent variable, which is a y, equals a number that multiplies an independent variable, which is the x, plus something which is we call the intercept. The intercept is when x is 0, that's what the dependent variable will be. Huh? All right. Now let's talk about some of the topics about linear regression that might be testable. Right? So look, a linear regression is just you get points. Remember the scatter plot that I showed you before? Take the scatter plot, friends, and try to see if you can get a line that goes through those points. If you have a line that goes perfectly on those points, you have a perfect linear regression, meaning those variables, they can be explained using that line. So that's what you see here. Now, what you see here on this example, on this, is a problem of linear regression. Right? This one here, this is a problem, and this one is good. Try to understand what do you see here that makes this good and this is a problem. Those little dots that you see there, this is the error term, the line. So that's the distance between actual and predicted value. The line predicts the value, and the little dots around is the actual value. Some of those dots match the line, some dots are a little above, a little down, but they're very small difference. That's good. This is called homoskedasticity. Right? Homo, it means equal. So it's an equal and small variation of the error term. Now down here, it's not the case. Down here, you see that the error is increasing, it's varying, right? It's like small here, big here, then small again. This is called heteroskedasticity of the error term. And that's a violation of the linear regression assumption. That means if you have homoskedasticity, your linear regression is not good. It's not a good fit. Okay, you have to eliminate that. All right. I'm going to show, this is a ANOVA table, but I have one in more emphasis here for you that I'm going to show after that. Let me see if there's anything here. Yeah, let me talk about those assumptions, because I do believe assumptions could appear on your exam. Okay, let me take myself out a little bit. All right, so look at that, friends. Linear relationship is an assumption. Homoskedasticity means the error term has to be small and constant, is an assumption. The error has to be independent. The previous error does not depend on the next error. And the error, that's a very strong assumption, but the errors are normally distributed. Memorize those assumptions because it could be a question. Which of the following is, or which of the following most likely is not, or least likely is an assumption, or which one is a violation of the assumptions of linear regression. Classic questions in linear regression. Okay, very classic questions. All right, let's continue here. I want to explain to you just this concept here. What is a log lean log and a log model, right? So what are those, right? So as the name says, right? The name is telling you here. Look at that, log ling. The first means that the independent variable, excuse me, the dependent variable, the y, will have a type of log in front of it. And the x variable will not have any log. It's going to have a linear, it's going to have a normal number. Now, the ling log is the opposite. Ling means that the y variable will not have a log, but the x variable will have some kind of log. Could be a log or a ln, a natural log. Or both would have a log. Log y equals log x, as you can see here. Okay, so that's just a name. Log ling, ling log, log log. Make sure that you know how to solve for the logarithms or log of those questions or linear regression related. Friends, I'm going to show you the ANOVA table, but I do not expect much questions on the ANOVA table on level 1 exam. But I believe that's maybe something here might be important to address. Okay, just do a better transition here. All right, let's see it. Look at that. This is a ANOVA table. Get comfortable with the ANOVA table, okay? Because the ANOVA table shows you a lot of things, okay? It shows you a lot of things, okay? It's not the full table here, by the way, okay? But let's see. It's the best I can fit. Let's see if I can fit all here. There you go. It's a little small, but at least you can see the entire table, and then I'll make it a little larger, okay? So look at that. The ANOVA table will have three components. The first component is going to give you the fitness of the regression, how well the regression is. The second portion is going to give you a variance analysis of the two variables, how well one explains the other. And the third one is going to give you elements of your regression, if the coefficients of the regressions are different than 0 or not. 3 components. Try to see if you can get some information out of those 3 components of the ANOVA table. Okay, so let's see the first one. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna make it more visible. So look at that. The first one, you have multiple r square, and those are the only 2 you need to worry about level 1. Adjusted r square, it's for multiple regression usually, so we're not gonna put here. And the standard error of the regression. But the most important, what does this r square mean? So r square means that the 0.117 is the percentage of explanation that the independent variable offers for the dependent variable. So if I'm looking inflation in predicting interest rates, and if the relationship of inflation predicting interest rate is 11.7%, that means that 11% of the time, or 11.7% of the times, inflation explains interest rate. Okay? In real life, would be a higher number. So the higher the r square, the more explanation power that regression will have. Okay? All right. So what is the percentage of y? Look at the question I'm highlighting there. What is the percentage of y variable explained by the x variable? 11.77. Okay. Second question here, look, confirm the f is 8. This number here, look, 8. Confirm. If you remember what I said before, it was ms r, look at that, ms r, ms regression, okay? Divided by ms error or residual. So dividing this number by that number, I get the 8. Okay? Because my f is very high, the significance of our f is small, which is good. You want a small significance and a very high test. What does the f means? The f means that there are some explanation power between the independent and the dependent variable. That's what the f test measures. All right. Now here, calculate the change in GDP and compute that the intercept independent variable are, or test the hypothesis. Well, if it says GDP, is because here the regression is GDP versus something else. So let's see what it is. Yeah, it's GDP versus spending. Okay, look at that word spending there. Okay, the word spending right there. Those are your coefficient, friends. That's your regression here. So the regression is going to be, okay, the GDP, change in GDP equals 3.4082 minus 0.00058x. That's my regression. All right, to finish, how do I make sure that the intercept is different than 0, or not hypothesis, and the hypothesis that the x variable, the independent variable, it's different than 0? Well, you can say to me, look, the intercept is 3.4. That looks very different than 0. Yes, it does. But it is? How do I know? You test it. You want to be testing if it's different than 0. So what is the average? What is the value that you expect it to be? You expect to be 3.408. That's what you expected. What is your hypothesis? That's 0. So do the difference between this and 0. 3.408 minus 0 divided by the standard error, which is the number that's right there. That's going to give your t-stats, which is the number. So you don't need to do this. It's already being presented to you at the table. So the t-stats for my hypothesis that the intercept equals to 0 is 31. Do I reject or do I fail to reject? I reject that the intercept is 0. Look at the t-stats, it's 31. And then what about spending? Well, spending is the same. I don't want it to be 0, or I want to reject it 0. So I'll take the value I got here, minus 0.00058, minus 0, and I divide it by the standard error, which is right beside. I got 2.83. Forget the negative. Negative means nothing. 2.83. It's very close to 3, huh? If it's very close to 3 or above 3, you reject the hypothesis. In this case, it's very close to 3. So what do I know? What do I do to make sure that I reject or not? I look at the p-value. If the p-value is less than 2.5%, okay, because my confidence is 95. That means if I divide the difference is 5% that I'm tolerating as error. If I divided this in two tails, 2.5 for the negatives and 2.5% for the positives, that's my p-value, 2.5%. And if my p-value here, it's, pay attention, it's smaller, less than the p-value of my confidence, then I reject the hypothesis. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here. 0.006, it's smaller than 0.025, right? 2.5%. Therefore, my p-value is very tiny. My t-stats is relatively large. I can reject the hypothesis safely. The intercept in spending equals to 0. Okay? That could be a question on your exam. Okay? And it's a quick question because all you have to do is take a look on here. 31 minus 2.83. Then the problem is going to give you a critical value. You're going to compare and you're going to reject or not the hypothesis. Okay? Oh, that's it. I think that we're done here. Let me just kind of like refresh a little bit here my images, and then we can continue, yeah, on this journey. All right, so let's do a recap here, friends. Okay, what we had so far, because we covered QM. Okay, there we go. And again, many other topics or points, right? Could be questions on the exam. We don't know, right? I hope it's not, but I hope I covered actually pretty much everything you need here. But if I didn't, well, then again, you're going to have to do that complement, right? Doing more, I don't know, more learning outcomes. So the review of the learning outcomes could be a good idea. Or I also suggest you to kind of review the difficult questions on the mock exams and the ecosystem, and then to get a better understanding. There you go. Quantitative methods review done. TVM, organizing data, probability concepts, probability distribution, sampling estimation, and the interval, hypothesis test, and linear regression. Done. Now, I'm going to start on economics, okay? So I'm going to start economics for you. Okay. There you go. Should be here. I'm going to put it there. Good, good. There you go, friends. So let's start right away, right? Because that's a review. Don't want to waste much time. But you can, of course, take a break if you want. I will take a break eventually if I have to. Okay? But right now, I'm fine. Okay? All right, let's talk about economics. Okay, see if there's any question on the chat here for me to answer, and then we address that. Let me see. Right. Okay. Thank you. Everything's fine. That's great. Great, great. A little bit late. So there's a question here before I continue, if you folks, they're here in the chat. Is it possible to have a question to use the formula of Spearman rank correlation? Yeah, it is possible because it's in your material. Now, you know, it's not a difficult formula to memorize, that it's 6 times the difference, divided by the n squared minus 1. I think it's low probability, but it could be there. All right, let's go to economics now, friends. Okay. So 8 learning modules, supply and demand theory, cost and market structure. That's your microeconomics portion of the exam. ASAD framework, business cycle, that starts your macroeconomics. And it ends with international finance and trade. Okay, so there you go. So microeconomics, macroeconomics, and international finance and trade. That's how economics is divided on level 1. Okay, so 8 modules. Okay, we're going to cover those, each one. But kind of like making, in economics will be a little relatively easier to cover compared with quantitative methods. Okay, because I do not expect questions to be completely, unexpected. Especially if you're reading the newspaper every day, if you know what's going on. You should be able to do this, to navigate okay on economics. All right, so very quickly, supply and demand theory. We're going to talk about what makes the supply of a good to increase, to decrease, what happens to the price, the equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, elasticity, all of those. Cost and market structure. We're going to talk about here monopoly, oligopoly, monopolist competition, imperfect competition, cost structure, the average variable cost, average total cost, cost of production, economy of scales, long run, short run, all that stuff. I predict that 30% of your economics exam, the economic session, will be on microeconomics. Okay. All right. Then aggregated supply, aggregated demand framework. Well, then we're going to the macro level now. What is the difference between supply and demand and aggregated supply and aggregated demand? Well, a big difference. The aggregated supply, aggregated demand is the supply and demand for all goods and services in the economy, everything. Supply and demand is for one thing. Supply and demand for vehicles, supply and demand of houses, supply and demand of candy bars. Now, aggregated supply is and the aggregated demand is related to the GDP of the country. right? The GDP, the gross domestic product, everything produced inside that country. Business cycle, absolutely an important point in economics for you to cover, memorize, remember business cycle. What are the points on the business cycle and the indicators they are telling us that we are arriving or leaving a particular stage of the business cycle. That's very important to remember. All right. Economic policies, we're talking about fiscal and monetary policy. And I want to let you know that in 2024, this is divided in two learning modules, fiscal and monetary, showing that the CFA Institute may be showing that it's giving it the emphasis on economic policies. And therefore, you definitely should not underestimate it, the probability of getting questions, right, on your exam. Just a second here. There you go. Questions on your exam, which will be related to fiscal and or monetary policy. Okay, it's very much. Oh, clicking on the wrong one. It's very much probable. All right. Geopolitics is a new topic, right? Geopolitics, it's new, right? It's not. I think it was last year that they introduced the topic of the geopolitics or geopolitics topic for you, okay, in the exam. What else? And international trade is a classic. That international trade is a classic. It's been there for a long time. So is international finance on exchange rates. Okay. Now exchange rate's going to be big on level 2. So I don't know how much you're going to be testing on level 1, but the conceptual part, I pretty much expected something related to that. All right. Good. So let's move on. Let's see here if I put it on point here. All right. So let's talk about market structure, cost, the cost behavior of the in companies or in business, that the most important costs. Talking about here the average cost, we're talking about the total cost, marginal cost, average cost, fixed cost, and all those. Okay. Actually, I'm changing my mind. I'm going to show you this first. All right. So there you go. Supply and demand. Okay. Let's start with very simple concept here. There you go. Just adjust. There you go. Good. Supply, demand, elasticity, and cost. Let's talk about all of that. So supply and demand, elasticity is a sensitivity measure. Make sure you have your elasticity. I don't think you're going to need to worry about much formulas. You're going to need to understand elasticity, okay, friends? And then cost behavior, and what are demand and supply factors? What does affect the demand? What's affect the supply? Okay, so demand, supply, the types of elasticity we have will be the elasticity of the demand, the elasticity of the supply, the income elasticity, which measures normal or inferior goods, and the cross elasticity that measures substitutes and complement goods. All right? Those are the elasticities that we have there. Okay. Again, formulas you don't need to memorize. The elasticity is if you understand the logic behind elasticity, what it means, and probably you can derive the formula on the spot, or at least if you need it, you can get it. It's a variation of something in relation to something else. That's elasticity. So the demand elasticity is the variation of the quantity purchased divided by the variation on the price of that product, right? How much more or less I buy if the price increase or decrease. That's the demand elasticity. Supply elasticity is the how much more supply I can offer if the price increases, or how much less supply I will offer if the price decreases. So it's the variation of the supply divided by the variation of the price of the product or the service. An income elasticity measures if the good is normal or inferior. That's the substitute effect and the income effect on purchases, on consumption. So the income means is a sensitivity. So if I buy more when I have more income, it's a positive relationship. Then my good is normal. But if I buy less when my income increases, or I buy more of that good when my income decreases, then it's an inferior good. And then the elasticity is negative. So you need to know that income elasticity positive is a normal good, income elasticity negative is an inferior good. What about cross? The cross elasticity measures the substitutes and complement goods. That's what it does. So if the goods are substitutes, when the price of one increases, I buy more of the other one. That's a substitute. It's a direct relationship. Price go up here, I buy more there. Positive relationship. A complement is when the price of one go up, I buy less of the other one, right? So that's a complement because I need to buy both. So if the price of one is increasing too much, I stop buying both, right? So substitutes have a direct cross elasticity relationship, and a complement has a indirect, a negative cross elasticity relationship. That's important, okay? Right here on the side, I just want to show, excuse me, the formulas. So always use is a percentage change on the numerator divided by the percentage change on the denominator. But the percentage change, okay, the percentage change, it's always the change divided by the average, okay, not by the previous one, okay. So it's the change divided by the average. That's called the midpoint percentage change, okay. So just in case you have to memorize that, okay? The midpoint change, percentage change, okay? So it's the difference on the numerator divided by the average on the denominator. And that's the elasticity of the demand, supply, income, and cross, and the classifications. What's an elastic demand? An elastic demand is when the quantity changes more at the percentage change on the quantity, it's higher than the percentage change on the price. That's elastic. Inelastic is the opposite. Okay? Supply, same deal. Normal and inferior good for the income, substitute and complementary for the cross. All right? I think that's good. Let's talk a little bit about costs now. Cost elasticity. Okay, there we go. I think I'm going to use a different slide here. Just a second. Okay. Let's take a look on those costs for now. I'm going to show you another slide here. Yeah, this slide here that I'm going to show you is better. At least it's better organized. There we go. So look at that, friend. Fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, and marginal cost. Okay. Try to understand the behavior of those costs. Look at how they are organized here. Look at that, right? The marginal cost, the MC here, okay, the MC, it's the one that has more, look at that, it's more elastic, okay? It changes more, more elastic now, but it has a more exponential variability. Look at that, starts here and then it turns around and then it shoots up. That's the marginal cost. The average total cost, the ATC, and the average variable cost, the AVC, okay, they are also the same shape. Look at that, starts high, goes down, turns around, and go up. That's called the J curve, okay? The MC as well. The MC has the most J curve of all. It looks like a J of John, right? And the average variable cost, same shape, but different. The only one that only goes down is the IFC, the average fixed cost, because fixed cost doesn't change. And the more units you produced, the lower the average. That's why the average fixed cost goes down. All right, good. Try to memorize that, because low, the ATC is always above the AVC, and the MC is always the most exponential one. All right, variable cost, fixed, variable, total, and marginal. Those are the names. Well, let's continue here. Let's show you some graphs. There you go. Let's show those. I'm actually going to put this one here, down here. There you go. Friends, I have here three shapes, three graphs for the market structure, because now I'm arriving on market structures, okay? The monopolistic competition, the monopoly, oligopoly, and the perfect competition. And I'm going to show you here, we have four market structure, but I want to show here three graphs, which it's for all of them. Two of those market structures will have exactly the same graph. Well, let's see. First one I want to show is this one here, with the horizontal line. That's the perfect competition. That's the perfect competition graph. Okay. The marginal revenue means the additional revenue of the perfect competition. Okay. It's always the same as the previous one. And that's easy to explain, because perfect competition does not change the price. The price is the lower price possible, the lowest price, and because of that, then if you sell one unit, and then you sell another one, then you sell another one, and you keep selling more and more units, each additional unit will be sold by the same price. So if you go there, I want to buy one unit, you pay 10. I want to buy 2 units, you pay 10 each. I'll buy 3 units, you pay $10 each. 5 units, 10 each, because it's the lowest price. I cannot give you a discount. But in normal scenario, that's not perfect competition. If something that's not perfect competition, that's some kind of like a monopoly or a monopolistic competition, okay, or even an oligopoly, okay. The companies have, for the store, the company, whatever, will have to lower the price in the reason to sell another unit to the same customer. Imagine that. So you go to the store to buy a hammer because you need to do some work in your house. And then you go there and like, let's say the price of the hammer is $50. Okay, well, all right, I found a little expense, but I'll pay. Boom, $50, bought the hammer. If the owner of the store wants to sell you a second one, you're not going to pay $50, right? You don't need a second one, you just need one. But if the price is right, I buy the second one. So if the second one is like $30, oh, then I'll buy the second one. What is the logic here? The logic is that in normal circumstances, to sell one additional unit, the price has to go down, okay? In that case, you have the shape up here, this shape here, okay? This one here, look at that. With two curves. One is the demand curve, and the other one is the marginal revenue curve, okay? The additional revenue. Notice that the additional revenue, this one, this curve that's below, it's less than the demand curve. The demand curve indicates the price that each person will pay for 1 unit. The marginal revenue curve is how much additional revenue the company will bring if it keeps selling products to the same person. Well, if I'm going to sell products to the same person, I'm going to have to lower the price for the second unit, third unit, so on. So I'm going to have less revenue. Look at the shape of the graph. But this curve here, called the demand curve, it represents the price that each person wants to pay for 1 unit. Okay? So there's one person that wants to pay $10. There's one person that will pay $20, $30. But, okay, that's the idea. So in normal circumstances, the demand curve is above the marginal revenue curve. Okay? All right. Only on the perfect competition, it's a horizontal line. The demand and the marginal revenue, the price and the marginal revenue curves is the same. Great. Now, the red curve here. What is this red curve here? That's the J curve. That's this curve here, the MC. Look at that. So the MC, it's here. Every company is going to have revenues. Every company is going to have costs. Well, take a look now, friends. If I take the MC intersects on the marginal revenue curve, look at that, right there. Marginal revenue and the MC. Look at the horizontal. Marginal revenue is the blue, MC is the red. Boom. Okay? So, on this case, right, it determines an intersection, that point that's common. What is that intersection? It's the number of units that must be produced to maximize profit. That's what this number is. So in this case here, this Q2 is how many units do I need, how many units the company should produce to maximize profit. Do not produce more than that, because if you produce more than that, your MC is going to be above your MR, and that's not good. We don't want a cost above revenue. You want a revenue above cost. Okay? But as long as it gets to equal, then you stop. Okay? There you go. So that's the profit maximization rule. When MR equals MC, it determines the optimum quantity to produce. Now look at the interesting part here. The MC equals MR determines the Q2 for the perfect competition. What is the price that the perfect competition will charge its customers? Exactly the same. Okay? Exactly the same, because it's the lowest price. Now pay attention to what the monopoly, what the oligopoly, and what the perfect competition will do. They will determine the optimum quantity here. Look at that, on that intersection. They determine the optimum quantity on the intersection. Okay? And then they could chart this price here. Look at that. Look at a horizontal line here. Look to the y-axis right there. They will do this PG here. But they don't do that. What they do is when they determine the quantity, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go to the price curve, the demand curve, and see how much will be the maximum that those people or whoever is in that point would like to pay for that product. That's the price. That's how the price is determined. So look at that. The intersection of MC and MR determines the quantity. Once I found the quantity, I go to the curve above to locate the price that we'll charge. That's why monopoly, oligopolies, and perfect competitions, rephrasing, monopoly, oligopoly, and monopolistic competition, that's why they will always have inefficiencies. They always going to have some kind of inefficiency, because they could be charging a lower price, but they don't. They're going to look for the highest price, and that's going to create inefficiency. One example is what we call consumer surplus. Will be lower under the monopoly, under the oligopoly, under the monopolistic competition, compared with the perfect competition. What is consumer surplus? Consumer surplus is how much you save when you make a purchase. Let's put it this way. So if I go to the grocery store, it's $100 and I end up spending 50, I have 50 extra to spend on something else. That's my surplus. And how I was able to do that? Well, because the prices were low. When the prices of the products are high, then I cannot have much consumer surplus or not consumer surplus at all. All right. Now, let's explain why this curve, green curve here, is broken. Look at that. This one here. All right? That's the oligopoly graph. Okay? Called kinked demand curve. The oligopoly curve may break because in an oligopoly, you have few sellers, let's say 4 or 5. If one of them lowers the price, that one will lose customers, but not losing all the customers. It's going to lose customers, but not all the customers. That's why the demand breaks, because then it's going to have less interest on that company, but still an interest, right? So that's called kink demand curve. This only happens if the member of the oligopoly increase prices and the other members do not. If you think about telephone providers or cell phone providers, let's think about 3 of them, right? So if one of those 3 increase the price and the other ones do not, it does not mean that the one that increase the price will lose all the customers, but it may lose a considered number of customers, and that's represented by the break in the curve. What happens if the perfect competition lowers the price, increase the price? If the one of the members on the perfect competition increase the price, what happened? Well, that company is going to go out of business. That vendor is going to go out of business, because once that one increase the price, nobody will buy from that vendor, because it's a perfect competition. I have many options, and because I have many options, I don't need to stick with one. Right? I can go and buy from the competitor. Right? I can buy from, I will buy from your competitor or for the other one. So again, okay, perfect competition, you have no incentive to lower the price, to increase the price, because you're going to lose business. And you have no intention, friends, okay, to lower the price either. Because if you lower the price, all your competitors will lower the price as well, and everybody's going to lose. So there's no incentive to increase or decrease price on perfect competition. All right, I'm going to kind of end here this review of microeconomics and then move on to GDP, unemployment, inflation. But right now, take a look on this little table here, see if you can memorize or understand as many differences between the perfect competition, oligopoly, monopoly, and let me actually put it here. Let's see. There you go. Monopolistic competition. So monopolist competition, oligopoly, PCF, and the points here. Profit maximization rule is the same for everyone, but barriers to enter. There's none on perfect competition. There's barriers to enter on the others. The products are homogeneous on the perfect competition, means identical, and some difference on the others. Anyway, try to see if you can get as many differences, those or characteristics of each one of those market structures, okay? Because that's going to be important. All right, another important question that I predict that could be in your exam, okay, is this one about the shutdown points. The shutdown point of a company. When a company should shut down, or when the company breaks even, right? So-called break even and shut down scenarios. Let's see if I can make this more visible. There you go. There you go. Better. So look at that, friend. The break even and the shutdown scenarios. Okay. It's very simple. I think you should definitely memorize that. So you break even when your total revenue equals total cost. Then you're breaking even. Right? That's called the operating break-even. In a more correct way. When your total revenue equals your total cost. Your total break-even is when you include your financial costs on the equation. Okay, but here we're not including financial costs. We're just using total costs, just the operating costs. All right. Now the question that might be in your exam, an easy one will be, in my opinion, the shutdown point. When a company should shut down operations. Answer: when the price is lower than the variable cost per unit. Price per unit, variable cost per unit. Okay, so if that's, look at those three scenarios I put it here for you. If the price is 10 and the variable per unit is 9, keep open. Good. If the price is 10 and the variable per unit is 11, shut down. But pay attention to this one. If the price is 10 and the total cost is 15, I don't know. I don't know. You could be open. Why? Because you need to know inside the total cost how much variable cost there is. If it's less than 10, then you keep open. Oh, but I could keep open even if the fixed cost is 14? Yes. Why? Because the fixed cost is fixed. The moment that you start selling more units, the extra sale, extra money is going to pay for the fixed cost. The fixed cost is not going to increase if you increase sales. So it's a good cost to have. Fixed cost is not a problem. It's the variable cost that the problem. All right. Economy and this economy of scales. Make sure you understand the economy of scales is when the cost, more you produce, the lower cost, lower total cost. This economy of scales is the opposite. So that's the graph showing here. When you go up high cost and then you go down, 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 that's economy of scales. But then when you start turning around, you get this economy of scales, and the cost will always increase after a certain point. Okay? Usually. Cost behavior, as I mentioned to you. That's going to do the J curve. Looks, and then it's going to go up, 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 and become like a J curve. Okay? Explain economy of scale. Say, why it happens? Why economy of scales happens? Right? Economy of scales happens because you're being efficient. Okay? You're being efficient. Well, let's finish microeconomics here, friend, with concentration ratios. Concentration ratios, okay? It has to do, concentration ratios has to do with the level or degree or number of companies in an industry, in a particular industry. The more companies, less concentration. The less companies, less business there, more concentration. So we have the 4-form concentration ratio, which is very simple. Just add the largest four market shares. And if you have a large number, we don't know exactly, but if let's say it's larger than 80%, then it's concentrated. 80% of the market in the hands of 4 companies. Or you might have, you see this name here, HHI, Herfindahl-Hirschman Index. This level 3 question on that as well. So try to understand what it means. Is the summation, adding the percentage of companies, the market share, squared. All of the companies in the market, add the market shares, squared. And then, friends, okay, compare with a table. If that number is less than 1,000, there's no concentration. If it's between 1,000 and 1,800, mid concentration. Higher than 1,800 or higher than 2,000 is high concentrate. In that case, the question has to give you a table for you to compare. So just remember they exist, those concentration ratios. Sounds good? All right. So now we're going to talk about the macroeconomic indicators, GDP, inflation, right? All of those, okay, called macroeconomic indicators. Let's talk about that now. Okay. All right. So how are we doing here? All right. So let's see. GDP, inflation, unemployment. Okay, I hope everybody understands what it means. GDP deflator might be in your exam. Level 2024 and beyond, I do not believe the calculation of the GDP will be present on 2024. 2023, maybe. So let's do that. So first, with the GDP deflator, the word is deflator, is to remove inflation from your GDP. You can also use the CPI approach, Consumer Price Index approach, to calculate inflation or deflate GDP. If I deflate my GDP, do you know what the name is? Real GDP. So the real GDP is the GDP without the inflation, without inflation impact, or the impact of inflation. All right. So every time you divide it, look at that, Q1 times P1. What's Q1 times P1? Quantity times price. That's the nominal GDP. Nominal GDP. Quantity, the quantity produced this year multiplied by the price of this year. Okay? I'm going to divide it by the quantity produced last year multiplied by the price last year. Then I deflated my GDP. Okay, I removed the inflation component of it. All right, this formula here is important to remember, the formula of the GDP, the gross domestic product, consumption plus investment plus government spending, plus exports minus imports. Okay, that's the X minus M. Okay, this is called the expenditure approach to compute GDP, friends. The expenditure approach to compute the GDP. Okay. There's a question here on the chat. Yeah. Nope. Thank you. Any questions? Let me know. Okay. Might take a little while for me to see because I'm not observing the chat immediately here. It's not in a visual, but I'm checking every now and then. So put your questions there and I will answer. Okay. After the end of each lecture here, each explanation, I will explain and answer all questions on the chat. Let's continue here, friends, right? Having fun yet? All right, so the expenditure approach, let me go back to the formula. It's C plus I plus G plus net X. That's called the expenditure approach. Now, on top of that, you have the national income approach to calculate GDP. And you have the value added approach to calculate GDPs. Those are the GDP methods, in case you get a question. Now, this equation of the GDP here, of the expenditure approach, okay, I'll actually put it down here. Make it there. We can transform that. Okay, if you rearrange this, I can create this formula here. S minus I equal G minus T plus X minus M. I'm not gonna but spend our time on the review here talking about that. But there is, it's possible, right? If you take the consumption and throw on the other side, it becomes minus C. What do you know what minus C means? Savings. That's what negative consumption is. So if you take the C and throw on the other side here, becomes minus C, becomes S. If I take the I and I throw on this side here, becomes minus I. So look at that. S minus I equals whatever stayed here. G minus T is the government spending minus the tax revenues. This is called deficit or surplus, government deficit or government surplus. X minus M, right there, net X, or X minus M, you can see as the trade balance. So here is the savings minus investment component finances government deficit and trade balance or trade in general. Okay, try to put this form on the pocket as well. I don't know. From level after 2024, I do not expect this formula to appear anymore. It's too specific. Okay, And a financial analyst needs to know how to interpret and how to understand what the economy is indicating rather than memorizing those formulas. But those formulas will help you to kind of like analyze what's going on in the economy. All right. Another one that I believe that could be in your exam, but actually it's going to be more present on level 2. So I'm going to just introduce to you here, is the Solo's equation of growth. The key word is growth. Okay, growth. Okay, not total. So that's the Solo's growth equation. Okay, not difficult equation. Look, forget the divided by. Okay, forget the divided by y, divided by a, divided by k, divided by l. Just take a look on the numbers on the numerator. Now, forget the delta. Forget the delta. Just look at the letters. Look at that. Y equals a plus k plus l. Y, which is the letter that we use for output. The output equals a plus k plus l. A, you can see as technology. It's called total factor productivity. But technology, look at that, technology plus K of capital plus L of labor. If I take those three ingredients, I have my total output. But that equation does not measure the total output. Cobby-Douglas equation measures the total output. Solo's measures the growth of the output. Well, growth, I need change. Change is delta. So look at that. Now put a delta on the Y, delta on the A, delta on the K, delta on the L. And if it's delta means change, divided by the previous one, right? That's how we compute percentage change, right? Is the change divided by the total. So look at that. The first element is the change on GDP equals change in technology, change in capital divided by capital. It's percentage change, and the percentage change in labor. And right here in front of K and L, you multiply by two numbers that added gives you 100%. So the percentage, right? The percentage that you add, or the percentage that you apply for capital, okay? What we call the capital share, and the labor share. This is usually 2%. Then you put everything together, and then you can predict the growth of the GDP. That's what this equation does. This equation predicts the growth, okay, not the total. If I want to predict the total, you know what I would do? I would remove the deltas. I would remove the divisions and the y and the divisions and the denominators. And then I'll get y equals a, k, l. I remove the plus and I put times. Then I get y equals a times k times l. And you know what I do is this alpha, alpha k, alpha l, I put it on as an exponent. So look what happened. Y equals a times k at the power of alpha k times l at the power of alpha l. That's the total output formula, and that's called Cobby-Douglas formula. Okay, I'm gonna put it here just in case. Cobby-Douglas, it's more level 2, and Cobby-Douglas is nothing more than y equals a times k at the power of k, or alpha k, right? I'm just gonna put here small k, times L, times L at the power of alpha L. There you go. That's Cobby-Douglas. Cobby-Douglas has the multiplication symbols. Okay, that's multiplication symbols. And the Solo's has the plus. Solo has the alpha k, alpha L multiplying. Cobby-Douglas has the alpha k, alpha L as exponents. Okay, so obviously this number is bigger, right? It's a multiplication with exponents. I'm gonna get a bigger number. This is not a big number. This is just a percentage change on the output. Okay, that's the explanation of those two forms. They might be more useful for you in level 2 than level 1, but you know, we never know. All right, friend, let me talk about here the what do you call, the aggregated supply, aggregated demand framework, because this is still 2023 material, okay? But that's it, and then we're going to talk about business cycle. Try to understand this graph here that I just created. Let me see here. I'm going to put it there. It's a little out of perfect. Good. So take a look on this graph here, right? Kind of like looks like Greek, but it's not. Okay? Folks watching this video, if you speak Greek as a first language, my apologies, because I mean, we know those are not the Greek characters. It was just an expression. Anyhow, so what's LRAS? LRAS, L-R-A-S. Right? LRAS, it's called long run aggregated supply. So what is the opposite of the long run aggregated supply? Is the short run aggregated supply, SRAS. Okay, so look at that. Supply is the curve that go up. Perfect. Okay, let's take this guy out of here for a second. Goodbye. I'll bring it back later. So just take a look on this. Aggregated demand, aggregated supply intersecting in one point. This point determines the GDP or the real GDP at that moment. Okay, that point here. Okay, that's the GDP. And that's the price level right there. Now, what happened is that every country will have a potential GDP. A potential GDP, which we call the long run aggregated supply. The long run aggregated supply is the total output produced if you use all the resources available, full employment, all the resource, technology, etc., etc. It give you, let's say, for example, in the, let's say the country of Brazil, which I was teaching most of my students. Most of the candidates that prepare with me are Portuguese speakers, mostly from Brazil. So let me use that example. Let's say the potential GDP of Brazil is $20 trillion. Let's say, using all the labor and everything else, 20 trillion. Okay, so it's a vertical curve. Why is a vertical curve? Because I cannot produce more than 20 trillion. 20 trillion is the maximum I can produce. Right? Therefore, the supply curve, or when I'm producing everything I can, becomes vertical. That's the explanation of the verticality of this curve. Now, the curve on the short run, the supply on the short run, we're not producing the maximum yet, because the idea is this. It's this. That's the idea here, friends. That you keep producing on the short run. And then when you get on the long run, look what happened to your supply curve. Your supply curve should do this. Okay? That's what should happen. You keep producing. Poop. Now everybody that's supposed to be working is working. All the technology available is there. Then your supply becomes vertical. That's the idea. Okay? All right. Now that you got that, okay, let's see this. What is this circle in the middle? The circle in the middle represents the point that the economy is now. So look at that. It gives you a GDP here. So let's say in the case of Brazil as an example, 20 trillion is the long run supply. But right now they are producing 2 trillion. There is a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap between how much is being produced now and how much it could be produced. That gap. The name of this gap is recessionary gap. Nothing to do with recession. It's called recessionary gap. That's it. That's all the name. Recessionary gap. Okay? Is when the current output it's less than the potential output. All right. What else is important to know about this framework here? This. How do I bring this circle, the equilibrium point to here? How do I make the equilibrium point to move to the center, right? How do I do that? Because that's the idea, right? We want to move to the long run equilibrium. So what you have to do is to move the aggregated demand curve to equilibrium. Look at that, look at that, take that. The aggregated demand is increasing, oh, boom, okay? But look, what is the problem here if the aggregated demand increase only? Okay, so the government of the country stimulates consumption. People are consuming more. Consuming more, the aggregated demand will move that way. Perfect. Then we got to the equilibrium. Now we brought the point to the equilibrium. Look at that. That's exactly where you want to be. But what is the problem? Look at the problem here, friends. Is the price level. That's the problem. Look at that. Okay, now I increase the price level. Before, it was a little bit lower. It was about here. Now, the price level, it's up there. Take a look. Right? The price level was here, down here. Now it's going to go up. Boom, right there. So that's a good, that's a solution to close the gap, but not the best solution. So what would be the best solution to close the gap? Okay? Well, would be moving the aggregated demand just a little bit there, and at the same time move the aggregated supply a little bit there. So look what happened here, okay? We kept the price stable. Look at that, right? The price, it's stable here, friends. Look at that, right? The price has not changed. This level here, it's the same. That's no inflation, okay? And that's what we want. We want to grow the economy. We want to close the gap. We want to close the gaps. We want to produce more. We want to reduce unemployment. But we don't want the price level to change drastically, right? We tolerate up and down 2% or whatever, but the idea is price stability. That's the idea, okay? So look at that. The best way to bring the economy to the equilibrium without increasing price is to move both supply and demand. So if you are the government, what should you do here? Well, several things. Let's say, now I have to, and for those that don't know me, I'm not a big fan of government intervening in the economy, okay? But let's say central bank or some kind of fiscal policy. What could be done here? Because fiscal policy and monetary policy is material for your exam. Well, friends, fiscal policy, the federal government will stimulate the economy by lowering taxes. But look, if I lower taxes of individuals only, so I cut taxes, income taxes, people are going to buy more. And they're going to buy more, but this is going to cause inflation. That's a little bit what happened during the COVID pandemic. A lot of governments give you free money to the citizens, and they start spending and push the price up. That was not a good, it was a solution, but not a good solution. Now, you would say, well, then let's give tax break to business only. Well, but if I give tax break to business only, fiscal policy gives tax breaks, right? The business are going to produce more. But if they're going to produce more, right, the price, and that's the only fiscal policy adopted, called business side, I might have deflation. Look at that. And deflation is not good either. We want a price stability. Price stability, you need to increase supply and demand at the same proportion. Okay? It's difficult, but that's the idea. All right? Good. So to complement and move on to business cycle, which is the next stop, is what, in your opinion, right, would move the aggregate, the short-run supply and the short-run demand, okay? So, for example, make the short-run aggregated supply. So, for example, a tax break or tax change for business, okay? Tax change for business, right? If you do that, if you change the tax, you're gonna change or move the aggregated supply. You're going to move up or down, increase or decrease. If you increase taxes, business produce less. If you cut taxes, business would produce more. I mean, in general, right? So what else? Okay, lower interest rate could be. Lower interest rate could be. Right? That's now the companies can borrow and buy inventory, and so they can sell more. Okay, if the company is an exporter, exchange rate, the exchange rate can change the supply, the aggregated supply. Okay, and government spending, actually government spending would not change the supply, it would change the demand. Okay, we could have, okay, subsidies from the government, right? And let's put one more here, shocks, supply shocks, in finding oil where you didn't expect to find oil, right? Or having a huge hurricane destroying a lot of agricultural production of that country. That's a supply shock, positive or negative. Okay. Now, with the same logic, friends, same logic, what would change the aggregated demand? Well, same, tax change for individuals. Okay, lower interest rate. Sure, lower interest rate would help. Okay, if your credit card interest rate is 0%, what would you do? Probably you would be, not watching this live right now, you probably be spending, right? Taking advantage, because maybe tomorrow the credit card rates are going to go up again. Low interest rate, that stimulates consumption, increase the aggregated demand. Okay, low. So or actually I'm not going to put lower. I'm not going to put lower, just I'm going to put change, because it could be up or down, right? So change interest rate, and here it's change interest rate as well. Okay, could be high or low. You need to know what happens if you go up or down. Now, exchange rates, which will help the aggregated demand? No, exchange rates will not help the aggregated demand. Why not? What happens if your money is increasing in value? Increasing value. Now, one of your currency equals 100 of the other currency. One of your currency equals $100. What would you do? You would probably go to New York. We're probably going to spend some money in American products, right? But that's not helping your aggregated demand. That's helping the United States aggregated demand. That's helping the other country aggregated demand. So exchange rates does not help aggregated demand. Exchange rate may lower the aggregated demand, right? Now, someone could say, yeah, but if the exchange rate is getting against, now it's like I need 100 of my currency to buy $1, maybe I buy domestic products. Maybe in that case, I can see the exchange rate helping the aggregated demand. But be careful, aggregated demand is something domestic. Right? Change interest rate, change in taxes, and here, government spending. Government spending is, now the government spending money, will change the economy, right? Will change, so will increase or decrease the aggregated demand. There you go, tax. So what moves the aggregated supply and aggregated demand? It's something that's important to know. All right, friends, now we're gonna go to business cycle. Okay, now we're gonna go to the business cycle, learning module 4 of 8. So half of economics, we're arriving on the half of the economic content at the moment. All right. So friends, let's take a look on the business cycle that you see there. So what do you see there? So what you see there is the points of the business cycle that you need to know. Okay, or at least should make sense to you. Okay, it should be at least making some sense. Okay, each one of them or all of them. Okay, definitely I advise you to kind of memorize the names of the business cycle for sure. Okay, memorize the names. Okay, but other than that is to understand what drives the economy to that point, which you call the indicators. So that's how I want to do this review here for you on the business cycle. Not only a review on the business cycle on the names, peak, expansion, recession, and trough, but I also want to show it to you. Okay, there you go. 1 second, right there. The points, right? The topics that will give you, drive you to that business cycle or to that point on the business cycle. So, for example, what is telling us that the economy is arriving to a peak? What is telling us the economy is in a recession, getting out a recession, right? Getting out on an expansion. What it can tell you, okay? That's called the indicators. That's important to know. So expansion, peak, recession, trough is the turning around, expansion, and then the cycle repeats. Now, you have what we call indicators. Take a look on the green line and the blue line on this graph, okay? The blue line is the business cycle, the one I showed you here. The green line is the economic indicator telling you, or telling the economist or whoever is analyzing, if you are arriving into that economic cycle, or that point of the economic cycle. So notice that the green line, it's a little bit before the blue line. So look at that. On this is happening, on this peak here, on the green line is happening. It's before the peak on the blue line. So that's what the economic indicator, that's how you should see. Economic indicators, they will tell you where you are on the business cycle, and if you're arriving or if you're leaving one of those points. That's why this is very important. Okay, so for that, let's take a look on the indicators. All right. So the indicators that you have, my friends, are called leading, lagging, and coincidental. Leading, lagging, and coincidental indicators. Okay, so what is a leading indicator? Right? What is a lagging, and what is a coincident or coincidental? So leading, like, measures economic activity with the shifts, may predict the onset of business cycle component. So the key word here is, look at that, leading business cycles tend to change before the economy does. That's the key word for leading business cycle indicators. For example, the stock market rally, okay, usually happens ahead of an economic expansion. The market is already taking in consideration what's happening and is already predicting an expansion, is already taking action. So the stock market is a leading indicator. What about a lagging indicator? Look, lagging indicator reflects what's already happened, right? Has already happened. We're getting out of recession, getting out of an expansion, already happened, right? So unemployment rate is usually higher after the recession has begun. So if you see high unemployment rate, you're already in a recession. It's a lagging indicator. The coincidental or coincident business is that's the one that you are right on it, right? You're right on that stage, okay? So that the economy is actually provide a snapshot of the current state. So GDP growth is a coincidental indicator that reflects the present state of the economy, or GDP decreasing as well, change on GDP. So try to memorize few of them, understand coincidental, lagging and leading, and hopefully you're gonna get one question in the exam that you're gonna be able to answer in an easier way. Right? So to make a summary, leading, lagging, and leading indicators, leading indicators change before, lagging change after, coincidental simultaneously. That's it. That's very important. All right, right here I put, let's talk about theory, business cycle theories. Might be a question on your exam. So take a look on this, all right, while I take a sip on a glass of water. But I have a couple questions on the chat here, friends, that I'm going to address now. There's a comment here. The correct GDP deflator formula, Q1 times P1 divided by Q1 times P0. Let me double check what I wrote there, but yeah, that's correct. Okay, so if I made a typo, if I have a typo there, I'll correct. Okay, because yeah, it's before and after, right? So I have to use a P0, which is the price, what you call base price, P0. I'm answering a question on the chat, by the way, here. P0 is the base price. P1 is the current price. So if I multiply the quantity, the actual quantity times the new price and the actual quantity by the previous price and do an arrangement, I'll get the deflated GDP or the real GDP. So yeah, if there was a typo there, Vinicius, I will fix it. Okay. Question here. In my mock is really one question in the mock is related to where occurs the short-run macroeconomic equilibrium, below, above, full employment. Okay, could you explain this? All right. So let's talk about those economic theories here: Keynesian, monetarist, Austrian, and classic. And then, excuse me, I conclude business cycle, and then I will address this question about short run and long run in the economy. Okay, let's do that. So there you go. What's Keynesian economics? Is one the it's by Keynes, 1930s, 20th century. It's when the government should step in to solve economic problems. That's the summary. Monetarist believes in rule-oriented goals. So yeah, the government could set up some rules and then follow the rules. Austrian is a completely non-participation of the government in the economy. And the classic, well, the classic economy, the classic theory is the classic economic 18th century. Now, in this chart, we're using those economic theories to explain business cycle and the recommendation of those schools or theories for that. So that's the idea here, because it could be a question on that. Economic theory versus its explanation for the business cycle. So Keynesian theory, business cycles are caused by fluctuations in the demand, which in turn are caused by government. So if the government is kind of like step in, it can change that. Monetarists are caused by change in the money supply. Therefore, some rule-oriented for the money supply will be advisable. What about the Austrian? Business cycles are caused by fluctuation in money supply also, but they do not advocate it for any government intervention or rules or anything like that. Just as they leave it alone, and the economy will get out of that problem. Okay? And the business cycles under the classic economics is definitely a total natural and self-correcting phenomenon. And the recommendations: Keynes, government should intervene. Monetarist, the government should create rules and follow. Austrian, the government should avoid step in, right? And a classic, the government's intervention is not even necessary. All right. I put here as well if you want to take a screenshot of that, because I don't want to go over in much, spend much time here, is the recovery, expansion, slowdown, contraction of the business cycles and the indicators. What indicates that you are in a recovery? What indicates that you are in an expansion, and a slowdown, and a contraction? Okay. Try to see if you can memorize maybe one, sales and production and inventory sales ratio related to each phase. If you can kind of understand that, I think will make your life a little easier in case of getting a question of that in the exam. All right. Good. I'm done with business cycle review. Before I go to economic policies, I'm gonna address the question of the short run and the long run questions in the chat. So let's go. Okay. There we go. Let's go back there. And for that, I'm gonna go back to that graph that I have here. All right, friends. So short run and long run in unemployment. Let me actually double check the question again. Let me read it one more time. Short run macroeconomic equilibrium, below, above, or full employment. Good. It's not a difficult question, and I can easily explain with this graph here. So long run equilibrium, it's here. Okay, that's the long run equilibrium. Okay, so I'll actually do different. The long run equilibrium, the demand goes here, the supply intersects, and the price level is the same. That's long run equilibrium. When you have this shape here, let me actually take this guy out of here. Take this one out of here. Look at that. That's long run equilibrium. All three curves are at the same point. What is the gap here? Gap is 0, friends. Okay, the gap is 0, right? There's no gap. The yellow circle, it's right at that point. Good. So what happens at the long run aggregated supply? Well, the countries produce everything it could. So tell me this, what is the level of unemployment on the long run? Answer, not 0. Not 0. So put it there, the long run aggregated supply unemployment equals the natural unemployment. What is the natural unemployment? The natural unemployment is the lowest level of unemployment ever, in that country, because unemployment always gonna happen. Someone right now, if he's working, might be quitting the job. Okay, might be quitting the job. Okay, for one reason or another. Right? Don't know, something happened. So people quit their jobs, people get fired. Okay, so unemployment, it's kind of tolerable, right? It's understandable and exists. So just to make sure a point here is that the natural unemployment is the only one on the long run, not on the long run. Consequently, if I am on the short run, meaning my aggregated demand, it's here, my aggregated supply, it's kind of here, right? Right, go right here. There you go. So my equilibrium, it's not on the long run. I have a gap. Okay, I have a gap. So what do you think is the unemployment in this case? Higher than the natural. Because if I was operating, if the country was operating a natural unemployment, this circle will be closer or at the long run, right? This gap here would be lower and lower because you have employment. People working, they produce, they close the gap. That's the idea. So the answer is that on the short run, the unemployment rate is higher than on the natural or the unemployment rate in the long run. I believe that was the question that was asked there. Okay. Yeah. So short run macro going to be below, above the full employment. So it's the short run, it's below full employment. Okay. I don't like the question, honestly, the way that's asked here. Above or below full employment, right? But that's the idea about employment, full employment. Full employment is also called the natural unemployment. Let's actually put this to complement. Natural unemployment rate, it's also called full employment. When everybody that's supposed to be working is working, with the tolerable exceptions. All right? Well, I hope that was good, because now I have to continue here. I did not mention credit cycles. I'm glad I made that during my business cycle explanation. So let's do it. Okay, it's important. Understand what credit cycles are. You're gonna need it for level 3 credit cycles. Okay, so try to understand it now. Okay, change in lenders' willingness to lend and borrowers' willingness to take a loan, take debt. Okay, So when credit is readily available, interest rates are low, borrowers might take more debt. That's what happened, right? After 2008, 2009, especially in the United States, okay? Credit was readily available. But if the economy starts struggling or doing signs of problem or inflation or something like that, then the credit will stop, right? So look at that. If you borrow too much, you increase spending and you can fuel the economy, but lenders might become more risk averse, credit become less available, and this decreased spending, decreased investment creates a contraction. Try to understand the logic of the credit cycles. Credit cycles, it has to do with borrowing, to buy or to invest. Okay, buy or invest. Okay, now I am good. Let me answer a little bit about unemployment, right? Since it was the topic, right? So to calculate the unemployment rate, okay, you're gonna have to do like this. Employed here, and unemployed there. I want to make sure the unemployed is less, right? So I'm gonna make this very big. The unemployed here. So try just to understand this very quickly here, friend. I don't know if this would be a question on the exam, but if you understand the logic, probably will help you somehow. If you start with the entire population of a country and you remove the folks that are not authorized to work, meaning underage, folks that are dedicated to the armed services, and folks that are inside an institution, hostel, prison, take those out of the equation, whatever is left is called the civilian non-institutional population. Okay? Everybody here could be working if they want to. But there's some folks here that don't want to work. We call them discouraged workers, or people that, I don't know, they want a lot of money somehow and they don't need to work. They are not in the labor force. Remember, the discouraged is there, but here would be the proper name is not labor force. Okay? So that means the leftovers, the ones are in the labor force. So that's the number that represents everybody that wants and are eligible to work in that country. Now, some of those folks are going to be employed and some of those folks are going to be unemployed. Okay? So memorize the formula of the unemployment rate as unemployed divided by labor force. There you go. But the employment rate, friends, remember, is the employed divided by the civilian non-institutional population. Be careful, okay? Employed, you consider everybody, including those that are not in the labor force. That's why you cannot add unemployment and employment rate to 100%, because they have two different denominators, okay? Here we already mentioned the recessionary gap. On the real GDP, it's less than the maximum. We have something called inflationary gap, but that's very difficult to see in real life. Is on the real GDP is higher than the maximum output. And full employment is producing a natural unemployment, and natural unemployment is frictional plus structural unemployment. What's frictional? When someone is losing the job because the economy is in recession or getting something happened, a normal thing. Structure is when the job disappears. Then you don't no longer, that job is no longer required. Okay, so it would be like some job that become like fully automatization completely. So there's no more human beings, a need for a human being to perform. That's an example. Or the job completely disappear, like a VCR repair person that was very good in repair VCRs. Well, that person has to learn another job. That's structure, and that's considered normal. That's considered natural. That's why frictional plus structural is the natural unemployment rate. That's the full employment rate. Good. That's it, because now I'm done with the business cycle review. I'm going to start here with the economic policies. Any questions in the chat? No. So let's continue here. Okay. Let's see. You know what? I'm not going to divide it to do a better, not a better job, but to do a little more efficiently. Okay. To do in a more efficient way, I will combine the economic policies, fiscal and monetary. I'm going to explain both at the same time. Okay. So economic policies, on your exam, it's divided in fiscal and monetary. Okay. So let's make sure we get that. Okay. Fiscal and monetary. I don't think I'm going to spend much time here. Okay. Because it's relatively self-explanatory, and I hope a lot of you, if not all of you, have already or are familiar with economic policies. So let's see, fiscal, okay? Fiscal policy, okay, is the federal government, okay? So it's a policy, is an economic policy adopted by the federal government of that country, okay? Fiscal policy can be automatic when the federal government implements whenever it decides without approval, or fiscal policy could be discretionary when the federal government needs approval. Approval of who? Of the second branch of the government, which will be the legislators. Most countries operate on that scenario, where you have a lower chamber, higher chamber, right? You have a Senate or you have a Congress. So those are the folks that the federal government has to get authorization to implement a discretionary fiscal policy. Very well. Now that they decided which one will be, now we need to see which focus will be on, right? In terms of, solving what problem? It is a recession problem. Then we're going to use expansionary fiscal policy. Oh, it's an inflation problem. Then let's use a contractionary fiscal policy. And the government needs to dictate or focus the policy to one of those or both groups, either the buyers, the producer, or both. So let's see how this works. Federal government can only have two tools, two ways to implement fiscal policy. One way, it's to increase or decrease taxes. The other way is increase or decrease spending. So taxes, look at that, changing taxes and government spending, okay? That's the only two ways the fiscal policy can be implemented. See, there's no interest rates here, friends. Interest rates is monetary policy. We are on fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is taxes and spending. Very well. Now, if it's an automatic, means the government can start spending, right? If he wishes, without asking the Congress. So which type of expenditures do you think is the automatic one? Well, very small expenditures. So memorize an example of automatic fiscal policy is updating salaries of government workers according to the inflation. That will be an automatic fiscal policy. The government is going to spend more money by paying more salaries, but it can be done automatically. Don't need to ask the Congress for that. Now, if the government wants to spend trillions of dollars in the economy, or the government wants to change taxes, any change in taxes, it has to ask the Congress, right, for that. Now, the government wants to expand the economy because the economy is in a recession. Don't ask the Congress to decrease taxes. Ask the Congress to increase spending, to do an expansionary. What about a contractionary? Contractionary, same deal. You're going to lower taxes and you lower spending. Lower spending, you might ask the Congress, hey, Congress, can I cut on the budget of national defense? Can I cut the budget for education? We cannot just implement it, right? That way. Or can I cut taxes, right? You cannot just say, everybody say, oh yeah, every government should be in favor of cutting taxes. So it's not that simple, right? So discretionary policy, you must have an authorization to implement. Then decided if the tax break is going to be for the buyers, decided if the tax break is going to be for the producers, or if the tax increase is going to be for the buyers, the tax increase for producers, or both. So if I'm doing expansionary fiscal policy to the demand, I'm going to lower taxes, income taxes, individual taxes. If I'm doing expansionary fiscal policy supply side, then I'm going to lower business taxes. If I'm doing a contractionary, do the opposite. All right, that's it. We already spoke about Keynesians and monetarists, so that one we don't need to focus much. But that's it, friends. That's fiscal policy, okay, in general lines. All right, monetary policy, okay, which is the second one. Well, monetary policy is the central bank policy. Okay? Is the central bank of the countries or of a particular country that will determine the monetary policy. That's nothing to do with the federal government in many cases. And for the CFA exam, I advise you, if there's any questions related to that, reminding you that it follows the independence of the central bank from the federal government. Federal government of a country does not tell what the central bank should do, okay? So that's how you want to have the premise in mind to answer those questions. So how can the central bank implement a monetary policy? So reminding you, we also have here expansionary and contractionary monetary policy, okay? It's your job to know one is expansionary and one is contractionary. So let's go. So a monetary policy can be implemented in 3 ways. So 3 tools. Memorize those 3 tools right there. Open market operations, require reserve of banks, and discount rate or interest rate. Okay? Each one of those moves can be done for expanding the economy or to contract the economy. Expanding the economy using monetary policy, you adding money in the economy. Contracting an economy using monetary policy, you reduce the amount of money in circulation. Now, we need to understand how those 3 mechanisms will increase or decrease money supply. So let's see. The most common method of central banks around the world, called open market operations, OMOs. What is it? It's buy and sell treasury securities or government securities to the bank system. Or more to the bank system. So when the central bank sells securities, it goes to the bank, say, hey bank, I have a great IOU from the government here that pays 10% return. Want to buy? And the bank says, sure. So when this happens, when the Federal Reserve selling securities to the banks are paying for those securities. Indirectly, the Federal Reserve is removing money. The Federal Reserve is removing money from the economy, okay? Because now the banks are buying those securities, okay? Don't buy those securities, and therefore will give money in return. So if every bank does that, you have less money in the bank system, and if you have less money on the bank system, you have less money in circulation. And the opposite's true. If the central bank starts buying securities from the banks, goes back to banks, hey, remember those IOUs I gave you a few months ago? I want it back. I'm paying for. Now the money is being added into the banks and consequently into the economy. So buying securities expansionary, sell securities on the open market, it's contractionary. That could be a question on your exam. Right. Now the reserves is in the bank system, friends. Okay, the banks, how much the banks can loan your money or loan the money that they have in reserves. right? How much will be, like, you know, the amount of money the banks would have on reserves for each bank, let's say, okay? So there we go. Good. So look at that. If I increase the reserves, mean banks have to keep 100% of the deposits. That's the reserve required in the banks. Cannot make loans. That would be less money in circulation. Now, if the reserves are go to zero, means every dollar in deposit could become a loan, then you're going to have more money in circulation, because you need to understand this process, the money creation process. Let's see if I can do very quickly here for you. The money creation process, people, imagine that you have, say, I go a little bit more there. Let's say you have, quickly here, that might be helpful for some folks. You have $100 in that bank, okay? Let's say you have, like, you know, that's the amount of money you have in the bank, right? You put it there, $100 bill. Well, that's called deposit. So there's a $100 deposit. So let's say this $100 deposit, the government, the central bank says, you know, there's a portion of these deposits, there's a portion of those deposits that must be inside the bank. That's called the required reserve. So let's say the required reserve is 100%. Okay, the required reserve is 100%. That's called required. So that means, okay, that the amount, that's called here reserves, I put there. And then we have what I call excess reserves. So take a look. If the required reserve is 100%, so how much reserves I have to have? This times 100%, which will be this one here. Let me take it away one more time. There you go. See if I can get it now. Perfect. All right. So look at that. I will have this 100 times, right, the required reserve. And I'm going to put here. Perfect. You got it now. Now, how much is my excess reserve? Is the difference. The difference between how much you have in deposits minus how much you must keep in the bank. Look at that, zero. So in that case, friends, the bank cannot make a single loan. No loan at all. Nothing at all. Okay? So let's say the government, the central bank decides to give a break and says, you know what, we don't have any more requirements. Okay? We don't have any more requirements. Zero. So zero reserve, 100% access. What do you think the bank's going to do with this access? The bank's going to lend this money. Someone's going to go there and borrow. So that's called a loan. Loan number one. Look at that. The loan number one. Good. So let's say someone goes there and borrows $100. Pay attention now in this sequence of events. Someone goes there and borrows $100. What happened? That person goes and spends the $100 in a grocery store. The owner of the grocery store takes that money and deposits that money into the bank. Look at that. Now the bank has zero money creation. Let's put zero here. Zero reserves. Excess 100. So you know what? The bank can make a second loan with that $100. Okay. Now imagine that this keeps happening. Look at that. There you go. Didn't work, but it will work now. There we go. There we go. So look at that. If it's 0% required, that $100 deposit can become a loan. Someone else takes it, spends, a person get that $100, put it back in the bank make another loan, and the process repeats. So ask yourself here, how many loans do you think this bank can do if the requirement is 0%? Answer, infinite number of loans. An infinity number of loans can be made, right? But if you put 100% here, then I go 100. Then there's no loans because everything has to be in the bank, so nothing goes out. Okay? And the idea is if you keep increasing the requirements, you keep reducing the amount of money. And if you keep lowering the requirement, you increase the amount of money. So 100% requirement, no loans. A 0% requirement, an infinite number of loans. And any number in between, how many loans I can have or how many times the money is going to be multiplied. Here, the money is going to be multiplied infinite times. How do I know that? Well, it's 1 divided by 0 because that's the requirement. Okay? 1 divided by 0. If is 100%, will be 1 divided by 100%. So in other words, the multiplier, and let's put this one here. What do you call the multiplier? And don't forget that 1 divided by the required ratio. Okay, that could be a question in the exam. This is the money multiplier. Okay, the monetary multiplier. Okay, because there's another multiplier called the fiscal multiplier, but this is the monetary multiplier. There you go, 1 required ratio. Good. Well, I hope it is, because we need to keep on going here. All right. And finally, there you go, money multiplier. Finally, the last two, which is called the discount rate. The discount rate means the interest rate in the economy. Right? It's going to increase or decrease. So if the interest rate increases, less money available in circulation. You know, you're not going to borrow money from the bank if it's the interest rate is too high. And if the interest rate decreases, goes to 0%, then people use more credit cards and they will spend more money, the economy will expand. So increasing is a contractionary policy, decreasing the interest rate is an expansionary monetary policy. Now let me tell you one thing here that's very important, friends. Okay, the central bank does not have the authority or does not have the power, let's say, okay, does not have the power to change your credit card rates, right? Or change the interest rate that the banks will charge on credit cards and things like that. Okay, so the idea is that the central bank does something that gets transmitted to the economy, okay, and gets transmitted, let's call it transmission mechanism, as we call it. Okay, so it's important that you arrive on the exam knowing what is this transmission mechanism from the the central bank of a country. Okay, so I'm going to show that to you now. What is this transmission mechanism? Just a second, getting myself ready here. There you go. This is the transmission mechanism. Okay, central bank does something and will affect the market. Okay, the market, what you call market participants. It's going to affect the market. Okay, so this could be a direct or indirect transmission. Okay, don't worry much about that because this is like monetarists believe that this is a direct transmission. Keynesian believes that's an indirect transmission. But the idea is, what is the transmission mechanism? It's when central bank takes an action and it transmits to the market. So an example that works well here is the following. The central bank will change the discount rate, the interest rate. What is the discount rate, by the way? Is the interest rate that the central bank of a country charges for a loan that another bank needs. So it's the lowest interest rate in the economy. So how this works on the transmission mechanism? Very simple. If the central bank increase its discount rate, all the other interest rates, credit card, mortgage, vehicle, will also increase like a domino. Like that's the transmission mechanism. So if it's quick, it's direct. If it takes a long time, it's indirect. Okay, but that's the idea of the transmission mechanism. It's central bank doing something affecting the buyers and the sellers, which you call the market participants. Right? Like a domino type of thing. Now, what could block this transmission mechanism? Well, a liquidity trap could block the transmission mechanism. So you need to know what a liquidity trap is. It's a situation where the rates are very low and saving money becomes more attractive than spending. Right? So I already consume everything I needed, right? So everything I need to consume, it's already done. My needs are taken care. So what else do I need to do? Well, I'm gonna save some money. So when the interest rates are very low, okay, you're already kind of like satisfied your wants, then you could arrive on a liquidity trap. It's when the interest rates are too low, then it doesn't matter if the central bank lowers the interest more and more, nothing will happen. This transmission mechanism here, the domino will not fall because the market participants will not take advantage of the lower rate that the central bank is doing, right, or offering at that point. Okay? Central banks lower interest to stimulate the economy, but business prefer to hold on cash rather than using for one reason or another. Good. Well, that's it for the review for government policies. Let's go quick here, or not quick, but let's now talk about geopolitics, introduction to geopolitics, okay? And then let's try to finish with the economics review with trade and trade and international finance, currencies and exchange rates. All right, so let's see. Intro to geopolitics. That's a new chapter, okay? A new topic, relatively new, okay? Relatively new. So look at the learning objectives, the learning outcomes, It's all describe. That's not a chapter that I'm going to spend much time doing a review because it's relatively easy for you to follow and filter some questions that might appear in the exam from this chapter, okay? So the ones I selected here will be the key points that I would say, okay, the key points. There you go. Would be national governments and political cooperation. Remember that chart that talks about the types of cooperation in governments, the forces behind globalization, the types of international trade organization, the WTO, the IMF, the World Bank, access geopolitical risks, what are the tools, and what is the investment process related to geopolitical risk. So the idea here, friend, is you're a financial analyst and you have a portfolio of global stocks or sovereign bonds, and of course geopolitical risk will be a factor on your portfolio and what you need to know. That's the idea here. So let's see. This graph here, I'm going to take myself out of the equation here for now, so you can see the whole thing. There we go. So try to understand this graph, because you could get a question on this. Degrees of globalization, and the opposite is anti-globalization, which is we call nationalism. And then on the X, the horizontal line, you have cooperation and non-cooperation. And then you have 4 areas. Each area determines a name. Multilateralism is when the country engages in globalization and cooperation. Okay, you can see here countries on the European Union, forming the European Union. That's an example. But you could have cooperation, but nationalism, which is like 2 or 3 countries or a region, it's performing cooperation, but nobody else is allowed. So it's kind of bilateral. Bilateral doesn't mean 2 countries, could be 2 regions, okay? Now, if the country is nationalist, anti-globalization, and does not like to cooperate, then it becomes an autarky. And if it's fully engaged in globalization, but it's not cooperating, and it's a hegemony, if you pronounce the H. Memorize those, because this could be a question. Okay? All right. What do we have here? Here we have what we call degrees of cooperation. Okay, that could be also a question, right? What represents more or less degrees of cooperation? There you go, put it there. So there you go. Total cooperation. Rules are standard, tariffs are standard, free movements, reciprocation or reciprocity in the exchange of technology. That's an example of cooperation. And examples of non-cooperation obviously will be the opposite. Okay? I don't know if this would be a question or not, because it seems a little bit too simple. All right. This could be a question as well on geopolitics, on the geopolitical risk and the tools. So remember those 3 risks here: event, exogenous, and thematic risk. Event risk is a change in the government, okay, which is it's not too bad. Change for socialist to capitalist or vice versa. And you have a sovereign bond portfolio. What's going to happen? Which kind of risk this will impact your portfolio? An exogenous risk will be like a coup d'etat, like will be a revolution or something a little bit more serious. They could definitely affect the portfolio of global stocks. In a thematic risk, that's a war. That's also impact the portfolio of those investing. See, we're not discussing politics here, friends. We discuss the impact of those geopolitical risks in a portfolio of assets. And that's why you financial analysts need to know this. All right. Tools to kind of like implement or making countries to kind of like follow some agreements, right? So you can have a national security tool, threaten with some kind of war or something, an economic tool that you can stop trading, or a financial tool where you can stop the financial transactions going through your country related to the other country. The United States usually has this tool, implement this tool quite often, because a lot of financial transactions pass through the United States from other countries. So it's a tool, a geopolitical tool, financial. I wouldn't say financial war, because that's not correct word, but it's a way to pressure using finance or the financial market to do that, to accomplish that. My friend, and the last one I want to show here to you is this graph here for the global index. Okay, it's kind of like important here, because you need to read this global index. Like, if one question appears on your exam, right, then at least you're familiar with. The global index is the lower the better. Okay, so you can see here that the green light is on the negative score. Okay, and the orange lines are on the above score. So positive scores represent crises and risks. Negative scores represents less risk. So just trying to see if maybe a question like that would appear here. Okay, well, that's it for the geopolitics. And now I'm going to start the review of fixed called trade and capital flows. That's the one I'm going to start. Let me see if there's any questions. Nothing? All right. Well, you're doing good. It's been a while now, but you know, everybody's still there. That's great. All right, friends, so let's go here. Trade and capital flows, classic topic. Okay, there's this one plus exchange rates, and then we're done with economics. Then we're going to cover FSA. Okay, all right. So trade and capital flows, learning outcomes. Okay, describe the benefits and the costs, compare restrictions, tariffs, subsidies, quotas, and explain the advantage of trading blocks, common markets, European custom unions, like the European Union will be an example of a common market. Make sure you know the difference. What are the elements of a trading block, common market, and custom union? So if there's a question for you to differentiate each, you know. So let's see the key terms for this chapter here. So the key terms, there you go. Comparative advantage, absolute advantage, restrictions, arguments, pros and cons. So what is a comparative advantage? Or how many of you know the difference between a comparative advantage and a absolute advantage, right? And because a country has absolute advantage, does it mean that the country should not trade, right? That's a classic question. So let's see. Comparative advantage is to have the advantage of producing something at a lower opportunity cost than another country, okay? or another producer. That's comparative advantage, right? So it's Latin American countries being able to produce certain agricultural products in a much better way, in a much comparative than Nordic countries on the northern hemisphere when you have a lot of snow. So that's the comparative advantage. So the trading rule says you should specialize, you should focus on what you have the comparative advantage of making, and then make it more than you need, export the excess, and then with the money made selling these products overseas, you use to buy the products you did not produce. That's the idea of the comparative advantage applied to trade. What about an absolute advantage? Absolute advantage is the country that can do better than any other one. We're talking about countries here, not companies. But still, they will have something that produces better than something else inside its own country. Or if that's true, the law of the comparative advantage also applies. The country should specialize in products that can do better. Even though it do better, any products better than other ones, should have some products that do better than others, and then should focus and do exactly the same. Trade restrictions, I would try to see if you can memorize or remember the restrictions of embargoes, tariffs and quotas. Tariffs and quotas are more common. What is the difference between a tariff and a quota? A tariff generates money to the local government. A quota does not. A quota is a restriction on the number. A tariff does not have any restriction on the number of products being sold. Arguments in favor or against restrictions. I'm going to give you one of each. Argument in favor of a restriction with trade of another country. The national defense argument. Or one that China uses quite often, or has used in the past quite often. The infant industry argument. Our industries are not big enough or large enough or developed enough to compete with foreign industries or foreign companies, so we're going to restrict trade until our companies become competitive enough, and then we open for trade. Right? It's not a wrong argument. right? It's not the wrong argument, right? We can see that it has some positive, I don't know if it was because of this argument, but you see some positive effects on the Chinese economy, right? Because now you see lately, not 10, 15 years ago you didn't, but now you see more competitive industries from China, right? Especially in the telecom sector. All right. Now let's give you a argument against trade restriction. Would be the retaliation of the other country. Right? So if I put a restriction on trades of country A is going to put a restriction on the goods of country B. All right? So that's not good. Right? And it doesn't have to be a restriction on the same exactly product, right? Or service. Could be on something different that would hurt more the other country. All right. Some of the models of trading, okay? So we have the Ricardian, at least on this for the CFA exam, Ricardian model, Heckscher-Ohlin model. Try to get the main premises of each one. Ricardian model has to do with comparative advantage, including the absolute advantage. So countries should specialize in what they do better and trade the excess. That's the premise of the Ricardian model. The Heckscher-Ohlin model is that countries should export only goods and services which they have an abundant factor for it. So if the country has an abundant factor for labor, they should only produce labor-intensive products. If the abundant factor is capital, they should focus only on production of capital-intensive products and trade. Okay, some questions related to that might appear on the exam. I don't see why not. Another important point here, friends, is the balance of payments. Okay, so the balance of payments, it's a topic that a lot of candidates ask me, or at least several candidates has asked me in the past, right? About the current account, the capital account, and the balance of payments in general. So let's focus on two accounts only, current and capital, although there are more, but let's say, I think if you understand those two accounts, it probably make it easier for you to answer most questions, if not all questions related to that on your exam. What goes inside the current account? And if it's not going inside the current account, it goes to the other one. Think about that. So current account is the one that talks about the deals with the trade, transfers, anything related to buy, selling, and income that one citizen of country A makes on country B and vice versa. Includes donations to other countries as well. So look at that. Merchandise trade is on the current account. Service trade, so any type of trade goes to the current account. Any type of income received or paid. So let's say I'm working in another country and I'm receiving salary. Or you have an apartment in another country and you're getting rent. This is income abroad, to and from. And here should be income from or income from or to assets abroad. And transfers, donations, for example. Those are current account. If it's not here, then it goes to the other account called the capital account. Those are the financial transactions, the borrowing, country A borrowing from country B, or investments on the stock market, okay? That type of thing. And includes the official reserves here, but although the official reserves could be sometimes being presented as a separate account called the official reserve account. But I put it here so you can see it is in the same boat. All right, so the questions could be several. Which of the following is part of the current account? Or the salaries received, an architect in the United States received a payment from a design done for a client in Canada. In which of those will be recorded that transaction? It would be a plus or a minus. So remind you, outflow of money, it's negative. Inflow is positive. Paid, negative. Received, positive. Friends, the the balance of payments will always be in balance. The current account will balance with the capital. So if the current account is negative, the capital will be positive, right? And vice versa. And this will be done, this mechanism of being equal will be doing by change on the exchange rates and some kind of discrepancy that might occur called statistic discrepancy. All right, that's your balance of payments. And I predict at least one question on that on your exam. All right, let's finish with exchange rates. Okay, let's finish our economic review with capital markets, exchange rates, all of that, all those topics. So here is going to be describe, explain in some calculation, as I'm going to show here to you, some calculation of cross rates and in exchange rates in general. So that's how I'm going to show here. So the key points of capital markets, right? Or international foreign market. What about that? Yeah, after talking for so many hours, you need to drink a little bit of water. In this case, I drink a little bit of coffee, actually. Foreign exchange market, what it is. What determines the exchange rates? What gives value? Why an exchange rate increase in value, decrease in value? What is the types of exchange rates, regimes, or mechanisms, or ways called fixed and flexible? You might get some questions on that. Capital restrictions could also create a scenario that will impact the exchange rate. Capital restrictions will be more developed on level 2 regarding exchange rates. All right. My advice to you, friends, is arrive in the exam knowing the names of the most common exchange rates, which ones are the most expensive, I put in quotation, which ones you usually are quoted at a higher rate. For example, the British pound is usually a higher, USD, euro. The yen, the peso, they are usually less, or, they're comparatively, usually going to need less dollars, American dollars, to buy pesos, to buy yens, than the other way around. And those are the most currencies important: the US dollars, British pound, Canadian dollar, Australian dollars, the euro, the yen, the renminbi, the Hong Kong dollar, the South African ZAR, the ruble, and the Swiss franc. Okay, I did not put the Chinese yuan here, because the Chinese yuan and the renminbi, so it depends only on the transaction you're doing. This is important. It's going to be very important for level 2. Very important for level 2. So I'm going to put it more in a way that you can see better. There we go. Is the quote. Okay, so the CFA exam uses what we call the direct quote, A per B. How many of A I need to buy one of B? Try to read that. How many of A I need to buy one of B? That's the direct exchange rate quoted. And that's how the exam is going to present it to you. Okay. Another point that's important to mention here, friends, is that the appreciation and depreciation of the currencies are not exactly the same number. Okay, so this is important to kind of like observe here. I'm gonna make it more visible. There you go. So look at that. The appreciation of a currency against the foreign currency, well, actually put a domestic currency against the foreign currency, is the inverse of 1 minus the depreciation of the foreign currency. Memorize that. So, for example, if the depreciation is 10% of one currency is 10%, the appreciation of the other will be 1 divided by 1 minus this. So the other is going to appreciate about 11%, not 10. One depreciated 10, the other appreciate 11.11%. The only thing you can tell is for sure is that if one currency depreciates, the other will appreciate, but you don't know it's not by the same amount. Here we have our exchange rate regimes. So try to see if you can, I have here, I'm going to put it for you to see after, okay? A currency board, parity, target zone, crawling, manage float, and the free float. Put this on my bar, there we go. And understand which ones are fixed and which ones are flexible. And try to see if you can explain each one of them. Okay, if you can't, well, then I'm going to put here for you like an image, right, that I created here, which hopefully you will be able to see all of them. Okay, let me see. There we go. I think it would be better if I get out of the image. There we go. Okay, let's try to read this. Just a second. There we go. Perfect. All right. So try to read this, right? I'll give you here for 1 minute, or if you want to take a screenshot, then I can move on, okay? I'm going to just mention a couple things here that's important. All right, friends, so let's see here, okay? So the currency board, the parity, target zone, crawling, pegging, manage in the free float. You don't see all of them, so I'll show the free float after, okay? Try to read the description and the pros and cons of each one, okay? Because that's the idea here, okay? And might not be in a very large frame, but try to do the best you can here, or take a screenshot and try to study this after, okay? So currency board is a board, okay? Be careful, this currency board, it's not the central bank, okay? Be careful, is the difference between parity and pegging. They're different. Okay, parity and pegging, okay? And which ones are fixed and float, okay? So the managed float and the free float are the flexible exchange rates here. Okay? Pros and cons of each one. Always remember, friends, that a fixed exchange regime costs a lot of money. It's very expensive, okay? On the free float, it's cheaper. It doesn't require reserves. On the other hand, the free float can actually, the currency can go all the way, down, or can go up very highly without intervention. That could be also a problem. Okay. All right. Now let's see if you can do some examples of the calculations. So remember, some of those questions, friend, in the exam, okay, they might appear on a conceptual level, especially for the exchange rate, but maybe few of them will be on a calculation. So I'm going to kind of show you, but this is going to be, expect more calculation of exchange rates on level 2, okay? But we never know, okay? All right, so I'm going to show to you here cross rate calculation and the forward rate calculation of exchange. Okay, forward rate calculation is going to be big on level 2. Okay, so important. It would be great if you can understand that now. All right, let's talk about the cross rates first. So cross rate is this. Always A per B, right? A per B. How many of the one on top? I need to buy one in the bottom. Okay? Now, you can do, for example, I don't have the Canadian per euro. Let's say I don't have that. Canadian per euro, I don't have. That's what I needed. Then I can do a little trick. I can take the Canadian per dollar and then multiply the dollar per euro. Then I cancel the US dollars and then I get Canadian per euro. If I need euro per Canadian, I invert the code. So if the Canadian per euro, right, it's 2 per 1, not 2 per 1, I need 2 Canadians to buy 1 euro, I need 50 cents of an euro to buy a Canadian. It's the inverse, okay? That's important to remember. So if you invert this, you get the euro per Canadian. You leave there, this Canadian per euro. This is called cross rate, and you just do multiplying cross. Imagine this is a fraction, A divided by B, right? And here B divided by C, and you cancel B. And then you get A divided by C. That's the idea. For the forward rates, friends, okay, for the forward rates, okay, we're going to be doing, oh, there you go, this little formula here, okay, is 1 plus the interest rate of country A divided by 1 plus the interest rates of country B, okay? The interest rate has to be adjusted by, if it was less than a year, by 360 days, okay? So, which number goes on top, which number goes on bottom, right? I always kind of like, and this goes back here, what I want to do with you. I want you to imagine, right, what will give, what will increase or decrease the value of a currency. So let's think about inflation and interest rates for now. Then we talk about the other ones, because a lot of things could influentiate the interest rate, right? But let's talk about inflation, the exchange rate. A lot of things could influentiate the exchange rates. So take a look. Inflation, high inflation, depreciates currency, okay? Interest rate. And here I'm going to put real interest rates. Real interest rates, real, not nominal, I insist, real interest rates will appreciate the currency, okay? So a country A pays more real interest rate than country B, then the currency of country A will appreciate. But if the nominal interest rate on country A is higher, that's because of inflation. And inflation depreciates the currency. All right? Good. So I'm going to put the real interest rate out because this is more level 3 or level 2. And I want to focus only on inflation depreciating currencies. So if the nominal rate, let's put here, country A, nominal rate equals 10%. Country B, nominal rate equals, let's say, 13%. Be careful, huh? Country A pays less interest than country B. That's true. But country A does that because country A has less inflation than country B. That's what you need to get from here, okay? So I see that 10 here, 13 here, immediately because it's nominal, I see, uh-oh, country B has 3% more inflation than country B. I can see that, okay? Because that's the difference between inflation. So that's called the inflation differential is the difference here. That inflation differential will cause the currency to depreciate by that differential. So if predict how much country B currency will depreciate. Country B currency will depreciate by 3% because that's the inflation differential of those two. Okay. Now, what about the interest rate differential? Interest rate differential, you have to add 1. So it becomes 1.1 and here 1.13. Okay, 1.1 and 1.13. Now follow me here because this is going to be more helpful for level 2, but I'm going to say this now. Look at that. That's 1 plus the annual interest, nominal, 1 plus the nominal interest rate of country A, 1 plus the nominal interest rate of country B. All right, and then what? Well, then, friends, okay, you have to predict it, how much the currency is going to appreciate or depreciate. But now the question is, which country will have the currency depreciating? Country B. Okay, country A has less inflation. So pay attention. If the A per B, let's actually do B per A so you can see it better. B per A equals 1.5. Okay, B per A is 1.5. And you know, there you go, that B has more inflation. Okay, so predict, before you do any calculation, because this is good for questions, quick questions, predicted a number that will be after a year on this 150. How much will be the exchange rate between B and A year from now, assuming those interest rates? Forget the inflation, just take a look on the interest rate. Okay, well, see, the interest rate, well, actually inflation as well, right? The country with more inflation is the country with more interest nominal rate, and that's the one that has the currency depreciating. So I'm going to give you two answers here, 1.8, okay, and 1.2. That's the value of the exchange. Think with me here, okay? Which one do you think, right, will be more, let's put a currency there, right? There we go. Oh, there we go. Good. Look at that. 1 point. Think with me here carefully, right? If the exchange rate today between B and A is 1.5, and B will pay 13% interest, nominal interest rate, A is going to pay 10, okay? What do you think is going to happen to the exchange rate between B and A? Well, think. Today, I need 1.5 of B to buy 1A. I need 1.5 Canadian dollar to buy an American dollar. Good. Good. That's what's written here. Now, let's see the difference in the interest rate. Because country B is going to have more inflation, pay attention now, I'm going to need more of the currency B to buy the currency A. So, if I have to guess between 1.8 and 1.2, I would guess 1.8 will be the future exchange rate. It will increase. Oh, but you said that B is depreciating. Yes, the currency is depreciating, but the quotation, the quote, the rate will appreciate because B is on the numerator. I'm going to need more B to buy A because B depreciates. B depreciated, I need more B. If B had appreciated, I would need less of B. Then I would take 1.2 as my answer. All right? So That's the interest rate differential, or inflation differential, if you may say. How would you calculate the right answer? Well, I'm going to use the 1 plus the nominal interest rate to do that. So think with me here. 1.5 has to increase, correct? So it's going to be 1.5 times, okay, 1 plus interest on top, right? And divided by 1 plus interest on the bottom. Think with me here carefully. Which one goes on top? Which one goes on the bottom, without memorizing anything, just by using your logic? Well, I know the answer has to be higher than 1.5, right? Because country B has inflation. How do I guarantee that 1.1 divided by 1 plus the interest rate divided by the other 1 plus interest rate is going to give me a number that multiplied by 1.5 is going to increase 1.5. I don't have a choice, right? I have to do 1.5 times the bigger interest rate on top, 1.13, divided by the smaller 1.1. Because if I do the other way around, my friends, I'm going to get a number that's smaller than 1.5, and we know that's not the answer. So let's do this one quick. 1.5 here times 1.13 divided by 1.1. 1.54. There we go. Which is higher than it was before, and it's about 3% higher than it was. But that's how you do it. 1 plus the interest rate divided by the other 1 plus the interest rate. You decided which one you're going to go on top, on the bottom. Okay? So take a look now. If I made a mistake, and I put 1.1 on top and the 1.13 on the bottom, friends, take a look. Then I go 1.47, and I know it's not the right answer. How do I know it's not the right answer? Because I predicted that the answer would be higher than 1.5. Okay? That's the understanding you want to have, related to exchange rates. Inflation, depreciate, but be careful. Depreciating a currency does not mean that the quote or the rate will go down or up. You have to see who is on the top and who is on the bottom. And then ask yourself, do I need more or less of that to buy the other one? All right? Okay, that's it, friends. That's, I think that's we cover here very well. And that's the formula here. 1 plus interest rate P divided by 1 plus interest rate B. All right. Just mention here, 4 points is the difference between one currency today and the currency in the future, and is expressed in terms of 10,000. Okay, so 1 point, 1/4 point equals 1 divided by 10,000 is 0.0001. Okay, here is 1.7 points. Then will be 0.000017, because by convention we only use 4 decimals after the dot. We're gonna round it to 2. All right, good. Well, that's it. We're done with economics. We're now moving on to financial statement analysis. Okay, financial statement analysis is gonna be our next destination. Okay, all right. I'm just kind of organizing here a little bit, and then we can start it. Okay, reminding you the FSA is about almost 20% of your exam, not quite 20% of your exam, but it's a heavy component of the exam right there. FSA. Okay, those are the topics you need to know. All right, so income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement, those are the 3 statements. Okay, ratios, you need a list of ratios that you need to know for level 1. Okay, level 2 you're going to have to know more. inventory, fixed assets, taxes, long-term liabilities. And then it finishes with financial reporting and financial statement application. Financial reporting, it's the quality of financial reporting. That's a classic topic. It's been there for ages. Financial statement application, okay, will be more like how to use the financial statements in financial analysis, okay? So it'll be like for valuation, for modeling. So it's going to be financial statement applications is what modeling is for the 2024 exam. Okay, like income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statements, and then ratios. I like to consider this as one group. Then inventory all the way to long-term liabilities. I like to consider this as a second group. Financial reporting, financial statement applications is a third group. I like to include leasing as a, or to kind of like call your attention at leasing as a long-term liabilities. Okay, that could be a question on your exam. All right, so mentally think what questions could be from the income statement on my exam. Could be, for example, diluted earnings per share, calculated or weighted average earnings per share, or the weighted average number of shares. What about the balance sheet? Could be questions about the accounts on the balance sheet. Could be questions about classifications or current assets, long-term assets, current liabilities, long-term liabilities. Yeah? What about the cash flow statement? Calculating the cash flow from operations. Know the difference between cash flow from operations and cash flow from investing, cash flow from financing. Maybe knowing the relationship between those three cash flows. Okay? Another thing that's important, the common size statements. Okay? The income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement presented in percentage. Percentage of what? Okay? Income statement is the percentage of sales. Balance sheet is the percentage of assets, total assets. Cash flow is either percentage of sales or percentage of inflows and outflows. The ratios, there's a list of ratios that I want you to remember. And then inventory, fixed assets, and taxes, and long-term liabilities are specific points of the balance sheet components. So on the inventory, you're going to get questions of the FIFO, LIFO reserve. Fixed assets, you could get questions about impairment, about depreciation, about the revaluation model, about goodwill. Taxes, you could get questions on deferred tax asset, deferred tax liability. When is a deferred tax asset? When is a deferred tax liability? Right? Long-term liability, I predict something related to leasing or lease contracts. Financial reporting is the quality. What does give quality? Earnings quality or not. And the financial statement application will be a little bit like a modeling, forecasting, and integration of the three statements: income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow. Okay, so that's it. That's how we are dividing. Let's say those. The CFA Institute is dividing the material of the level 1, okay, for you. All right, so let me actually start getting ready. There you go. Just getting on point. I'm going to start with the income statement. Okay. There we go. And then we can move on to the other ones, right? So the income statement right here. There, just a second, just to get everything on. All right, I think now we are ready. There we go. Let's start. So income statement, friends, okay? Describe the principles and application, expense recognition. What is the difference between capitalize and expense? Capitalization is adding into the asset. Expense is adding into the income statement. Discontinuing operations, unusual and infrequent items. Where do we place those on the income statement? That's going to go net of taxes under others. Okay, not other comprehensive income. On the income statement, okay, below the operating profit, like in a line right in the end, okay, you're gonna put it there, unusual, infrequent, or discontinued operations, and then you're gonna put the values there if it's an income or is a cost, net of taxes. That's the key to remember here. Yeah. Interpret and calculate basic and diluted EPS, which I believe could be a question, and common size ratios. All right, friends. So you could get, it's not impossible that you could get a question on revenue recognition, on expense recognition, okay? Which will be when to recognize the expense. When to recognize the revenue. Okay? So for example, most of the time you recognize the revenue after the sale is completed. Okay? Even if you're getting paid yet. And the expense you're going to recognize when you incur, even if you haven't paid yet. But in certain cases, like you receive the money in advance, like a contractor that got X million dollars to put a building. Right? Receive the money in advance. How that contractor will recognize the revenue, because at the beginning, that's not a revenue, it's a liability. Receiving that money is called unearned revenue. How that revenue becomes earned, then you have to remember some of the accounting methods, especially here the percentage of completion method. If you complete in 1 year 30% of the project, you recognize 30% of the revenue, and so on and so forth. Okay, expense recognition is when it happens, not when you pay. That's important. Okay, let's remind you the accrual method of accounting. Non-recurring items are the ones that doesn't happen often. Right, a hurricane destroying the inventory of the company. Right, or a discontinuing operation. The company decides to sell a line of products they no longer want it anymore. Where do you classify those items in the balance sheet, on the income statement? Okay? And let's finish with earnings per share, diluted or not, and the ratios and common size. All right. So the revenue recognition, the accrual method, unearned revenues. Here I mentioned the percentage of completion, also called the contract method. Expense recognition. Period cost, product cost, capitalization versus an expenses. What is period and product cost, and why they have to be separated? Well, period costs are expenses that you pay to run the business. Product cost are expenses or costs directly related to the manufacturing or the purchase of a retail product. Okay, so a product cost for a ice cream manufacturer will be all the ingredients, all the labor, and all the indirect cost that happens inside the factory. That will be product cost. But anything that happens outside the factory, the salary of the accountant, right, maintenance of the office, right, and things like the marketing expenses, those are called period costs. So just remember, product cost has to be related to the manufacturing or purchase of the product that you're going to resell. Capitalization and expense means that you can capitalize into the asset or you can expense into the income statement. Okay, that's how you can do it. All right. Let me see here. Just a comment here that despite the requirement, according to the standards, require companies to capitalize software development cost after a product feasibility is established. Okay. Despite this requirement, judgment determine feasibility means that the company capitalization practice may differ. My comment is the following. If is a if question, maybe in this case, but in other case may not, I don't think that they would privilege a question like that in the exam, but I want to put it here just in case, okay? Kind of, if you see this now, maybe helpful if you're taking the exam tomorrow or the day after, or even, I mean, you're going to take the exam in the next 6 days for sure, right? All right. And the revenue recognition, I put an example here, okay? A real estate developer has received $8 million for 3-year contract. The total cost will be estimated in $3 million. Assume that the company used that. What is the gross profit margin on year 2? Look at that. So we need to figure out how much was the revenues on year 2, how much was the cost on year 2, and then one minus the other is the gross profit on year 2. So on year 1, you recognize 35% of cost and revenue, and year 2 40, and the other one 25. It's not a difficult practice. It's just a matter of remembering how to do. Let's talk about the non-recurring items, discontinued operations, unusual events. Okay, so look at that. That's how you organize. Earnings before taxes, it's your operating profit after expense, assuming here no interest, okay? No interest expense. That's the earnings before taxes. Minus the taxes, then plus or minus the others. The non-recurring equals net income. So the non-recurring goes below taxes, net of taxes. Okay, to remember that. So look at this example here. Okay, I have an example here. There we go. Very quick. There you go. There we go. The tax not showing up, but I have here 30%. All right, so take a look. Discontinuing a line of products. The book value, or the book value, I guess, right? The accounting value of this product, okay? It's 1,000, and it's sold for 1,300, okay? Or sold for 800. I have 2 scenarios here. So let's see the first scenario. How much would the company include on the plus or minus non-recurring? For the first case, sold for 1,300. Well, it sold for 1,300. Let's put here, right? 1,300. But we will have to pay taxes, right? On the profit. Pay attention. Profit. Tax on the profit. Tax on the amount above book value, which in this case was $300 or 300 dineros. So 300 times 30%. Okay? That's 30% of the profit being paid in tax. 1,210 is the value. I'm going to put it on here, a plus 1210. Now pay attention, friends, with the other case where I sold for less than was worth. There's a loss of 800. Okay, so here would be a gain. But what about a loss? If it's a loss, look what happened when it's a loss. Okay, you sold for 800, correct? 800, right? And something that was worth 1,000. So you lost $200. Look at that. You lost 200. But be careful. you're gonna get a tax credit for the loss. So that loss is not gonna be too bad for you. So that 200, we're gonna multiply that by 1 minus tax. That's a tax credit for you, okay? Excuse me, multiply by the tax, not 1 minus tax. And that's a tax credit for that, 60. So in other words, okay, the loss, okay, the loss that they're gonna bring it here, the price that they're gonna bring here is a 860, okay? Is the price that they paid, okay, minus a $60 tax credit for the loss of $200. Pay attention is that, okay? So pay attention to that. So my loss, it's not gonna be 200, okay? My loss is gonna be less than that, okay? My loss is gonna be about $60 less than I thought you would be because of the tax credit, okay? There you go. That's important to remember, okay? That you get a tax credit on the loss and you get a tax payment on the profit, only on the difference. All right, I think now we can continue here. This is the common size, so that's very simple. The common size is taking each one of those numbers and dividing by the net sales. I don't need to do the first one, obviously. And then I can interpret what's written here. 45% of the cost of goods sold, or cost of goods sold equals 45% of the sales, okay? Earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization, okay? It's gonna be 50% of the revenue, okay? The EBIT, earnings before tax, is 43%. Oh, there's a mistake here, hold on. Yeah, hold on a sec. It's correct, minus 50, it's 500, minus 100 is 400, minus 30, oh, there's a problem here, sorry about that. It's 370. I'm glad I got it, there you go. The tax expense, no, there you go. There you go, that 370 is my earnings before taxes, sorry about that, very good. And now my tax expense will be what? Let's say it's 85, let's leave as it is. And there you go, perfect, now it's good. So each one of those numbers, friends, divided by net sales, not total sales, net. What is the difference between total sales and net sales? The discounts in the returns on sales, and you have to account for that. And there you go. So here we are arriving home, or in the end, with about 28.5% of the profit, or net profit, which is a very high profit margin, right there. It's rounded to 29. Okay. Good, all right. I'm not gonna talk about ratios yet, okay? But the ratios will be important at one point here. So I will talk about ratios after. If I was doing this for the balance sheet, which I'm going to show after, is I'll take each account for the balance sheet and divide it by total assets, and then I get the percentage. Why this is helpful? Because you can compare companies now, right, in the same industry with those numbers, for example, right? Instead of comparing them with money figures, which can be misleading. For companies larger than the other, you're going to have some kind of differences on the magnitude of the numbers, but on the percentage, you will not. All right. Couple of things to remember here. What is the comprehensive income, which is the net income plus the other comprehensive income, and make sure just to guarantee what are the most important, most common components of the OCI, other comprehensive income. Okay, what are the most common ones? So you have several in the material. You have unrealized gain losses. on certain investments, unrealized gain losses on hedging, unrealized gain losses on translation of financial statements, okay, and others. So that's called OCI. OCI are the items that doesn't go through the income statement and goes directly to the equity, because that's what the net income should go. If the company retains the profit, the net income will be added into the equity on the retained earnings. Okay, OCI, it's an account below retained earnings. Okay, it's a separate account. All right, now let's see those problems here that maybe you face one in the exam. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. Okay, which will be the problems of a dilution or non-dilution of earnings per share. All right. So the first step on that you need to know here on the diluted, undiluted EPS is the calculation of the weighted average number of shares. Now, those questions are going to be separated, in my opinion, in your exam. You either get a question to calculate the weighted average number of shares, or you get a question to calculate the diluted earnings per share with the weighted average already given to you. Okay? All right. So the weighted average number of shares, the only thing you need to worry about is the issues of the stock dividends, stock split, and time of issuance, which I'm going to put here. Time, stock dividend, and stock split, okay? Which you're going to be addressing one after the other. Let me take a look on the questions here. If there's anything. Obrigado. No questions. All right. So let's continue here. Friends, let go. Time, stock dividend, stock split. I put every one on this example here. So this example will deal with all of them. So let's see. Okay. Let's see how this works. So that's a typical problem. Okay. I imagine if you're going to get it, it's going to be very similar to this one. Look at that. Time frame, January to November, December, whatever it is. Okay. Always remember that you're doing for December 31st. Okay. So how many shares do I have weighted average by December 31st? So let's see. On January, I had 10,000. Forget about the stock dividend and stock split. Forget it. So I had 10,000 in January. I have 2,000 in July and 1,000 in November. Theoretically, someone that doesn't know much about accounting, will take the 10 plus 12, 13, 1,200, and the answer will be 13,1,200 shares. Wrong. Why? Because of the time issue. So all the stocks have to be weighted proportionally to the time that it was in the balance sheet. Less than a year or more than a year. If it's 1 year or more, is 100%, the weight. But if it's less than a year, for example, July, look at those shares in July, okay? July 1st, okay? So those ones in July 1st, right? They stay the entire months of July, plus August, September, October, November, December, 6 months. Right? So 50%. I don't know how to do that mentally. Well, then do 6 months divided by 12 months. Okay, do that proportion. 6 divided by 12. Great. What about this one here? In 1st of November, it's 2 divided by 12. Because you stay the whole months of November plus the months of December. That's how we do this. And here, if you want to use the same logic, is 12 divided by 12. So that's the time factor. Okay? But besides the time factor, you're going to have some number factors here. So take a look. I had 10,000 shares on January. On April, we got a stock dividend. So every shares before April will be increased by 10%. So look at that. Now I have 11,000 shares. 11,000 after that stock dividends. All right. Now I have 2,000 shares here. Well, the 2,000 shares do not get the dividends. So stay there. And these 1,200 shares also do not get the dividends because the dividend was in April. Only the ones before April will be affected by. Great. But now in October, I had a stock split, 3-1. A split will increase the number of shares, in this case, 3 times. So all the stocks, all the shares before January, my friends, October, all the shares before October will be impacted by the 3-1. So that 11,000 becomes 33,000. This 2,000 becomes 6,000. And the 1,200 becomes 1,200 because it was after the split. Great. Now, do the average. This times this, plus this times this, plus this times that. Okay? So that would be the calculation. So let's see how much you get. You get 33,000 plus 6,000 times 6 divided by 12 is 3,000. Plus the 1,200 divided by, multiplied by 2 and divided by 12, you have what? 200. Okay, there you go. 36,200 shares is the weighted average. Use this example here, very comprehensive because I put 2 things going on here. Usually you might get 1. See if you follow this logic and if you're able to get that number. All right, let's continue here. I'm going to finish this with the dilution, diluted earnings per share. So it's very important to remember, friends, okay, very important to remember here, the basic earnings per share formula. And from the basic, if you understand what's going on, you do not need to memorize those 3 formulas I'm going to show here: the convertible, preferred, convertible bonds, and options, stock options. You do not need to memorize those formulas if you understand what's going on. So let's start. Basic earnings per share. What is it? What is a basic earnings per share? Is the net income minus the preferred dividends divided by the weighted shares, which you calculated here. That's why those 2 problems combined will not be given to you, right? Diluted especially. The weighted average will be given to you. You just have to perform the calculation of the dilution. The word is diluted, okay? Not diluted. Diluted. All right. Basic EPS. There you go. It's the profit minus, because you were looking for the basic EPS for the common shareholders. Important to remember that. Common shareholders. So we need that net income minus what we will oblige to pay to the preferred shareholders divided by the shares. Okay? Now, that's the basic. Now, you need to, if you are the accountant of the company, you need to inform the investors of any possible change, the common investors and the common stockholders, inform the common stockholders of any change on the basic earnings per share due to instruments that could become common stocks if converted. Okay? You have three scenarios. The convertible preferred means if all preferred shares were converted, let me rephrase, if all convertible preferred shares were converted into common shares, what happened to the basic EPS? Or if all the bonds, the convertible bonds were converted, what would happen to the common EPS? And if all stock options were converted, what would happen to the earnings per share, the basic earnings per share? It will be diluted or not? It will be less or not. If it's less than before, then you say the earnings per share could be diluted because of those instruments. But if not, then don't worry. There's not going to be dilution. Okay? So let's see here. The main formula, let's go there. It's net income minus preferred dividends divided by the shares. Now think with me here. If all the convertible preferred shareholders convert their preferred dividends, let's assume that all the shares are convertible, then after the conversion, look what happened on the basic formula. The numerator will be net income minus 0 because you don't need to pay preferred dividends anymore. And the denominator will increase by the new shares. That's it. So if you want to memorize this formula here, you can. Okay? If you want to memorize this formula here, go ahead. Net income minus 0 becomes net income divided by shares plus new shares. That's how you do the convertible preferred. You assume that you don't need to pay dividends, preferred dividends anymore. Now, on the convertible bond, you're going to have to pay preferred dividends because this is a convertible bond, not a convertible stock. So the convertible bond, you take the net income, subtract the dividends, but you're not going to need to pay interest on those bonds anymore because they were converted. Then you're going to have to add it back on the numerator. You added the after-tax interest that you didn't pay. You don't have to pay. They converted. So that money, the company doesn't have to pay that year. So it goes on the numerator. And on the denominator, you add the new number of shares. Finally, friends, okay, here, this one, the stock options. Stock options is a little bit tricky because the stock option, you have to use the treasury method. Treasury method. What is the treasury method? The treasury method is the method you use, okay, for treasury method. When you're gonna go buy treasury stocks. What's treasury stocks? Is when you go to the market and buy your own share. The company buys its own shares back. Treasury stocks creates the treasury method here. What is the treasury method? Well, it has to involves buying treasury stock, involves going to the market and buying stocks of the company. So the treasury method of stock options is the following. Nothing happens to the numerator. Therefore, the stock options will always be dilutive, always, because it's going to increase the denominator no matter what, and the numerator will be the same. So memorize that. Now, how do you change the denominator? You take the existing shares plus the new shares of the stock options minus the shares that the company will repurchase with the money earned by the stock options. Okay, so the stock options, you got $300 for three stocks. There you go, increasing 3, but you got $300 and you gave 3 more shares. That's increased the denominator by 3. But if it's with this $300, you can go in the market and buy 1 share back, then the denominator is going to increase by 2, not 3. That's the idea of the treasury method. So you can reduce the denominator by a certain amount. You're going to increase, but you're going to reduce as well. You're always going to increase more than reducing. Okay? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for them to exercise the stock options. All right. Well, I hope it is, because I need to keep on going here, friends. This is a review, right? So now let's talk about the balance sheet, which is a topic here. That's balance sheet is not a topic that's, like I said, what they call. We will have a question specific from this module, but I believe that understanding this will help you to understand questions related to this in other topics. Let me just see if there's any questions on the... Okay, nothing. All right. Please keep asking your questions if you have. Okay, tô vendo, I can see. All right, good, good, good. Let's see. So let's see the learning outcomes. Explain financial reporting and disclosure related to intangible assets, goodwill, financial instruments, non-current liabilities, and financial ratios. Those are the points that I found important to describe are here, actually. Those ones. Intangible assets, make sure you know what they are. Goodwill, it's an intangible asset, but it's a specific intangible. The financial instruments, they might be not required level 1 yet, but it is on the level 1 material 2023, is the investments on other companies, called investment on associated. Could be a company has 5% of the stocks of another company, or the company has a bond of other company, or company B has 35% ownership of company D, or some kind of other arrangements. So financial instruments are investments. Non-current liabilities are the long-term liabilities. Okay, long-term, non-current. Okay, an example is long-term debt. Ratios in common size analysis is important to remember. Capitalizing, expensing, and amortizing. Capitalize is adding money, adding value into the asset. Expensing is taking that money and putting on the income statement. I'll give you a very quick example. You have a building, an office building, and you change the roof and all the structures of that building, increasing the life of the building for another 50 years. You spent $1 million. That $1 million you're going to throw to it for expense, or you're going to add as part of the value of the building? Answer, you're going to add as part of the building, because that expenditure of $1 million change considerably the life of the building. So with that in mind, if instead of $1 million in structure, they spend $100,000 painting the building, that $100,000 would be on expense, because it does not change considerably the life of an asset just by painting that asset. That would be the same with changing the tires of a vehicle versus changing the engine of a vehicle. Changing the engine, you capitalize the cost. Changing the tires, you expense the cost. All right? Now, if you capitalize, you're going to have an impact on depreciation and amortization. Right? Those are the impacts that you need to feel. That's going to be more on ratio analysis. All right. What is goodwill? Goodwill is the excess price paid for an asset. Okay, that's goodwill. So, and you could be company A purchase company 30% of company B and paid $10,000 or $100,000 or $1 million more than the book value. That's goodwill, the excess payment. Now, why a company will do that? For several reasons, right? Especially for symbiosis or synergy, synergy reasons, when you can actually get some synergy from the company that you are acquiring, even if it's less than 50%. All right. Or you can get some good investments as well. And anyhow, goodwill, it's not abnormal. It's actually quite often. If you go to the state of California, or at least a few years ago, you could actually see a property for sale, and people do offer more than the value, just because they want to have the property. That would be an example of goodwill, the excess payment for that property. All right. That's it. Let's continue here. Intangible assets might be something on your exam, so make sure that you know the difference between a purchased and a homemade intangible. A purchase asset always, let me rephrase. A purchase asset, intangible asset, most likely will be amortized. The depreciation for an intangible asset is called amortization. Remember that. A homemade intangible will not be amortized. A homemade, only in a very specific case on the IFRS, International Financial Reporting System. GAAP, homemade intangible assets, with very few exceptions related to software, that would be expenses, right? That would not be an asset, would not be considered an asset. Finite and infinite life that also affects the amortization of an intangible. If your intangible has infinite life, like goodwill, you do not amortize. And if it has finite life, like patents, you amortize, amortization. All right? So that's important to remember. So when do you amortize a intangible? When it's purchased and has finite life. Other than that, you do not amortize. Goodwill is tested for impairment. So when you're arriving fixed assets, we're going to talk about impairment. Okay? So look at it. Company A purchased 40% investment of Company B. Company A paid $175 for the stake. And the book value of Company B is $300. So how much should be paid by Company A for this $300? Well, I bought 40%. 40% of 300, $120. But he paid $175. He paid $55 more. That would be the goodwill, assuming nothing else. Financial instruments, I don't know how much this will be on level 1. This is definitely going to be on level 2, but it is on your material level 1. So I want to at least kind of like identify. Financial instruments called hold to maturity, available for trade, available for sale. Okay. Those are the names. Okay. The HTM, everything that's given by this investment goes to the income statement. Available for trade investments, everything that you earned goes to the income statement, and unearned as well. The available for sale instruments, whatever you receive for real goes to the income statement. Whatever that's unrealized goes to the OCI on the balance sheet. Okay? And you're going to have, this one is very level 2, but just in case, if you purchase an investment, you have influence on that investment, means I purchased 30% of a company, therefore I can sit on the board of directors, or I have a seated, sitting on the board of directors or some kind of influence there. Then I have to use a different accounting method called the equity method. This you learn on level 2. All right. Examples of non-current liabilities is the lease, long-term debt, which everybody knows, it's bonds payable, deferred liabilities, or deferred taxes, and those two here, lease payable, which I believe could be the more likely to have a question on your exam, and the PBO, which is called projected benefit obligation. It's for companies that pay retirement benefits for the employees. PBO. It's going to be big on level. Well, it used to be big on level 2. It's getting less because I believe companies are not using more defined benefit retirement plans anymore. I have a feeling that PBO or pension benefits, it's kind of like migrating to level 1. Okay, but I don't think in 2023 you see this yet. And the deferred taxes, okay, deferred tax liability, not deferred tax asset. A deferred tax liability is a non-current liability. A deferred tax asset will be a non-current asset. My friends, here finishing is the common size of the financial statements. Okay, so actually I think I'm going to take myself out of the equation here. There you go. So what we have here is, take it. Perfect. So look at that. We have all those numbers here. Okay, we don't have exactly the total. Not showing up, I guess not. 1 second. Now we will. Perfect. So look at that. All those values here. I divided by the total asset, right there. And then I get the percentage of each one compared with the total asset. Same deal with the other side. And now you can communicate, right? You can communicate. 5% of the total assets in cash. PPE, property, plant, and equipment, net depreciation is 52% of that company. Which kind of, just by taking a look on this, could you be able to guess which kind of business, which kind of industry this company is? Well, with 52% on PPE, it cannot be a service business, right? It has to be a manufacturing, an oil company, electricity, utility provider, something like that, right? So that's why the common size helps kind of identify also. If this was a service business and they have 52% of PPE, okay, or let's better example, okay, if they are a service business and they have 10% of inventory, they have inventory of what? Because a service business, like which inventory Netflix will have, right? Or some kind of like a, you know, a service provider would have in terms of inventory, right? So you can see that, for example, if you're looking for a service business and had a high inventory, then there's something wrong there. That's why the common size can be helpful in other ways as well, okay? 60% of total assets is equivalent to retained earnings. Nice number, okay? Long-term debt is 25%. So look, you can have a good picture, at least a preliminary picture of this business. Good? All right. Look, I'm gonna, before I talk about cash flow would be my next. I'm gonna talk about ratios, okay? First. Then I'll talk about cash flow. Okay, so let me put myself back in the picture here. I'm gonna do some explanation. There you go. Perfect. So I want you to see this very quickly. Take a screenshot. Okay, there's not much I can do here except to re-emphasize that you need to know the ratios. So make sure you know your liquidity ratios, your activity ratios or asset management ratios, your solvency ratios, and your profitability ratios. And on the activity ratios, your days in and your cycles, especially the cycles, okay? And DuPont identity for the profitability ratio. So let's see. Liquidity ratio, those three: current, quick, and cash. Now, a couple of things you need to remember is the quick ratio doesn't have inventory, right? You subtract the inventory. So a classic question on quick ratio will be this: if the company changed from LIFO to FIFO inventory method, what happens to the quick ratio? Nothing. Nothing happened to the quick ratio because quick ratio does not have inventory. Now, the current ratio will be larger for FIFO and less for LIFO in periods of increasing price, in periods of inflation. Just remind you that. All right. The activity ratios, I think, has chances to be in the exam more than the others. Well, the profitability ROE, DuPont maybe as well. But look at that. The activity ratio, you have two groups: the turnovers and the days in. So if you remember the turnovers, all you have to do to calculate the days in is take 365 and divide it by that turnover. So that's what days in are, 365 divided by the turnover. And the turnover are those guys here. All turnovers will have on the denominator of the ratio the name in front of the turnover. So look at that. If I have receivables turnover, the denominator is accounts receivable. Inventory turnover, the denominator is inventory. Payables is accounts payable. Fixed asset turnover, the fixed assets on the denominator, and total asset turnover, the total asset is on the denominator. Okay. Now, another comment here. Because I'm using, on this ratio here, I have the numerator is a income statement account, sales. And the denominator is a balance sheet account, accounts receivable. I have to do the average of the balance sheet accounts on those ratios. Because the income statement is a dynamic statement, the balance sheet is a static statement. And to create some kind of dynamic, we kind of make the average of the accounts on the balance sheet. So all you have to do is take beginning of the year plus end of the year divided by 2. Right? That's the average. Right? But other than that, just you have to memorize the formulas. Right? Sales with accounts receivable, cost of goods sold with inventory, purchases or net purchases with the payables. And all the other ones are sales on the numerator. Right? 365 divided by the receivables turnover is your DSO, days sales outstanding, days of unpaid sales. DOH is day of inventory on hand. The age comes from hand. That means how long it takes for you to sell an entire inventory. And DP is day payable, is how long it takes you to pay suppliers. So DSO, how long it takes to receive, DOH, how long it takes to sell an inventory, and DP, how much it takes to pay. If you combine those three numbers, DSO plus DOH minus DP, right? Because DSO and DOH is receiving and DP is paying. So DP has a negative sign. You have your cash cycle. And if you want to adjust the operating cycle, just add those two. The DSO and DOH is the operating cycle. If I subtract the days payable, I get the cash cycle. Okay. Now, which cash cycle do you think is the best? The most negative one. The most negative cash cycle is the best one. Imagine it takes 1 day for you to receive all the payments. In 1 day to sell an entire inventory. That takes you an operating cycle of 2 days. Now imagine that takes you 60 days to pay. So 1 plus 1 minus 60 gives minus 58 cash cycle. It's a great cash cycle. In 2 days you sell and receive the money, and you have 58 days to enjoy, and then you pay. So you can take that money, invest on an account, they earn interest daily for 58 days, and then take the money and pay your suppliers. Okay, that's the idea of a cash cycle. So the more negative the cash cycle, or the smaller the cash cycle, the better. Solvency ratio is for ability to pay your debt on the long term. The most common ones are D ratio, fin leverage, and debt to capital. And the profitability ratio, well, the name says all, is profitability. Every ratio is the word margin, means divided by sales. Okay? And the name in front is on the numerator. ROE, return on equity, return on assets. Now, for those two, usually we don't put the average. ROE, ROA. Okay? Usually you don't put the average here. All right. Or you can get the ROA, return on the equity, using the DuPont identity. Okay? ROE could be return on the assets times financial average, or profit margin times asset turnover times financial average. I have a very good video, at least in my opinion, explaining the DuPont identity step by step. Which is the case here, but I think that's just for you to see. That's the DuPont for two components, ROA times fin leverage. And here is profit margin times asset turnover times fin leverage. Okay, that's how you do it. All right, good. So let's go back and talk about cash flows. All right. So I divided here in cash flow statements 1 and 2, but you know, it's only cash flow statements, okay? But I divided in 2 because the first part, I want to show it to you how to compute cash flow, describe the cash flows, understand. In the second one, I'm just going to mention a little bit about the ratios, cash flow ratios and common size, and then we're done. So look at that. Describe how the cash flow statements are linked to the other financial statements. Describe the steps preparing, maybe a calculation, you could get it just to prove that. Direct and indirect statements, demonstrate the conversion of cash flow from direct to indirect, and contrast IFRS and GAAP. So look at that. This is the integration of the financial statement, friends. Okay? See if you can get there. Make it a little smaller here. There you go. So you take your income statement and calculate the net income. With the net income, okay, you can, assuming that the company is going to reinvest some of the profit, they can put it on the retained earnings. So look at that. That's how you tie the income statement with the balance sheet. And then you take the cash flow, the cash that you made here, the total cash, and then you can put it there on the cash on the balance sheet, and then all those three statements become connected. Okay. All right. For cash flow methods, you have the indirect and indirect. Okay. And you have three types of cash flows: operating, investing, and financing. Operating, where is the money go and leave related to the operations. Here it's inflow and outflow of money from investments, and inflow or outflow of money from financing activities. All right. So the indirect method is the only one, well, excuse me, the indirect method is only used on the cash flow from operations. Cash flow from investing and cash flow from financing is done using the direct method. What is the direct method? Well, I'll take all the receipts of things coming in, all the receipts of things coming out, one minus the other is my cash flow. It's easy to do that on investments and financing because I don't invest, companies don't invest every day. They don't buy machines, they don't buy buildings every day, right? Or every minute. They don't sell buildings and machines and equipments every business. They don't buy, invest. It's seldom. So you can do that easily with the direct method. Financing, companies don't issue bonds every day, don't pay bonds every day, don't issue stocks every day. Okay, finance also, it's sporadically, so you can do it easily on the direct method. Now, selling merchandise, producing, paying expenses. If it's a very large business, the operations of this business will be complex. Will be too difficult to use a direct method to compute the cash flow. That's why the indirect method was created. Right? It doesn't mean that you're going to get a different number. Theoretically, it's the same answer. No, it should be the same answer if you do properly, either the indirect or the direct method. All right, friends. So let's talk about the indirect method. Could be a question on your exam. I'm going to put myself out of the scene here so you can see. So look at that, the indirect method. Okay, we're going to start with your with your income statement right there. Sales minus cost of goods sold, gross profit, depreciation, losses and gains. I want to remind you, losses and gains, if they are realized, if the company incurred a loss and incurred a gain, and it's not from discontinuing operations, it's for investments, the loss and the gain will be part of the income statement to calculate the operating profit. Okay? And then you have your interest expense, profit, net income. Great. Now we're going to adjust the net income to arrive on the cash flow. That's what you're going to do. So take the net income, add the depreciation. Why do I add the depreciation? Because I subtracted the depreciation when I calculate the net income. But depreciation doesn't mean I paid something, right? I did not pay, the company did not pay for the depreciation, didn't write a check to pay for depreciation. So that money stays in the company. It's just for tax purpose that they subtract, that they put it back. Losses that they subtracted here, they have to put it back because losses do not belong to the operating activities. Losses belong to investing activities. And gains, well, you added the gains here to pay more taxes. Now you have to subtract the gains from this net income because gains do not belong to the cash flow from operating activities, friend. Operations, and operating activities, no. All right. Then you're going to have to look at the net working capital of the company. Only current assets and current liabilities. And for CFA exam, I would say inventory and accounts receivable and accounts payable, maybe wages payable for the current liabilities for your exam. So if your current assets are increasing from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, that's not good for you. It's less money. So if your accounts receivable is increasing, you're not getting paid. So that money that you put it here on sales, that indirectly is inside the net income, you didn't get paid. Then you have to subtract the increase in accounts receivable for that. Now, an increase in inventory, you subtract as well, but a decrease in inventory, you add that money. That's money that you made selling inventory from previous date. That was there in the beginning of the year, let's say. A decrease in current liabilities, well, that's not good. Well, because you're paying for that liability. And then if you're paying, you have less cash, okay? So when you put here cost of goods sold, okay, you assuming that you paid for those cost of goods sold. But is your current liabilities went down more than that, then you paid extra 7. And if your liabilities they go up during the year, that means that portion of the cost of goods sold was not paid. There you go. And then you calculate the cash flow from operations by indirect method. Okay. I hope this is a review, so I'm not going to spend much time, but I hope you know how to do a simple problem indirect method in the exam. All right. A typical question that you may face on your exam is going from the operating cash flow indirect method or calculating the operating cash flow from the direct method using or starting from the indirect method. So the typical question you see from the direct method maybe in your exam is the cash paid to suppliers, employees, interest and taxes, you have to calculate, and the cash received from customers, you're going to have to calculate. So you're going to take a look on your sales and your accounts receivable for the customers, and you're going to take a look on the inventory, cost of goods sold, and accounts payable for suppliers. Okay, employees, interest and tax, I think it is going to be seldom a question. I think the question or the direct to indirect and vice versa will be on suppliers and customers. All right. Still on cash flow, friends. I'm just going to show here for you something that's very much presented on level 1, 2024. It's presented on level 1, 2023, but not as detached, right? And not as emphasized like in 2024, but I decided to include it here as part of the review. It is material to 2023. Is the performance ratio of the cash flow. So just take a look on your cash flow ratios, okay? The cash flow to the revenue, the cash flow to assets, cash flow to equity, cash flow to income, and cash flow per share. What is the formula and what it measures? I think it might be maybe a good idea. Just take a look. Take a look today, maybe tomorrow. Don't spend much time. Try to absorb, put it in the back of your brain, and hope for the best. Let's do that. All right. Free cash flow, it's also, this is a topical level 2, but it is being called more attention. The attention is being called for the level 1 lately. 2024, I do expect with more probability a question about the free cash flow. 2023, I don't know, but if it's going to be in the exam, but this material is there, friends. Okay. All right. So the free cash flow, okay, it's what you call the cash flow that's after you pay the expenses, pay the employees, pay the government, pay suppliers, whatever is left over. If it's before paying the bank, the creditors, it's called free cash flow to the firm, FCFF, right there. And after you pay the bondholders, then whatever is left is called free cash flow to the equity. So just memorize those two names, FCFF and FCFE. I put the formula here because it's on the level, on the material, but I don't know if we should spend much time on this. So I'm just going to go very quick. The free cash flow to the firm is your net income, is your CFO, right? Your cash flow from operations that I just showed you here. Cash flow from operations, right there. Okay. Plus, okay, the interest after tax minus capital expenditures. So if I take my cash flow from operations, it's without the interest. So I add the interest because that's what I need to figure out how much I have to pay for the creditors. And then I subtract my capital investments, buildings, and others. And that's whatever is left here is cash flow to the firm. Then if I take the free cash flow to the firm and I subtract the interest and I add more borrowing, I have my free cash flow to the equity. Okay, it's called the free cash flow to stockholders as well. It's the free cash flow to the firm minus the interest plus borrowing. This is going to be extremely helpful to learn for level 2. Level 1, not 100%. All right, friends, I'm done with the cash flow review. I'm going to go to inventory review. Okay, so we're approaching here to half of the all right. Okay. You see if there. I'm just checking if there's any question here on the live. Nope. Let's continue. I am on the inventory now, friends. Inventory has chance to be in the exam. Yes, there is. Like everything else, yes, but inventory, I think there's more chances. So let's see. Learning outcomes of inventory. Okay. Describe the measures, LIFO, FIFO, average cost. Don't confuse inventory method with inventory system. The system of counting inventory, it's only two types. It's the periodic and the perpetual. You can count every day, you can count every now and then, every day, every 6 months, every 3 months, every month. Or you can count after each sale and each purchase. Each sale, each purchase, you update the inventory. That's perpetual. Now, you can choose a method to compute that inventory. You can choose a FIFO method, you can choose a LIFO method, or you can choose an average cost method. All right. So let's see. I don't know how... it's a classic topic in accounting and finance, the cost of inventory. Okay, so let's talk about. So the valuation method, you need to know FIFO, LIFO, and the average cost. Systems, you need to know perpetual and periodic. Okay, right. Let's see how the questions could appear on your exam. Well, maybe you're gonna get something related to the LIFO reserve. What is the LIFO reserve? If a company reports the inventory under LIFO, last in, first out, it must report the LIFO reserve. So a financial analyst that's comparing all the companies on using FIFO method will be able to adjust the numbers to FIFO. That's mandatory. So LIFO reserve, it's the number added into the LIFO inventory to compute the FIFO inventory and inventory. And the change in life reserve for a year, the beginning of the year, end of the year, one minus the other, it's a number that you're gonna subtract from the cost of goods sold LIFO to get cost of goods sold FIFO, okay? So it's important that you remember that, LIFO reserve and the change in the LIFO reserve. And always impact on ratios. Usually those questions are going to have what happened to this ratio if they change from this to this, or what is the value of this. So be comfortable with questions with LIFO reserve. Okay? Remind you that in times of inflation, or on every time that you're going to make a purchase of new inventory, you pay a little bit more. The ending inventory of FIFO is always higher than the ending inventory of LIFO. And the opposite, cost of goods sold, will be the opposite. Cost of goods sold LIFO higher than cost of goods sold FIFO. Okay, so that's important for you to calculate. All right, let's talk about LIFO liquidation and then revaluation of inventory. LIFO liquidation, at least know what it is. LIFO liquidation, because you need to know the impact of LIFO liquidation. LIFO liquidation, friends, okay? It kind of like you would say, okay, LIFO, it says always the highest cost of goods sold. Correct. LIFO, when there is inflation, you're always going to have the highest cost of goods sold. However, if you have LIFO liquidation, then can cause an impact in making your cost of goods sold to be very small and increase profitability due to LIFO liquidation. LIFO liquidation could increase profitability of the company because it's going to liquidate old layers of inventory. Old layers of inventory. Imagine inventory. I don't know. It's not the case, but think about it. You bought a table and a chair 10 years ago and you paid $1. But then you keep buying more tables and chairs, and because it's last in, first out, you keep selling those new ones. Those ones, the old ones, stay there, okay? Then 1 year you stop purchasing tables and you want to say, I want to liquidate my own inventory. What happened? When you start selling those old units, then you start liquidating your inventory LIFO. Those old units were purchased long time ago for a very cheap price. They're going to be recorded as in the cost of goods sold at that cheap price that you paid. And consequently, lower cost of goods sold, higher gross profit, everything else the same, higher profit. LIFO liquidation. Make sure you understand what it is. All right. So the implications on the ratios, on usually profitability ratios. Okay, we're talking about now the reversal of inventory, which is not permitted on GAAP, so don't worry about it. On IFRS, you need to understand the mechanism. So if you write down inventory, you put it on the cost of goods sold of that year. It's like losing inventory. But if you want to do a revaluation, then you're going to increase your cost of goods sold. Excuse me, you're going to decrease your cost of goods sold, right? And increase the inventory. So you do the opposite on a revaluation. You do the opposite when you do a write down, okay? So you wrote down the inventory. You take that portion and create an increase on the cost of goods sold. So an inventory write down lowers the gross profit. An inventory revaluation lowers the cost of goods sold and increase the gross profit. Okay? All right. Now, the revaluation inventory cannot be above the written down portion. So, if we had inventory at 100 on year one, but the realizable value of that inventory at the end of the year is only 90, GAAP and IFRS must write down 100, that $10 or 10. Both must write down, because you have to reflect the lowest of the cost or market. Now, if on year two, the net realizable value is 105, if you are GAAP, you don't do anything. Your inventory continues at 90. But if you are IFRS, if you're doing the account for IFRS, be careful. Huh? The revaluation, okay, it has to be the maximum. It's $10. Is the maximum, is what you wrote it off. You wrote down. Wrote off? No, wrote down. So you wrote down, you put it back. So it doesn't matter. It could be like the net realizable value could be 5,000. Okay? You do not bring the value of inventory to that. You just correct the amount that you have written down. That's it. Okay? All right. Now, if the inventory goes to 95, so you wrote down a 90, then you're going to increase to 95. It's just that difference. All right? Okay? Market realizable value or net realizable value. That's it for inventory. I expect maybe 2-3 questions on this area. LIFO. A difficult question will be on LIFO liquidation. A difficult question will be instead of inflation, you have deflation. So instead of, every time you buy the products, you're going to buy at a lower cost. Well, then this all could have an impact. Friends, let's move on for now. Long-term assets in PPE. Okay, because that's the topic, right? That we have what you call fixed assets or analyzing long-term assets. So we are on fixed assets now. Okay. What is important for the fixed assets? Well, we need to think about, we have to think about intangibles and tangible fixed assets. Okay. So comparing intangibles, purchase, developed, and acquired. Explain impairment. Okay. Impairment of PPE and impairment of intangibles. Okay. And analyze the financial statement disclosures regarding PPE. Or that's just a point. But acquisition of intangible, impairment, derecognition of an asset is when you throw the assets in the garbage kind of thing, right? So you derecognize the asset. Presentation and disclosure is important, and disclosure analysis. But for level 1, 2023, I'm going to actually be focusing, in my analysis, okay, of the fixed assets. That's the material 2023. I'm showing you again. Okay, on the fixed asset, I think would be less intense, at least according to the LOS, learning outcomes, will be less intense in disclosures. The level 1, 2024 will be bigger in disclosure. All right, friends, let's see the points I was looking for. There you go. Fixed and intangible assets right here. We did that. So again, capitalizing expensing, okay? IFRS capitalize net interest, GAAP capitalize all interest. So be careful with the interest. What is a net interest? Borrowed $1 million to build a office building. Great. But I didn't spend $1 million right away. I spent $100,000 on the first year, $500,000 the second year. So the amount of money that I do not spend, but I borrowed, but I did not spend, I can earn interest on it. The interest earned has to be deducted for the interest paid to be capitalized. Interest paid minus interest received is capitalized. On GAAP, only the interest paid. Doesn't matter if you received more interest than you actually pay. You can capitalize all the interest. So that could be something important to remember. Okay? Intangible assets could be purchased or developed. Okay? And you also could, if it's a purchase asset, you could have a intangible asset derived from a purchase called goodwill. So you can purchase an intangible asset. I can purchase a patent. I can purchase a customer list. But goodwill arrives from a transaction. Okay? So what separated from goodwill? Right? So for the goodwill, if you can have identifiable tangible assets, right, then you can separate it from goodwill. Okay? And the GAAP, assets that can be detached from the acquired company can be placed in different places, but only the portion, the extra payment for the goodwill that's not identifiable, then has to be added into the goodwill. All right, here on intangible assets, still the internally developed, okay, always expense internally developed. Some software costs might be capitalized, okay, but I would say that would be safe to memorize for the exam. The GAAP will always expense internally developed, and IFRS up to a point. When there is feasibility of that intangible assets to be sold or has some kind of feasibility, then it becomes an asset. Then you start capitalizing the cost. GAAP prefers to expense costs. That's a good one. Depreciation, I do not expect you doing calculation of depreciation on your exam. However, everything's possible. Because I said to you now, right? There are many questions that has to be created, right? Many questions that must be created for the exam. And those questions need to be created, well, then include now maybe the more higher possibility of a depreciation question on your exam. But some depreciation questions are long, takes long to do it. So you might like the double declining balance. What is the depreciation on year 4 of a 20-year asset, depreciable asset, using the double declining balance? That's time consuming. I have to do kind of one by one. So I would not expect heavy calculations of depreciation on your exam, but at least know the impact, especially the straight line and the double declining, and the impact on year 1 or last year. Usually it's year 1 or last year. So if you're using straight line on the first year, you're depreciating less. If you're using double declining balance on the first year, you depreciate more. It's the opposite on the last year. The last year of that depreciation, the straight line is going to be higher, double decline is going to be lower. What is the impact on your profitability? Profitability ratios, DE ratios, all the other ratios that might be impacted by the depreciation. What is your fixed asset turnover on year 1 if you use double declining or if you use a straight line? Okay, so depreciation impacts fixed assets, impacts returns. So you could have some impact in all those ratios. The unit of production method is just, it's there, I'm going to mention to you, is based on how much was produced each year. That's how much is going to be depreciated from each year. Right. They might want to put this formula in the pocket here. The average total life of a fixed asset, tangible, is the average age plus average useful life. Average age formula is the accumulated depreciation divided by the annual depreciation. And the average useful life is the net fixed assets divided by the annual depreciation. Notice that the denominator is the same. That's why you could add those two average. Put in a pocket, because we never know if you're gonna get a question that will ask you to compute that. Okay. A question that I also think it's important here to mention: the revaluation method of the IFRS. Okay, revaluation model. Okay, actually, the revaluation model, I'm not even going to put GAAP here to confuse because it's not allowed. Revaluation model is only allowed on the IFRS. Now be careful with the revaluation model, okay? The name says so, is revaluation. If it's a revaluation, okay, that means that you're not going to be putting the asset on the balance sheet at cost, right? Cost basis. You're going to be doing the revaluation. Could be because of an impairment and then you did the revaluation and you brought the impairment back, or it's because the asset picked up in value and you decided to revaluate because of that. You need to know where the revaluation is going to go, my friends. So the revaluation will go on the income statement if it's back to what it was. Any excess revaluation is considered a surplus, revaluation surplus, and is going to be placed on the OCI. Okay? Test of impairment, important. How does the IFRS does the test for impairment? How's the GAAP does test for impairment? So test for impairment, okay, I have here. IFRS does the present value of future cash flows compared with the value in place, the book value. What is the present value of future cash flows? I imagine I have a machine. The machine is going to give you 100,000 for the next 10 years. So do the present value and figure out how much is that value. That's called value in use. And then you compare with the book value. If the value in use is higher, then you are impaired. Otherwise, it's not. Now, the impairment adjustment, it has to be book value minus the higher of the market value, fair market value, or the value in use, which is the present value of the cash flows, called value in use. Now, a GAAP, the impairment, to check for impairment, you just added the undiscounted cash flow. So if the machine is going to give you $10,000 for 10 years, the undiscounted cash flow is 100,000. Compares the value of the machine. If the machine is 100,000 or more on the books, no impairment. Excuse me. 100,000 or less, no impairment. But if the value of that machine, of that asset, is higher than the undiscounted cash flows, then you have impairment. Then you have to adjust. But the adjustment of impairment on GAAP is only by carrying amount minus market value. We don't have the present value of cash flows under GAAP. Consequently, we don't have the value in use method under GAAP. Okay? So GAAP is only carrying amount minus market value. And here, I'm going to finish with you here with this kind of like a ratio list. I think it's important. You might want to take a screenshot of this. So the events, the ratio, and the impact. You have to decide it. So if it's in inventory, I can have 3 events. Change the method, having a write down inventory, or have a reversal. The ratios that will be impacted will be the operating cycle, the turnover ratios, the ratio is profit, ratio is equity, ratio is assets, current ratio, and quick cash ratio. Those are the affected by inventory. Could be higher, no change on lower. Fixed assets. So what could the events that could cause ratio impact? Capitalization, revaluation, change in the depreciation method, or impairments. Okay, which ones of those ratios could be affected? Right? Operating cycle, not really. Turnover ratio, yes. Fixed turnover, asset turnover. Ratio is profit, absolutely. Ratio is equity, also. Okay, change asset, change the equity. Asset. Current ratio will not be affected by PPE, and the quick or cash ratio will not be affected by PPE. Try to do that. Okay, to see if you can, let's say, feel comfortable with that, I would say. If there's anything else here. No, that's that. All right, friends, we're done here with the review for the, there we go, PPE, okay? So now, I'm gonna do start right away the review on the other part, which is I'm gonna start with liabilities or taxes, and then we finish that with the quality and modeling of financial statements. Okay, so let me take a look here. What we have, just a second. And the next topic then will be, I think I'm going to talk about taxes. I want to talk about taxes, then I want to talk about long-term liabilities. I think will be better that way. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, let's talk about taxes, shall we? All right. Perfect. Right there. There we go. So let's talk about taxes, friends. Okay, I think that will be coherent to do that now. Go. Second. Now I got it. Good. So let's talk about deferred taxes, because that's what I want to focus here, okay? And explain here quickly when you're going to have a deferred tax asset and when you're going to have a deferred tax liability, okay? And see if you can get that as an example, okay? And that's going to be good and good enough for questions that you might face related to taxes, okay? So let's see here. Taxes. All right. So deferred taxes is a temporary difference. If it's not temporary, then it's not deferred taxes. Then it's a permanent difference. A deferred tax, the difference has to be temporary. Okay? So the deferred taxes usually arrive, and that for the CFA exam is the one that you can memorize, when you have difference between accounting methods and fiscal methods. What is this? Accounting methods means how you do the accounting, and you have to use only two rules, IFRS or GAAP, okay? Yeah, IASB or FASB, that's it. You don't have a choice. I mean, you have a choice between one or the other, but you cannot use a third accounting method or fourth. No, you have to use either IFRS or GAAP. But governments of different countries might said, listen, I don't like this or this rule here. For tax purpose, I want you to change the rules. Okay? So for tax purpose, I want you to use a different method of depreciation. But this method of depreciation doesn't exist on GAAP on IFRS. Well, I'm sorry. Then do two books. Do the accounting and then do the fiscal. So you can calculate the taxes exactly as we want you to compute. And that's what arrives, that gives the arrival for the deferred tax situation. Because look, if I have to pay more tax to the government, let's say my tax payable to the government, okay, would be, let's say 120. That's the tax payable. But my accounting tax calculated, it was 100. Because remember, to calculate tax expenses and accounting, I use accounting rules. To calculate the tax payable, I use government, IRS or Internal Revenue Service, whatever you call, right? Rules, fiscal rules. And then would give a difference. So here saying the government of that country says the company has to pay 120. The accounting says the company has to pay 100. Therefore, there's a difference, right? Because the tax expense is less than the payable, you're going to have a deferred tax asset of 20. Because, excuse me, put in the wrong side. Of 20. There you go. So tax expense, which is, if you want to think in terms of debits and credits, look, I have a debit of 100, a debit of 20, and a credit of 120. This is imbalance. This is balancing. Therefore, my deferred tax asset is 20. Now, the opposite. Let's say you, using the government rules, you got 100 payable, but your tax expense was 130. Just use it a different number just to not confuse. Now I have a difference of 30. And that difference is a liability because my tax expense is higher than my tax payable. So if you think in terms of debits and credits, to complement, so two credits, a credit of 100 with a credit of 30 gives me a debit of 130. So for those that know accounting, know this is imbalance. Okay, that's one way to calculate deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability. deferred tax asset is on your tax expense, your accounting tax, it's less than your government tax payable. And the opposite is true. All right, good. Well, I hope it is. Let's see a quick example. Look at that. This is the example I want to mention to you. Revenues is the same under accounting rules and fiscal rules. Great. But, there you go. On the depreciation, the calculation of depreciation is going to be different. The local government says that depreciation for that year has to be 300. And the accounting rules using the double declining balance or the straight line method or the units of production method or the sum of year digits method give you 200. We cannot use a fictitious accounting method for depreciation under the accounting rules. Well, the fiscal may create a method of depreciation that the accounting does not allow or does not use. A perfect example in the United States and Canada is the MCRS, the Modified Accelerated Cost Recovery System. It's a depreciation method not allowed by accounting rules, but definitely allowed or preferred by some fiscal rules. And that creates a difference. So if I use method depreciation allowed by the government, I depreciate 300 in this example. If I use one of the methods or a method depreciation on the accounting, I depreciate it less. Or if I depreciate it less, look at that. I'm going to have a deferred tax here. It's your job to figure out if it's a deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability. Okay? So if it's a deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability. Okay? So just think. Let's follow here. There you go. I'm going to remove those numbers. So if you want to use that little graphic, or the T accounts that I present, let's do it. Look at that. Accounting tax, it's 160. It's my tax expense, 160. I'm going to put it there. My tax payable fiscal, look at that. It's 140. Right there, 140. So I'll put it there. Look, tax payable to the government, 140. So look at that. 140 on the credit, 160 on the debit. I need 20 on the credit to balance this. It's a deferred tax liability because it's a credit balance. All liabilities have credit balances, right? All expenses have debit balance. If you are comfortable with accounting, that will be my preferable way to answer this question. If not, then you have to find a mechanism to memorize if your income, if your accounting tax is higher, you have a deferred liability. If your accounting tax is lower, you have a deferred tax asset. Okay? The deferred tax asset can be useful to offset future tax expense. But if the company does not foresee to make profit on the near future, then, okay, this is actually a rule, accounting rule. A little bit more down here. There you go. All right. So in this case here, put a little bit more. Perfect. So the deferred tax asset can be used to offset future tax expense. But if the company does not foresee making profit the next year, the year after, the year after, the year after, then that deferred tax asset may not have any value. In that case, GAAP says that you have to do a valuation allowance and place it under the deferred tax asset. Okay, so for example, we have a DTA here equals 100, and you believe that you're not going to be able, okay, to use that DTA. I'll put down here, right? If you believe you're not going to be able to use that DTA, because that the company is not going to make any tax, any profit, and if it's not making any profit, cannot use the deferred tax asset. The company has to create a valuation allowance, okay, which is called like this, VA, valuation allowance, and it's going to be equal to minus 100 in this case. And it's going to be placed right below, the DTA. Going to be placed right below the DTA. And what is the value of the DTA? It's 0, because I have 100 and then minus 100. It's very similar to the allowance for doubtful accounts. That's GAAP, by the way. What about IFRS? They don't have valuation allowance. No, they don't. So what they do? Well, GAAP will just remove the DTA, would cancel out using a journal entry, a debit and a credit. Okay, that's the idea. So valuation allowance is a GAAP, is to reduce the value of DTA, and it's done on this way. But you could also have if it was IFRS, then you don't have the valuation allowance. You'd have just a journal entry throwing this to expense. So that would be goodbye, or OCI, depending on the case. Well, I think that's good. Let's see what else we can go on. Now we can go to liabilities, right? Long-term liabilities. So let's talk about that, okay? So on long-term liabilities, friend, I want to focus a little bit here on lease payable, okay? And a little bit of amortization of bonds using the effective rate. So I'm going to do the effective rate of bonds. There we go, too much. And then explain a little bit of this effective interest rate, bond amortization, talk a little bit about lease payables, and then conclude financial statement analysis. Look at that, friends, okay? An example, okay, you bought a bond, or you issued a bond, okay, a liability, you issued a bond for $1 million face value, you pay 10% coupon, and the time is 4 years, okay? Now, let's assume that the yield to maturity is 8%. The yield to maturity is 8%. Let me put it in a more easy to see color. All right, so the yield to maturity, it's 8%. You're going to learn, or you probably know, no, it's a review, so you should know, that there you go, that if the yield to maturity is larger, it's smaller than the coupon, that bond will be issued a premium, right? It's going to be sold for more than $1 million face value, which is the case here. If I use 8%, 1 million face value, 10% of 1 million coupon, I get 1,066,243. I have a 66,243 more here, friends. I need to amortize that premium. The premium has to be amortized. So each year the bond has to go down a little bit, until at the year of maturity, it goes to the face value. Okay, bond amortization. So what you do is, how much the bond pays in coupon, it's 10% of $1 million, subtracted from how much the bond should paid. Okay, if it was issued at 1,066,000 and pay 8%, that's called effective rate. So take this number, multiply by 8%, that's your effective rate. And one minus the other is your amortization. Now you take that number, add this number, excuse me, take that, you have to amortize down. Take that number, subtract the 14,000, and that's 1,051,542 is the value after that amortization, and then you repeat the process. You take 8%, multiply by this new value. It's this guy here, 84,123. Subtract from 100, that's your amortization. That's your new carrying value. Multiply by 8%, get your interest rate. Subtract from the coupon, that's the amortization. And you do that. In the end, you get the face value. This is called effective interest rate amortization. I don't know if this is going to be a question exam. Definitely is a topic of your exam. I just don't know if it's going to be a question on your exam, but at least I presented here for you. Now, I want to talk about a little bit about lease payable, okay, because I think it's an important topic, the topic of leasing, okay? So let me go back there. Just getting ready. There we go. And voila. There we go. So look at this, friends. So I want to go on the lease payable, right? Because it's after 2019. See, when I took the exam was before, when I passed level 3 was before 2019. So, my exam, we didn't have those changes, but you got caught now with some lease payable change, accounting for leasing that has changed after 2019. And therefore, it's important to make those distinctions here. And because of that, a question could be in the exam, right? A question related to this. So let's see here a couple examples, okay, on how to perform the analysis of something related to lease pay. All right, friends, first of all, there's only two types of leasing: finance and operating. That's it. Finance and operating lease. Okay. Now, to be a finance lease, you have to have at least one of those criteria met. That could be a question in the exam. Okay. Which of the following is a criteria that could be met for financial lease? Which one is not? Or in this case, it is or is not. So one criteria: transfer ownership. Okay. So if that's guaranteed that the ownership is going to be transferred, that's it. You don't even need to look at the other ones. It is a finance lease. The transfer ownership is not clear. Well, is there an option to purchase the asset with certainty? Yeah, at a reason or a bargain price, as we call. If the answer is yes, that's it. No. Well, then take a look on the term. If the term of the leasing, the payments are going to be made and a major part of the asset life. If it's 10 years, I'm going to pay for 9, that criteria is met. Or take the present value of all the payments that are going to be made using the begin mode of your calculator and see if it's higher or equal to the fair value of the asset. And if it is, it's a finance leasing. Or if the asset has no alternative to lessor, that's an IFRS rule. If one of those, only one is present, then it is finance lease. And then you have to proceed accordingly. How? Well, the accounting for lease depends on the company. Of course, is the company leasee. Imagine a machine, okay? And the machine, the company, the farmer, let's say is a machine for agricultural products, right? For crops in agriculture. Very expensive. So the farmer doesn't want to buy the machine, prefers to lease. Okay, then let the farmer will be a leasee because the farmer needs the equipment. The lessor will be the dealer or the manufacturer of that machine. Okay, so it's important that you understand who is who. Okay, now, second point, if the company reports under the IFRS or the company reports under the GAAP. Okay, so and third, what is the type of leasing? Okay, so if it's leasee or lessor, if it's IFRS or GAAP, or if it's finance and operating lease. Okay, that's 3 important points to remember. Now let's see. Under IFRS, there's a single accounting model for both. Okay, so there's no more distinction between operating and finance leasing on the IFRS. Okay, so it's all recorded this way. Okay, no more operating lease on the IFRS if you are the lessee. Okay, for lessee. Okay, lessees. So the lessee gonna have to do this, gonna have to record a lease payment liability called ROU in a ROU, which is an asset. Called you don't put there machine ABC on your balance sheet. You put ROU, rights to use, in that value. Okay, and on the other side, on the liability, you put the lease payable. One comment: we have an exemption now. Contracts that are less than 12 months or inferior to $5,000, okay, then called low asset value, the lessee can expense the payments right away. It's just for a year, right? So that's not, it's not. So that's something that might be an exception of the rule. All right. Now, if you are a lessee or a lessor, okay, on GAAP, so it's either finance or operating. So on GAAP, you will have the operating lease for either lessee or lessor. On the IFRS, only for the lessor that this rule applies. So let's filter. Now, let's filter this. Assets under $5,000 or less than a year lease contract, it's an expense. Forget about it. Good. Second, the asset is for more than a year and or higher than the 5,000. Then, okay. Oh, by the way, the low asset value is an IFRS rule, huh? Not a GAAP rule. The GAAP rule is the 12 months, okay, for both. So it's hard to find a lease payment for an asset less than $5,000 that needs more than a year to pay it. But remember, IFRS is used in countries where the dollar is not the currency. So $5,000 in certain countries could be a very large amount of money, and consequently, right, this method, right, would be more applicable or less applicable depending on the country you are. Right? Actually, what I said is kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because if it's more expensive, they should not throw to the expense. But the rule is less than 5,000 under IFRS. You put it on the expense. GAAP doesn't have that. GAAP is the 12 months only contract. Right. Now, if it's a lessee, okay, then the lessee is the one that needs the machine. IFRS has to do this. It's a mandatory. Doesn't matter if it's operating or finance lease. You're going to do it this way. Now, GAAP will do this way, okay, for the lessor, okay, and lessee under a finance leasing and operating leasing as well. But you need to know who is who, okay? So in GAAP, okay, you're going to use either finance and operating lease for both, okay? But the operating lease, and that's for GAAP, operating lease requires an expense. Operating lease is the one that you're going to record the rent payment, we'll call lease payments, lease expense, in cash. That's it. That's the operating lease. But now it's GAAP that's doing that category. The IFRS, for the lessee, there's no more that category. Okay? The lessee does not have that category anymore. What about the lessor for the IFRS? Well, lessor, yes. Because look, think with me. If the lessee under IFRS now, doesn't matter which leasing is doing, it has to recognize the asset and the depreciation. What about the lessor? Well, the lessor is recognizing rent revenue or lease revenue because it's getting paid that, okay? We cannot have two companies recognizing the same asset. Be careful. We cannot have the two companies depreciating the same asset. Doesn't work that way. Right, so always questions related to the ratio impact. Anything related to lease payable would have impact on assets, debt to equity, and cash flow because of the depreciation. A little comment about post-employment and share-based compensation is not big on level 1 2023. so I'm just going to mention to you, okay? Know the difference between a defined contribution, a defined obligation. A defined contribution is how much each part is going to contribute. A defined obligation is how much the company will pay in the future. Presentation disclosure may be a question, okay? So how you present and disclose those items on the balance sheet or on the statements. So IFRS lease, talking about the lease disclosure, and then I'll talk about the pension. But leasing, it's more likely to be in the 2023 exam, in my opinion. So lease disclosure should provide the user of the financial statement with the information to access to amount, timing, and uncertainty of the cash flow. Okay? Lessee and lessor. Could be a question, which of the following is least likely something to be disclosed by a lease? Right? The information of the asset, the timing, or how much it was going to be paid. Okay? Actually, no, how much is going to be paid has to be there. So timing, oh yeah, the bargain option, there is a bargain option for purchase, or no, that doesn't have to be there, okay, for example. So just make sure that information about the assets and the amount, the timing and the uncertainties of the cash flows, because that's what the investors want to know. Finally, very quickly, what would be the disclosures necessary for pension benefits? So companies are required to provide disclosure about the post-retirement benefits, including expected cash flow and expenses. Make sure you know what the name funded status of a plan is when the company has enough money to cover the retirement liabilities at that point. That's a funded status equal to 0. And then you could have a fund status that positive when you have more money to pay than you need to pay, or negative when you have less. Okay. All right. And with that, I cover the topics here of liabilities of long term, especially focusing here on the lease payables. All right. Well, let's finish. Let's finish the FSA. Let's see what else we have here. I'm going to talk about the, we already talked about taxes. Yeah, the last two, last three actually. No, last two, financial reporting quality, and we're going to talk about integration of financial statement analysis, and then we're done here. All right. So the financial reporting quality, I'm going to focus on this, my friends. It's right there on your book, right? At the material from your book that I reproduced here. Be comfortable what it gives, okay? Quality to a financial statement. So the top of the top has to be compliant with one of those two accounting rules, accounting standards, GAAP or IFRS, okay? The decision has to be useful, and the earnings has to be sustainable. That's the highest quality. And the lowest quality will be fictitious, inexistent, transactions don't use accounting rules, nothing like that. That would be a problem, right? So those are, okay, fictitious, inexistent transactions, the worst. Compliant, useful, and sustainability will be the highest, and anyone here in between. High quality or reporting will give high quality earnings. So the high quality of reporting will generate high quality earnings, low quality reports, low quality earnings. What else? That's because I imagine you might have only one question if on this one here. Okay. Accounting choices that affect financial statement might be important. Revenue recognition, we mentioned already that. Depreciation, the capitalization. Look, allowance for doubtful accounts in reserves for losses, allowances. Remember, the allowance is a number that's computed, but the allowance could not necessarily be, exactly the reality. Right? Inventory method, tax, goodwill, all of those could affect the the quality of the financial statement. Now, warning signs is important. Let's talk about it. So, warning signs: examine the accounting policy for revenue, turnover ratios, compare the growth rate, everything that's out of the ordinary, any that's not growing smoothly, consistently. You have abnormal earnings, high earnings, low earnings, high earnings, low earnings, like a heart chart. Well, restructure, all of those are important. And this could be a question under the quality of financial statements. There you go. Or financial reporting quality in this case. Okay, a little bit of the learning outcomes here. Compare, describe, the spectrum that I mentioned to you. Explain the difference between aggressive and conservative. An example, conservative accounting is when you recognize more expenses when you're in doubt in less revenues. Aggressive would be the opposite, right? Motivations for the high quality or low quality, actually motivation to have a low quality statement is bonus, performance metrics, something like that, right? So that's the importance of the quality spectrum, okay? All right, let's continue here. All right. And financial analysis or financial analysis techniques, okay? Financial analysis, that's kind of really the purpose that we have here, right? On the analysis, financial statement analysis and techniques. That's the thing here. Okay? Give me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Let me just organize in here. Keep digesting the information here, friends. Little problem that I got here, but now I'm back. Okay, so let's see. Let's continue. So this was not much I can do here because it's going to be a very conceptual topic. Okay, but it's the last one. So what is financial analysis techniques? How do you expect questions to be asked from here? So it's the analysis, the financial analysis, right? So expected here, all those ratios, questions about ratios, okay? Those are important, okay? And here a little bit of forecasting, okay? Which is called modeling. It's part of the financial modeling. Now, I believe that the question might show up on that structure, like forecast sales given the following, right? Or forecast earnings given the following, okay? So let me show here something to you here as an example. Okay? Actually, nope. I'm gonna get it there. So 1 more second, and I'll put the right document here. There we go. I'm almost there. I'm just getting the slide here is not functioning. There you go. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do it this way. Never mind. Sorry about that. All right. So financial analysis techniques. Let's go over just the key points then. See if I can do a review here and move on. What is the process of the financial analysis? Might be a good idea for you to take a look. Okay, I have here. Okay, I'm gonna take myself out of the picture so you can see this whole thing. There you go. Perfect. So those are the financial analysis purpose and steps. Right? So I would, pause the video now, take a screenshot, and digest this information. It might be important. Those are the steps on the financial analysis framework. We never know, maybe something here could be in the exam. Okay, so the phase, purpose, collect the data, process the data, analyze and interpret, conclusion and follow-up, in which of those you could expect to be present in one of those phases. I think that's how you want to see this. All right. Very good. And I'm going to conclude the review for financial statement analysis here, friends, because I believe it's already, covered very good points, not the most of the topics. Where do I go now? I am going to corporate issuers. All right, so let's go corporate issuers. Yeah. And let's start the review for corporate issuers. Okay. If you have any questions, I'm going to take a look on the chat now. No, nothing. Okay. So if you have any questions, I'm still here. Okay. All right. So let's go, friends. Right here, you have your, no, put week 5. Shouldn't be there. Perfect. And this will be corporate structure, corporate issuers. There we go. So let's see corporate issuers. 8 modules, okay? Corporate organization, ESG and business models. Then use, source and cost of capital. And finally, capital structure and leverage. Okay. So the new topics, or relatively new topics, is 1, 2, and 3, I would say. Corporate organizations, ESG, and business model. Then, those are classic models, all of those. Use of capital, source of capital, cost of capital, capital structure, and leverage. Okay. So very quickly, company or corporate organizations, what do you need to know is the types or how to form an organization, a sole proprietorship, a partnership, a corporation, pros, cons, okay? ESG, which it has to be here, has to do with a corporate governance and ESG, okay? Corporate governance and ESG. Now, corporate governance, it's a topic that's classic. It's classic on the material of the CFA exams, corporate governance. ESG is not new, but it's relatively new. ESG was not a topic when I took the exam, okay? So that's relatively new. All right, business model, it's a new topic. I think it's relevant from 2023, if I recall. It's just the models of organizing business. So for example, a B2B, B2C, and other types. Use of capital, it's the famous question about net present value, internal rate of return, capital allocation. Source of capital, where is the money coming from? Short-term needs, long-term needs, short-term liquidity needs, where you're gonna, what type of instruments out there. Cost of capital is the famous WACC, weighted average cost of capital, and beta, CAPM, cost of debt, etc. Capital structure is the famous M&M propositions, M&M 1, M&M 2, Modigliani Miller, and the total debt and total equity, and when is the optimal, or what is the optimal capital structure. Finally, leverage, we're talking about degrees of leverage, operating and financial leverage. All right, friends, so let's see here. Let's start with corporate structures. All right, so very quickly here, that's the first reading. Okay, there's not much I can do here, I think, right? It's going to be more up to you if you want to really get into this learning module and filter all the information you can go for. Other than that, I organize in the following way. So business structures, sole proprietorship, partnership, corporation, and limited liability company, LLC. LLC, it's not something that I would say is going to be much of a concern. I would say more, I believe that if you get any questions, I think partnerships are the ones that probably would have more intelligent questions, or more, intelligent is not a good word here, it's more like a question that might be challenge for you. The sole proprietorship in the corporation might be some expected question. Corporation, you have to see the pros and cons of each one. What is the pros of sole proprietorships, the pros of partnership, the pros of corporation, and the cons. In under partnership, you need to remember that they have the limited partner and the general partner. And you have to see what is the responsibility of each one, because you could have questions like that. Right? Under a partnership agreement, who is a partner? It's responsible. Every partner is responsible only for the percentage of ownership of the company. And it's not true. Every partnership should have a general partner, someone that would be actually liable for more than the proportion of ownership. So be careful with questions on that regard. Okay. So like I said, pros and cons of each one of those business structures. Okay. And embedded there, some of the agency conflicts, okay, which is, I expect something related to agency conflicts on your exam. We're going to talk more about agency conflict further down, okay, but agency conflict could be questions on your exam. On the second point here, we have corporate governance and ESG, and I want to kind of like give you a focus on the ESG. Okay, so the types of investments and what it means related to environment, social governance could be like which of the following is an example negative screening ESG approach, positive screening, integration. So negative screening excludes non-ESG compliant investments from that list. So the client says, I want a negative screening approach. So the financial analyst will not even consider non-ESG companies into the portfolio, even if those companies are giving good return. Positive screening is focus, not excluding, but focus on ESG. ESG integration includes ESG criteria on the analysis. A thematic investing is directly investing in a perceived ESG company, like clean energy, sustainability, etc. Engagement ownership or active ownership is companies backed by ESG shareholders. They have a large number of shareholders that represents influence, and they all support ESG approach. Okay? And finally, impact invest is positive ESG outcomes. That's focus on companies that have generated that. So anyhow, I believe the ESG questions may show up in your exam. It's just hard to predict how. Corporate governance, I want to focus, okay, on the corporate governance, on what is an example of good corporate governance, what is an example of bad corporate governance, what gives Because see, good corporate governance reflects also on the price of the company, right? So, or on the fair price, on the fair value of the company, right? So, an example here of corporate governance: auditing committee, the board of directors, and the salary committee. What do you expect those to be aligned or actually should be described on a corporate governance of a company? Okay? What is the auditing committee? It's an internal committee responsible to audit the number. It has to be independent. Board of directors has to be independent. Salary committee, well, if the salary committee is deciding the salary of the CEO or CFO, those should not be part of that committee. So independence and other examples that make good corporate governance. Okay, it could be easily one question on your exam. Corporate issuers, you're not going to have too many questions compared with the others. It's about what, 8%, 5 to 8% of the exam. Therefore, I would expect about, I don't know, 15 questions, maybe 12 questions on corporate issuers on level 1. All right. The third topic here is business models and risks. So, what is the business model? A business model focused on customer, products, or in the channel, or even on the price of the product. Okay, so a business model gives value proposition. Types of business model, might have a question here. Innovation, variation, e-commerce, network, crowdsourcing, and hybrid. So they might give you a description of a business and ask you which model it is, right? So the crowdsourcing, for example, they would say it's a type of business where it creates an event and gathers all the interested parties to the event and perform the sale there. It's like a crowdsourcing model, okay? Innovation, I can give an example here. Innovation of Airbnb is a great example of business model innovation. Netflix is another one, okay? Business model and the financial implications. So external factors and firm-specific factors. So I can see maybe a multiple choice question on that here. Which of the following represent an external factor or a firm-specific factor under the the model in question? And the risks: macro risk, business risk, industry risk, financial risk. So here, I'm going to make the same comment I'm going to make for fixed income. Fixed income is important, that in equity as well, all the risks that you need to define. What is price risk, interest risk, market risk, business risk, operating risk? Make sure that you understand all those types of risks. Which one are they? Okay. Yeah, but that's it. Like I said, there's not much, in my opinion, here that would be super what do you call, testable on those three they call the three topics that we just did for corporate issuers. My friend, let's see another one here. And we're going to talk about a classic topic of fixed income, which is the fixed income, classic topic corporate issuers, which will be the project decisions. Classic topic, not project decisions, right? That will be, in my opinion, relatively testable material for the corporate issuers. So here we're talking about the capital allocation process, meaning the company want a project and want to decide which project is the best according to some criteria. I'm going to focus on the NPV and the IRR criteria, but there is another one I'm going to put here just in case. It's called the payback criteria, the payback method, okay? That's how long it takes for you to get it back what you invested, okay? In this one, the payback, it's not time value, okay? You can also have the discounted payback method. The difference between the payback method and the discount payback method is the payback method just adds the amount you're getting without discounting to the present, and the discount will take the cash flows discount and see when the investment paid back. All right. So I expect you know how to use the NPV formula on the calculator. I expect you to know how to use the IRR formula, because I'm not going to show here. And the payback is just adding the cash flows that you receive until you get the money that you invested, and see how long it takes. All right. Problems with IRR. It's classic questions. Is the negative cash flows or the mutually exclusive cash flows? So let's talk about that. What is a negative cash flow? A negative cash flow is when you have an investment that on year 1 you get money, on year 2 you get money, on year 3 you pay money or lose money, on year 4 you gain, on year 5 you lose. In other words, you have what we call the unconventional cash flow signs, which will be receiving negative cash flow. If that happens, even if it's one time during the life of the project, IRR should not be used. And I'll give you an example using this. If you wonder why this graph is doing here, is that every time that you have at least one negative cash flow, the IRR is going to give you more than one answer. So if it's one negative cash flow, the graphic representation, the IRR, will be something that looks like this, for example, giving you, see, IRR is when the net present value is 0. So if I put here net present value, okay, and here you put the percentage, the IRR, then you make the net present value 0 at this point, and it's 0 at this point. Which one is the IRR that you're going to use? You don't know. And because you don't know, you cannot expect, but the Excel gave me only this one, or my calculator gave me the highest one. Yeah, but we don't know because there are more than one. So IRR is unreliable when you have a negative cash flow. And when you have mutually exclusive cash flows, also IRR is not reliable, because the timing, the size of the cash flows can make one option better than the other under the IRR. In reality, it's not. Okay, so mutually exclusive and negative cash flows, don't use the IRR. All right, could have some questions about real options on your exam. Okay, real options of investments. What is real options of investment? That means you can start a project and later on decide to do something. A time option, a size option, and flexibility option, even a fundamental option. But the most common ones are the time, size, and flexibility. Time, right? You can abandon or not at one certain point. Size, you can increase the size of the project. Flexibility, you can change the parameters of that project after the 1 year, 2 years. Okay. Fundamental, you rely on the accounting rules. So remember what real options are. Real options can make a bad project to become a good project. It's a bad project, but if I have the option to abandon after year 1, it might be a good project. If I have an option to expand on year 1, buy more machines or something like that. Anyway, that can make options can make a project good, not as good, become a good project. Maybe questions about the pitfall of the capital allocation. Inertia, takes too long to take an action. Allocation bias, you're not performing rationally. Right? It's called the pet project. Pet project is the one that you have so much attachment to it that you forget the important components. Rely on fundamentals and forecasting errors. Okay, all of those could be pitfalls. Pitfalls, it's problems, right? Relatively, that's problems on capital, or the usage or allocation of capital. Another question you might be asked, this that I maybe or thinking it could be, is the impact on project valuation. In other words, are you going to adjust the NPV? Are you going to adjust the cash flows, or the WACC? WACC is the discount rate, okay, that you use to discount project. Discount rate. So because this is a review, I assume that you've seen, right, the WACC before. But for inflation, for example, if I have inflation, the inflation is going to be higher than predicted. Where do we adjust for inflation? Adjust the WACC, adjust the cash flow, adjust the discount rate, excuse me. Right? What about taxes? Adjust the cash flow. So depending on the impact, you need to decide which component of your project you should adjust for that impact. Could be a question. I don't know. All right, let's move on, friends. The next topic, okay, the next topic is sources of capital. Okay, sources of capital, where the capital comes from. So here I have a list for you. Try to memorize or understand the difference between primary sources and secondary sources of liquidity, because it could be a question. What is the primary source of liquidity? Free cash flow, money from the company, cash on the bank or cash on hand, short-term investments, and some kind of management of the cash flow, like postponing the payments of accounts payable. Okay, those are primary sources. Okay, now secondary sources could be, look at it, the main difference is that using a primary source is not likely to affect the operations, where using a secondary source may result on a change on the operation, financial operation of the company. So debt contract to reduce interest, negotiating contract with customer and supply, selling assets, or asking for bankruptcy protection or reorganization, which is, although it is a secondary source of liquidity, is not a source, right? That's a situation that no one wants to get there, or any company. But pay attention that we didn't say here borrowing from a bank, because we're talking about internal source of liquidity, primary and secondary. We're not talking about external sources of liquidity. Okay, the division will be like this. Okay, internal and external. From the external, you have financial intermediaries, which will be your neighborhood bank. You can have capital markets, when you can have access to stocks, bonds, and here another source of capital will be leasing. Instead of finance on the capital market or in the bank, you can do a lease contract. But internal can be divided in primary and secondary. All right? Good. Liquidating assets, it's a secondary source of finance. Internal. All right. Couple of vocabulary words here, right? So drag on liquidity and pool of liquidity. Maybe you can get a question there. Drag on liquidity when it takes long to receive the cash. Pool on liquidity when a payment that you have to do arrives suddenly. Okay, pool and drags. Now, liquidity measurements could appear a question on liquidity on here, although it could be on FSA as well. So again, your liquidity ratios, current, quick, the cash ratio is not here, but it could be, and your asset management ratios, the inventory on hand, the days in, right? Days in inventory, days receivable, days payable, and the cash cycle, which I showed. Just taking a look here, based on the cash conversion cycle only, which company, A, B, C, or D, is the best one? It's A. 1.9 is the lowest cash conversion cycle. So this company here, it's this one here, it's actually in a better shape than company C, for example, that has a conversion cycle of 65. That could be a question of identify in a table type of question. All right, continue here. Now I'm going to go to the cost of capital. So we did allocation or uses, then sources, where the money is coming from, okay? On the internal, more focused on the internal side. And now the cost of capital, okay? The cost of capital, I hope everybody is in good shape here, or the WACC, weighted average cost of capital, okay? So weighted average cost of capital is the average of the three main costs that a company will incur to get external finance, not internal, external, okay? So cost of debt, the cost of borrowing, it's the yield to maturity after tax of the company bond. Cost of the preferred stock, how much it costs to issue a preferred stock. Cost the dividend divided by the price of the stock. And how much it costs to issue a common stock. It costs whatever the CAPM or the dividend growth model or the bonds yield risk premium approach is telling you to do. Reminding you, this cost here is not the cost of printing anything, the cost of hiring a lawyer or hire a bank, nothing, not that cost. The cost is how much the stockholders that buy that instrument are demanding to get paid, okay? So if I'm a preferred stockholder, how much I demand? I demand the equivalent, the minimum is the dividend divided by the price. And if I'm doing, if I'm a common stockholder, the minimum is what the CAPM is telling us there should be. All right, CAPM is here. And the other formula, if you don't have the CAPM, but you have the dividends, you can calculate the required return under this form. Now, you don't need to memorize this one here. You can stick with the normal formula where P0, we're going to see that in equity next on the next topic, is D1 divided by R minus G. So put in RE minus G. All right? So if you rearrange this formula and isolated the RE, if you isolated the RE, okay, from that formula here, then you will get it, that formula there. RE equal D1 divided by P0 plus G. Right? Just a reminder, D1 divided by P is called dividend yield. Okay? Dividend yield plus G. So in other words, just maybe it might be important question here. Maybe it might even be a question on one of your exams. One of you means if you're taking on Monday, someone on Tuesday, etc. Would be this. Okay, what are the components of the required return of a investor? Would be the dividend divided by P. That's the dividend yield, plus the growth of the investment. That's called capital gain yield. So if you take the capital gain, which is the appreciation in value measured by G, and if you take the D1 P0, which is the dividend yield, add those two, those numbers are going to be percentage, right? You get the required return. Put those concepts on your pocket. The formula of the growth rate is the return on the equity times the retention, and retention is 1 minus the dividend payout. All right, so let's talk about the weighted average cost of capital. Okay, so the weighted average cost of capital here, okay, go, is the weight of the debt times the cost of the debt, cost of borrowing, 1 minus tax. Weight of the common stock, weight means the proportion that the company used to finance projects using debt, common stock, and preferred stock. Okay, multiplied by the cost of the respective, you get a weighted average of those three costs. Consequently, you got the weighted average cost of capital. That's what it is here. All right. I hope you, I mean, don't arrive on level 1 not knowing WACC. It's a big risk. The weighted average cost of capital, it's a big risk arriving in the exam not knowing, okay? All right. I just put it here a little bit about flotation cost. I saw in, something on the learning module. I said, let me take this out of the context here. It's just to emphasize a little bit. Flotation cost. What is the definition? What is the formula? And how do we adjust for flotation cost in a project? So flotation cost is the underwriting cost, the cost of hiring a lawyer, hiring an investment bank, hiring or any cost associated to issuing stocks, issuing bonds. That's the flotation cost. Okay, so the formula of one of the formulas of the flotation cost is D1 divided by P minus F, okay, plus G. Okay, so in other words, you take the flotation costs and you subtract from the P and then recalculate using this formula here. I don't know if this is going to be in your exam, but again, we're going to have to understand, we're going to have to focus on everything here. Okay, so I decided to focus on that one. So if this is not enough for you, just write it down that you'd like to review the flotation costs, definition, formula, and adjustments given in the material. I'm going to finish this topic here of the cost of capital, okay, talking about the comparable beta approach. Okay, so the comparable beta approach, okay, it's I would say important, could be there, could be in the exam, right? We never know. I would say I would definitely expect it, yes. Okay, but definitely expected is actually, I mean, a bit too much. I would expect it, okay, to have some kind of questions related to the comparable beta. So I'm kind of like putting here, I'm gonna get that, there you go. I'm looking for a better example. I found it. There you go. There you go. 1 second, and I will be able to show you this other example that I want. Okay, so let's go, friends. Beta. So what is a comparable beta? When do you do it? This process. So you need beta to calculate. You need beta to calculate the CAPM. Look at that. So for me to get the required return on the common stock, I need those two approaches. So if the company doesn't pay dividend, I have to stick with the first approach, the CAPM, capital asset pricing model. Risk-free rate, which we can get in the market very easily. Expect the return on the market very easily. And beta, well, that's not very easily, because beta has to be calculated using the returns of the company versus the return on the market. What about if your company does not have a published beta? You have to find a comparable beta for it. That's what we're doing here now, okay? So, how do you find a beta for a company that doesn't have a beta? Go to the market and locate a public trading company, a company that sells stocks, that has a calculated beta that is similar to your company, based on sector, size, whatever, okay? Then we call beta comparable. Forget the L. The L stands for leverage. Beta comparable divided by something is the beta lever, not the beta of the company, excuse me, the public company, the one that I observe in the market. If I divided that by something, I'm gonna get what you call a neutral beta. unleveraged beta. Imagine a beta neutral. Doesn't have any impact here. It's a neutral. It's called the asset beta, okay? Unleveraged beta. Then, when I take this unleveraged beta, look at that, the BU, right there, there you go. The beta, U, the unleveraged beta, and now I'm multiplying by something to get the beta of my project or the company. That's the steps here, okay? So let's see if I can, so this divided by and added by is nothing more than 1 plus the DE ratio times 1 minus T. That's what it is, okay? 1 plus the D ratio times 1 minus tax. 1 times 1 minus tax, okay? Usually the 1 minus tax, not gonna be an issue. So let's see if we can find the answer here, this question, right? Comparable beta here using, okay, some of the data that I'm providing here. So look at that. The company that I'm doing, let's say we're trying to analyze a small airplane manufacturer. And I'm going to use this company here called Embraer, okay? ERJ, it's going to be my comparable. So go to the market, and that's all the information I got from Embraer, okay? I got this here, okay? So the so this is, there you go, the debt, equity, total debt, total equity, beta, okay? That's observable. And let's actually put it here. The private company debt to equity ratio. Okay, I'm gonna put that in a different color because that one has to be given. Now, if I don't have the beta of the private company, can I get the D ratio of the private company? Of course. Now, the D ratio of the private company, it's something you can get from the balance sheet of the company. Now you take total debt, total equity, divided one by the other. There you go. And the DE ratio of Embraer, I just get it by dividing those two numbers. Take the debt divided by equity. It's not not usual one is higher than 1, but in this case, it is higher than 1. Great. Now I have everything I need to do the calculation. So let's do step by step. First, I'm going to take the beta of the public trade company and I'm going to unleverage. I'm going to take the DE ratio out of the question. And I'm assuming no taxes. So look what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this 0.99 and I'm going to divide it by 1 plus the DE ratio, like exactly as showed on the formula. Okay, 1 plus the DE. Forget the tax on this case. If I had tax, I just would multiply after the parent close, I multiply by 1 minus tax. That's what I would do. Perfect. That's my deleverage beta, 0.4353. 0.4353 rounded. Great. Now I deleverage the beta, right? This is beta neutral. This is a beta with no impact of debt. Well, then what do? Then I have to leverage again this beta, right? Leverage now using the DE ratio of the company that I am analyzing, not the other one. So look at that. Now I'm going to take the asset beta, neutral beta, beta without leverage, and I'm going to multiply by 1 plus the DE ratio of that company that I'm looking for the beta, and then 0.653 is the 0.653 is the beta of the small company that I'm looking for. Okay? It's possible that you have to do this in the exam, finding the beta using the D ratios. All right. And that's, we're done. Now we're arriving on the last two topics of your exam: capital structure and degrees of leverage. All right. So capital structure, okay, is M&M. We're going to be focused on M&M here, okay? So I'm going to take a look on the M&M propositions. Look at that. There you go. The M&M proposition 1, M&M proposition 2, and so on and so forth. So look at that. What is M&M? M&M, Modigliani and Miller. They create several assumptions. You need to know the assumptions, and then I'll show the propositions. You could have an assumption about which of the following is most likely, or which of the following least likely is an assumption of the M&M capital structure. So, homogeneous expectations. All the investors expect the same. The capital market, it's perfect. Short sale, no transaction costs, no taxes, no bankruptcy. It's like a perfect scenario. That's very stretching, right? The risk-free rate, the investor can borrow or lend on it. There's no agency costs, so there's no conflict of interest between parties, okay? A typical agency conflict is between stockholders and managers, okay? And decisions are done independently. So those are the assumptions of M&M. Now, what are the propositions of M&M? So we have two propositions with M&M, okay? You have the proposition 1 and proposition 2. Let me make it more visible here. Go. There you go. So be careful, okay? M&M proposition 1 and M&M proposition 2. Taxes and no taxes on those propositions, okay? So I'm going to go straight to the point here. The proposition is, proposition 1 means that if there is a scenario with no taxes, there's no difference in value of company that borrows and the company that does not borrow. So the company finances everything with stocks, the company that finances everything with borrowing, and the company that finances with a mix, they would have the same value. There's no incentive here for borrowing, etc. Okay, nothing at all. Okay. But if there are taxes, then it changes the scenario. Or is taxes, the value of the leveraged company, the one that borrows money from financial institutions, for example, will have a higher value. Would have a higher value in the amount of TD, tax times the total debt. That's the incremental amount of a company, now the value of a company that in a scenario with taxes borrows certain amount of money to invest in the growth of that company. That TD, tax times that, is the portion that the government takes, gives us a tax credit for companies that issue interest, right? So in the end, the tax times the entire debt, it's the measurement of value, all right? Proposition number 2, M&M 2, has to do with the increase on the return on the equity due to the increase in borrowing. So, and you see that exactly the same format, taxes without tax. The only thing is that with taxes, we include the 1 minus T. But that's the idea. Look at that. RE, return on the equity, equals the RO, the return of the equity of the company that doesn't borrow, plus the return of the company that doesn't borrow minus the return on the debt of that company, multiplied by the DE. So obviously, if you see the D increasing here, take a look, let's put it there, right? The D increasing, the RE has to increase as well to make sure that this identity is the same. All right, so that's M&M 1 and 2, okay? Classic type of questions, huh? M&M questions, right? All right, let me kind of do a little bit here. All right, and now let's talk about those conflicts that I told you, okay? The types of conflicts, right? Managers and shareholders, okay? Preferred shareholders and common shareholders, debt and equity conflict would be creditors and stockholders, private equity and controlling shareholders, bank and private lenders, or creditor and private lenders, okay, and other stakeholders and shareholders. The most important ones are those two here. Actually, the manager and the debt to equity conflict. Try to understand them and how to mitigate those conflicts in your opinion. What would be the most advisable thing to do to mitigate conflicts or agency conflicts, as you say. Okay, let me see, I'm approaching to the end here. Yeah, let's talk about what do you call the degrees of operating leverage, financial leverage, degrees of leverage in general. And that's the last topic of your exam, Level 1, November 2, 2023. Let's see. Now I'm moving to the last topic, which is the operating leverage or leverage in general. There you go. So those are the formulas that you need to kind of like understand or maybe memorize, okay, to calculate the degree of operating leverage and degree of financial leverage. And if you multiply one by the other, you get the degree of total leverage. Okay, so what is? Well, a percentage change in income divided by percentage change in units is your operating leverage. But a percentage change on the clean profit, the net profit, divided by the change in operating income, then it's your financial leverage. And DTL is just 1 times the other. So in other words, when the DOL, or excuse me, more likely, when the DFL, the degree of financial leverage, is going to be equal to 1 on the percentage change on the net income equals the percentage change on operating income. What else? What is operating income? What the operating income has that the net income does not. Okay, so the operating income will have maybe financial charge like interest. Okay, excuse me, the net income of the company might have to be after interest expense, but the operating income is always before interest expense. Operating income is before interest because interest is not an operating, well, it is for cash flow, but for the net income, we're going to be, the interest expense is going to be below the operating profit. So operating income does not include interest, net income does. If the interest expense is 0, the variation is going to be the same. Therefore, DFL is going to be 1 if the company doesn't borrow any money. Just to put in perspective here for you. Those are the formulas. Another formula, right? It's the same formula, but one is in terms of looking at changes, and the other one is using on the contribution margin. So DOL is contribution margin on the numerator, contribution margin minus fixed cost on the denominator. Imagine that the fixed cost is gigantic. Right? The fixed cost here is gigantic. What do you think is going to happen to the DOL? It's going to be a big number because it's minus F. Right? If Q, the QP minus V is 1,000 and F is 999, the denominator becomes 1, very small. So the DOL will increase if the financial fixed cost, not financial, excuse me, fixed cost, this F stands for fixed cost, increases. Now, if you take the denominator of the DOL and put it on the numerator of the DFL, and on the denominator of the DFL, you repeat the numerator, but you subtract the financial costs. That's C. Then you can see that if C is 0, means we're not borrowing, we're not paying any interest, the numerator equals to the denominator, the DFL equals to 1. All right? So those are the type of questions that I might imagine you'll be asking here rather than do the calculation itself. I'm putting here in perspective for you, okay? On graphs. See, I have 2 graphs here. And let's say, taking a look at the graph, tell me or imagine which one has the highest degree of operating leverage just by looking at the graph. And it's the second one, because of the fixed cost. Look at that. This is a typical break-even graph. The intersection of the red with the green means the intersection of the cost with the revenue. It's happening, okay? Look at the red curve. The red curve, which the cost curve, starts at this point here. Meaning there is a high cost, is this much cost here when the company is producing 0 units. That's your fixed cost. And that's your fixed cost on the second, this scenario here. Look, the fixed cost is much smaller. That has a low degree of financial leverage. Okay? This one has a high degree of financial leverage. What is the implication? The implication is that the low financial leverage will break even sooner than the one that has high financial leverage. But the profit margin, look at the amount of profit here, the area. That's the loss, and that's the profit. The green above the red is a profit area. Look at this profit area here. It's much smaller than the profit area here. So those are the things you need to observe about a company that has high degree of operating leverage. Okay, I said financial. I misspoke. Operating leverage. Okay, fixed cost creates operating leverage. The higher the fixed cost, the higher the operating leverage. And you can see in the graph this large area here and here, it's because of the fixed cost. All right. Break even now, which is the last topic, is don't confuse the operating break even with the total break even. And the formula of the operating break even is fixed cost divided by contribution margin, and fixed plus financial cost. Fixed cost is buying a building or paying taxes. Paying, I would say paying rent. Fixed, not the fixed cost, the one that you're going to have to be paying. But usually here, you purchase a fixed asset. Right. Plus, you borrow money. So those costs on top divided by the contribution margin. P minus V is called contribution margin, price minus variable cost. And that gives you the break-even quantity. So important to kind of like review those formulas. Friends, I'm leaving the topic of corporate issuers and arriving in equity. Then we have fixed income, derivatives, alternative investment portfolio management, and a quick review on ethics. And that's will conclude our review. Okay, our big review here today. All right, so let me organize this a little bit better. There you go. Good. So let's see how I divide it here for you. Nothing has changed in 2023, 2024 for the equity. Very little, almost nothing. So market organization and indexes is learning modules 1 and 2, especially indexes or indices. Learning module 3 and 4 will be market efficiency and equity securities. And then 5 and 6, the last two, industry analysis and valuation. Okay, so I expected most of the questions will be the most probability of the probability of the questions will be on indices, valuation, and market efficiency. Now the theories of market efficiency, and a mix of equity, securities, industry analysis, market organization. Maybe one question. Okay, how many questions are we talking about here? About 18 to 20 questions, maybe, right? On equity on level 1. So let's go. Market organization and indices. Okay. All right. So for the market organization, I'm just going to kind of like mention a couple things here. Make sure that those instruments here you're comfortable with. You know, it's a bank deposit, a CD, a stock options, treasury notes, etc. Important to review this vocabulary. Okay, pause the video if you have to. And I want to focus on this kind of filter from this chapter, something that could be in the exam, which will be the margin call, price, margin price, maintenance margin, all that type of question you've probably seen before. I want you to keep that formula in mind, might be useful. The initial deposit that you do on a margin account plus the price that that you pay, that is gonna be, okay, minus the initial price, okay, divided by P is gonna give your maintenance margin. Actually, there's a mistake here. Sorry about that. Let me redo it. Initial margin is how much you deposit, okay? Now, minus, right, the price of the stock, then the price of the stock, minus, excuse me, it's plus, yeah, it's plus the P0, I was correct. Minus, just want to double check, minus P. There you go. All right, good. There you go, P0 and the P on the back. Let me just analyze this a little better. There you go. Oh, what happened here? There you go. Good. So, initial margins, how much you paid. So let's say I put $50 on that account. Okay. Plus, how much is the P? Well, the P I don't know. But I know how much is the price of the stock when I paid. So let's say I paid $100. So just analyze the numerator here, friends. Actually, I'm putting a little bit here. Analyze the numerator here of that equation, okay? You have, excuse me, you have a certain amount that you put it there, and then add it to the price that you don't know, minus the price you paid, divided by a price, that same P there, the same P that you got up there, okay, has to be equal to the maintenance margin, or the maintenance, the requirement, which is a percentage, 30%, 40%, 50%. So let's try to digest that. If the price it's less than I paid, right? Then you can see that this number P minus 100 is going to be negative. P minus P0 is going to be negative. P minus P0 is going to be negative if P is less than P0. And that's exactly what we're trying to measure here. If I put $50 on that account, that's my maintenance. I have to have there $50. And I cannot have, okay, less than $20, let's say, in there. When you get $20, you're going to receive a phone call and you're going to have to put more money there. So, okay, let's say 20 divided by 5, right? So equal 2 divided by 5, okay? So when your maintenance, when your margin is at 40% what it was, then you're going to have to deposit more money. Question. At which price of the stock that you purchase on margin is borrowing, right? I borrow what? Let's say the price of the stock was $100, okay? So, and I put 50. How much do you think I borrowed? 50%. I borrowed, I put 50 of my own money. The stock cost 100. So that it's implicit that I borrow from the broker 50. All right, now the broker wants to do the following. Say, look, you have $50 in your account, but if the stock keeps going down in value, the P keeps going down, 99, 98, 97, right? It's going to take the money out. It's going to take your money out. So if the stock goes to 99, you lose $1. Goes to 98, you lose another $1, right? Until you get to a point where you're going to receive a phone call and say, hey, we need more money. And then you have to deposit to go back to 50, whatever my value is in that account, okay? So that formula, it determines what is the price that the stock should be in the reason for you to receive a margin call, Okay, it has to be equal to the maintenance margin, which is 40%, 50%. Margin call, it's when it triggers. You're going to receive a call, literally, when it triggers that you have less than 40% money in your account. Okay, so that could be a question. And another question could be on financial leverage ratio, which is 100 divided by the equity requirement, 40%, 6. What is the requirement that you have to put it in the reason to purchase that stock? Okay, it should be less than 100, obviously, and that will be their leverage ratio. How the questions could appear? This one could appear like that. So you have to calculate the P, or another one, when you're going to have to calculate the leverage ratio. Look at that. The requirement is 40%. Then you can do 100 divided by 40%. That's how much you're going to amplify your return, 2.5. And the leverage return is just the normal return times the financial average. So you take that 2.5, multiply by 10%. That's 25% that you get it if instead of putting all the amount of money for that investment, you put just 40%. All right? So take a look on those type of questions. Maybe they could appear or not. All right. Now this is more testable in my opinion, called the indices. So what do you need to know? The type of indices out there, friends. Price weighting, equal weighting, market cap, the float adjust, and the fundamental weights. Okay? All of those you're gonna need to remember. Okay? All of them. You're gonna need to remember, or at least be comfortable, somehow comfortable explaining this, each one of those models. Okay? Each one of them. 1 second here, and see there's some questions on my here. There you go. Sorry about that. There you go. I was just checking here to see some questions. There you go. Everything looks good. All right. Let's continue here, friends. So price weighted, equal weighted, market cap, float adjusted, and fundamental. What is the price weighted? What is price weighted return or price weighting? What is equal weighting? What's market cap weighting? What's float adjusted? What's the fundamental? Okay? Price weighting, just take in consideration the price of the stocks in the basket. It's an index, right? It's an index. So I put a lot of stocks in there, and I'll keep measuring the average performance of those stocks. And that average indicates if the index is increasing or decreasing. And I can even calculate the return on the index, on the index. Price weighted focus on the price of each security inside the index. Okay? It ignores number of shares. Equal weighted, it gives the same proportion on the returns of each component of the index. Market cap takes in consideration the number of shares. The float adjusted is similar to the market cap, but it only takes in consideration what? The stocks that are available for trade. There are several stocks that might be locked in a vault. There might be in a pension fund that you cannot use, it cannot sell, cannot buy. So you don't consider those on calculating the float adjusted or the floated adjusted market cap index. Finally, the fundamental weighting is the one that deviates the most from the market because the fundamental weight focuses on accounting numbers, right? Accounting numbers, fundamental numbers, not market numbers. Okay, so try to understand here pros and cons of each. Right? What is the a negative aspect of the equal weighting? The rebalancing that you have to keep on doing, constant rebalancing to make sure that it's all equal. Rebalance means buy and sell stocks. The market cap is also a problem on the rebalancing. If the small cap, right, that's very cheap, costs let's say $5. Now all of a sudden start getting a rally in that stock. Now it's $300. Now that's gonna change the market cap weighted. Okay, so try to see if you can understand, if you can remember some of the components, pros, cons, and characteristics, my friends, of each one of those type of indices. It's going to be very helpful. See, a quick example here on the adjusting the denominator stock split for a price-weighted index. Look, a price-weighted index is the only one you have to adjust the denominator for a split. Otherwise, the index will not reflect what it should. So let's say I have 3 stocks. Those are the price of each, 12, 12, 18. I added, it's 42. If I divided that by the number of stocks, my index is 14. Great. Now, I add 2, but look what happened to stock B. The day after I calculate the index value, 1 second before, the stock split 3-1. Now, instead of $12, it costs $4. But it didn't go down $4 because of poor performance. And because it didn't go down to poor performance, the index value has to be 14 after the split. Let's see how much it is. Because of the split, it went down to 34. And 34 divided by 3 stocks in that index, it's 11. 11 is not the number I want. I want a 14. So the question is, what is the number that I will divide at 34 to get 14? 2.43. So 2.43 is the new denominator. Okay, is the new denominator. If I take 34 and I divide it by 243 instead of 3, look at that. I get exactly what I'm supposed to. And that's exactly what you have to do, because that stock did not go down in value because of performance. It went down in value because it went a split. And because of a split, then you cannot, there you go. You cannot consider that the index went down in value because of a split. Okay? All right. Questions: where to use the market indexes to get the sentiment. Market is going up, down, bear market, bull market. Is a benchmark for comparison, for risk, for asset classes. So I have an index for equity, index for bonds, index for real estate, and for active managed portfolios as well, to see if the performance is being above, below expected. The equity indexes, you can have these categories here: multi-market, different markets, sector, right, industries, or style, growth and value. Growth is for growth company, value is for mature blue chips companies. Right? You also could have indexes for fixed income and for alternative investments, right? And now, like commodities, hedge funds, real estate, etc. All right. I think that's it. Friends, I think, in my opinion, what you need to kind of like focus on this module here, on indices, okay? It's the types, pros and cons, the definitions of each one, and maybe one calculation of the return on an index. Total return includes dividends, price return just include the appreciation in price, or some of the questions about the adjusting the denominator of the price index. That's what I predicted. All right, let's continue here. A topic that's also testable, in my opinion: market efficiency. So friends, for market efficiency, you need to remember the 3 types of market efficiency. Let's see if I have them here. There we go. So let's focus on the 3 types of market efficiency, or the 3, forms or theories: the weak, semi-strong, and strong. So review questions on, you're going to be tested on this. They give the description, and you need to see if it's a weak form, or semi-strong, or strong. And it has to do with information. So there are three types of information: past, present, past, public, and privileged, or past, present, and privileged. So if the market does not have present right away or privileged information right away in the market, it's a weak market. Now, if the market has all public and past information, all actual and past information, then, but not private information, it's a semi-strong. And if it has all the information possible, it's a strong. So imagine a strong format is the one that if there is a privileged info, a private information, it becomes public information 1 second or few seconds or fractions of a second right after that information exists, right? So this is a theory, okay? Now, what type of questions you should face here? Well, which type of investment or style of investments works on the weak form, the strong form, and on the semi-strong? Where active management, it's gonna be the preferable method. In which form of market active management is preferred? Which market the passive investment outperforms the active management? All right. So the active management has to be done on a strong form. There's no other way. I mean, if there's only one possible way to find alpha on a strong form, is the active managed portfolio. Okay. And that would be therefore probably the most indicated style. Under the semi-strong, a passive investor may outperform the active manager, because active manager has to be in and out of the market, commissions and etc. High cost. Maybe the passive will outperform the active manager here. The weak format or semi-weak format, or that has past information, is the only one available, and it might repeat itself, then technical analysis might be a good one here. So try to understand the forms and characteristics and what is the type of strategies that would be more applicable or in each one of them. Right, market pricing anomalies. Make sure that you know what is an anomaly. Okay, what is an anomaly? I don't think those questions of anomaly will, at least not the very American ones, right? We have some names here, like the Super Bowl. You have to be very familiar with American culture to understand what the Super Bowl effect is or Super Bowl is, right? You might be living in a country that you probably never heard about the Super Bowl. Well, it's not impossible, right? So that's why I think something very related to American vocabulary, expressions, might not be present on the CFA exam, because the CFA exam is it's international, it's global exam. I think they would give some privilege to the information that's more understood around the world. For example, I don't think that they will use the word Federal Reserve Bank. I think they will use the word Central Bank, okay, instead of Federal Reserve Bank. All right, friends, let's see time series. So let's see some of the anomaly. Maybe they will give you an anomaly and you ask which type of anomaly is that. If it's a time anomaly, then January effect, holiday, time, right? That should be something related to time, is a time series effect, anomaly. Cross-sectional, that's happening in two different markets, right? Or in two different categories of stocks, okay? Size and value, for example. Others will be like surprise splits, like the Super Bowl effect that I mentioned to you, etc. So again, take a look on the market's anomaly, because anomalies can disrupt the financial market, can create bubbles, can create crashes, and might be a question on that on the exam related to the anomalies. If you want to memorize all the anomalies given on the level 1 curriculum, why not? Go for it. This topic mentions a little bit of behavioral finance, which we'll be talking about more on portfolio management. So the behavioral finance you want to take a look here is the loss aversion, herding, overconfidence, and information cascades. Okay, would be something that could disrupt the efficiency of the market.
For example, information cascade is the one that people start trading, not knowing what they're doing, but they're just following their orders, right? Imagine that you go in the middle of a street, on the sidewalk, I guess, would be less dangerous, and you start looking up. Do like this, start looking up. And wait, see how many seconds it's going to take for another person to stop by and start looking up again, and all of a sudden you start looking around and everybody's looking up. That's a cascade of information. So if they're following the group, they don't know why to look up, but everybody is, so I'm going to look up as well. Everybody's selling that stock. I don't know why, but if everybody's selling, I'm going to sell as well. That's a cascade, and that could create a problem. And that's a behavioral finance. A robot would not get influenced by information cascade because the robots could care less what the other ones are doing, unless, right, there is something on the algorithm that said, listen, if everybody's selling, you have to sell again, not because you don't know what you're doing, it's just because if everybody's panicking, then you have to kind of get out. But if we're talking about a bunch of robots trading with each other, the chances of behavioral finance to take place there, it's almost zero, right? Good, so that's it for the form of market, or market structure, or market format. This topic here, the review for the learning module 4, the fourth module for the exam, level 1, 2023, November, equity securities. So I'm going to do a very quick overview here, okay? Because again, I'm trying to focus more on those topics that I believe has more weight and more chances of being questioned. But again, I don't know. Maybe all the questions of equity will be from equity securities. Maybe. I don't know. So don't say later, oh, you said that. No, I didn't. I'm just trying to do here the best I can to help you to predict. But it's impossible, right? If we could predict all those questions, I wouldn't be here, friend. If I could predict the future, I would not be teaching this. I would be in Vegas making tons of money, right? Just betting on the next card that someone's going to flip, because I already know in advance, right? Because I have some kind of psychic powers. That's not the case here. So we don't know which questions are going to be in the exam. Therefore, we have to do the best we can. All right. So what is the learning module 4 of equity securities? So the types of securities: common stock, preferred stock, or preference stock, private and public securities, like a venture capital type, so this stocks bought on an exchange, non-domestic, how can you actually invest in foreign stocks not being issued in that country? So then we're going to have direct investment. We go to the other country, invest there. You can have what you call global register shares, which is a share of the stock that's traded outside, or the most common one, depository receipts. The American depository receipts, which is known, is called the ADRs. And maybe a question on an ADR, and that's why I selected this. If you get a question on the ADR, American depository receipts, I believe it could be on the levels of ADRs. So level 1, it's over the counter. It's very cheap, or low fees. Very cheap is an exaggeration. Nothing's cheap, right? But cheaper, no earnings per share requirements, and the issuer of that stock, ADR level 1, cannot raise capital, cannot do an IPO in the other country. Level 2, it get out of the OTC and go to the exchange, so it has less risk, right? It's exchange. There's the clearing house behind. Of course, it's more expensive. There will be requirements, but no IPO. And the level 3 is everybody. It's in an exchange. It's expensive, has requirements, but the company issuing those could actually even issue an IPO on the other country in format of ADR. So take a look on that and see if this makes sense. Try to get as much info as you can possibly get from this. Friends, I'm moving to the last 2 topics of equity, okay? Which will be industry analysis and valuation. Industry analysis. is analyzing the sector that you are in, or that you want to recommend to your investors. That's what you want to do, okay? So in that case, let me see here what we are doing on the questions, all right? All right. Okay, there we go. Good, let's continue. So the industry analysis, right? We're gonna see here, what is the importance of industry analysis, or what is that we're trying to do, right? Here, so think, let's say I wanna do a top-down approach of selecting securities, okay? Let's say I wanna do a top-down approach. So what do I do on a top-down approach? And what does it mean, a top-down approach? That means that I will try to start with a country. From that country, I look for an industry. And from that industry, I look for the stocks into that industry that will be performing well, and then I invest. Imagine that. In a very simplistic way, that's a top-down approach. A bottom-up approach will be the opposite. A bottom-up approach, you start making from the bottom. So you're going to go from the balance sheet, income statement, cash flow statement. You start modeling the numbers. And from that modeling, you can arrive on the valuation of securities that will be the ones you want to put in your portfolio. That's a bottom-up. But a top-down means we have to find the industry first and then find the stocks into that industry. So that's what we call industry analysis, right? Industry analysis, a very common way to do that is the Porter 5 forces, okay? Porter 5 forces analysis, right? Let me see, which I'm going to mention a little bit, but Porter is level 2, right? So it's not even mentioned on level 1 that much. So let's see. What is industry analysis, right? So understanding a company business and environment, identify equity investments opportunities in that industry, and a sector allocation. So that's why industry is important, okay? How do we select the industries, right? So, for example, what about a cyclical industry? Right? Cyclical industry is the one that the companies in that industry follow the business cycle. And if it follows the business cycle, means if there is a recession, the company might perform poorly. If there's an expansion, the company perform better because it follows the cycle. But you could have a defensive company, right? The one that doesn't follow the business cycle is a defensive. Besides go up or down, the company start to perform the same way. Right. So that's the sensitivity of the company. That's the approach to identify companies, right? Here is a similar company because you want to try to put more than one in that portfolio, stocks. So we can use this type of comparison. Cyclical and non-cyclical, I think that's self-explanatory, right? Here I put here because that's on the is on the learning material, so I kind of copy and put it here. Maybe with a low probability you could get a question. Vehicles belongs to which type of industry, right? Consumer discretionary, staples, or energy, right? So take a look on that. My comments is on the energy companies versus utility companies. Energy companies, exploration, refining, but not provider. And a utility company is the provider, is the service. So the utility doesn't produce anything. Usually, it just provides. So that will be some kind of important observation. So I'm gonna finish the industry analysis with the Porter 5 forces, which is gonna be more on level 2. So I'm just gonna touch Porter here. Porter 5 forces means that there are 5 forces that you should analyze when you doing an industry analysis. So selecting the industry. Take a look. Okay, how are the bargain of buyers in that industry? Meaning, if the buyers have a lot of control of the price of the companies in that industry selling, if there is, they might affect the price. If there is, the buyers might affect the profitability of that company. It might not be a good idea to invest in a company where the buyers have too much power. It's the same for the suppliers. Do the suppliers have too much power over that industry? If it does, that could be a problem for the stockholder. Threat to new entrants and threat to substitution also could be a problem. If I'm investing in an industry, I'm going to buy stock of company A, but then I didn't measure correctly, and then all of a sudden I see more and more entrants, well, then probably what I pay for that company now is going to go down in value because the competition will increase. Substitution is when the customer decided to substitute something for something else, not necessarily the same product. There was example of perfect example here was Blockbuster and Netflix. Some of you might not even know Blockbuster was, but Blockbuster was the leader of rental, video rental, back when people used to go to the store to rent the DVD and watch at home, that type, right? This was substitute when Netflix came in by taking the CD, putting an envelope, send it back, then receive it, send it back, receive it, right? So you didn't have to go to the store. And that's very effective because you don't need to rent a store, you don't need to hire someone to be there, work in some of those stores. The Blockbuster was 24 hours, so you could go there 3 in the morning, rent a DVD. Well, goodbye, right? Because that was substitution. It was not a new entrant. Well, what is a new entrant? But also a substitution as well. And rivalry is a problem. If you are in an industry and there's a lot of rivalry between the companies or among the companies there, that's going to affect the value of that, right? Rivalry could be, for example, price war. Company A lowers the price, company B in the same industry lowers the price, and they keep doing that, right? You as a stockholder might not like that, right? So those are the forces that should be analyzed. You want very low forces. The lower of all those 5, the better is the industry. Imagine that you want to invest in a monopoly because you know a monopoly is almost assured that you're going to make some money because it's the monopoly. Do those 5. Yeah, if none of them, then you're investing in a monopoly kind of thing. I know monopoly is illegal in most countries. I think all countries, right? At least the unregulated monopolies are illegal. Therefore, that's the idea. I'm looking to invest in a monopoly. So the lower of those 5 forces inside the industry, the more likely a monopoly, right? The more likely that would be investing, similar to invest in a monopoly. All right. Friends, before we go into evaluation, which is my next topic, let's talk about the industry life cycle and memorize those names here. Embryonic, growth, shakeout, maturity, and decline. Do not confuse business cycle. Let's put it here. Do not confuse business cycle. Do not confuse business cycle with company cycle and industry cycle. 3 different things. I'm just going to put it in perspective for you. Okay, no, cycle. There you go. Business cycle, company cycle, industry cycle. Right? Business cycle, recession, expansion, trough, and peak. Company cycle, right? The company cycle is very similar to the industry cycle, but less phase. So the company cycle, right? You have pretty much the embryonic or the early stage, right? And then you have the growth stage, and then you have the mature stage. In the industry cycle, very similar. You have embryonic, growth, shakeout, maturity, and decline. Industries could totally disappear. What is the industry of VCRs? Goodbye. No more. So that's the type of things here. So try to understand what if the question in the exam is, if the companies if the industry is on an embryonic stage, what do you expect to be happening in that industry? If they are in a maturity, and then some questions could be related to that. Okay? So don't confuse business cycle, company cycle with industry cycle. All right, now I'm going to the last topic of equity. Okay, equity. Then we're missing fixed income. It's a relatively long review. Derivatives and alternative investments is relatively short review. I'm going to kind of combine. And then portfolio management, median, and the ethics review is going to be quick. Okay. I had planned to do a mock exams with you here, but by taking a look on how long I'm taking so far on this review here for you, we're not going to do the mock exam this time. Okay. But feel free to contact me asking for a sample. We have mock exams in the course that I teach, and I would like you to, if you want, get in touch with us, and we send you a mock exam, our mock exam that I created using the official material. So we create this mock exam. In my opinion, it's pretty decent. It's only one mock exam, but it helps you because the CFA is giving you 2 full mock exams, right? You can get one with us, and again, right, you can get others if you want. Let's talk about valuation. Equity valuation, I think, is going to be big on level 2. Oh, yes. Equity valuation is going to be probably 30 to 40% of your level 2 equity exam. So, don't know if it's going to be much room for level 1, but some maybe quick questions, basic questions of equity valuation you will face. Okay? So, or may face. So, let's see. So when you do evaluation, you want to know what is the fair price. When you want to do the fair price, you can use models. The most common one is called the discount model. Okay, so those discount models are the preferable one. You're going to learn here in level 1 the dividend growth model. That one you're probably going to face in the exam. On level 2, you're going to face the cash flow models. So the dividend discount model is the one you need to remember for level 1. With higher or is more probability. The second type of valuation is market multiples. So you can compare with other companies. So the other company A is trading 10 times the profit per share. That's the value of the company. Company B, it's 11 times the profit. So, and then they're all in the same industry. So if you want to find the fair value of a company that's in the same industry, you can use those market multiples to come up with an average of those multiples, to get an average multiple for your company, multiply by the earnings or any other variable to figure out what will be the fair price using market multiples. Enterprise value is a part of market multiples. Enterprise value is just like, okay, if I don't want to use the price, the market price of a company, I want to use the value of a company. What is the enterprise value? Well, the enterprise value is the market value of the asset, the debt, the market value of the equity, minus cash and marketable securities. That's the value, enterprise value. And that's used for comparison. Okay. And if the company doesn't trade, if the company is small, or there's any other problems in use the other models of valuation, then use the asset-based valuation model. Try to remember when to use the asset-based valuation model. For example, if a company has intangible assets, forget about it. Do not use this model. Asset value valuation model does not work for company that has too much intangibles, because intangibles are hard to quantify. Okay? On level 2, you're going to learn the excess earnings method as a way to calculate intangible values. Friends, very quickly here, I want you to take a look on the dividend growth model. That's the one. That's the Gordon model here. It's D0, 1 plus G, or D1, okay? D1 is the next dividend. D0 is the current dividend. So if I take the current dividend and multiply by 1 plus G, I get D1. And R minus G is called the cap rate. It's always the required minus the growth. And then you have the value of the company. Practice questions of dividend growth model, valuation using the dividend model. Another model for discount valuation is the cash flow. It's similar to the dividend. You take the free cash flow and you divide it by the discount rate year after year and then add it to get the valuation. You can use the free cash flow to the firm or the free cash flow to the equity. All right, so the Gordon model has good chance to be in the exam. Not even a numerical calculation, could be a conceptual calculation. For example, let's take a look on this one here. Actually, put it this way, like this, look. This one, okay? And then it could be a question, okay? If the required return increases, what happened to the value of the stock? If the growth rate increases, what happened to the value of the stock? So if you remember the model, you see, oh, the R is down here. If I increase the R, it pushes this fraction down, right? D1 divided by a big R gives me a small v. So if R increases, V or price decreases. Minus G, if I increase G, I lower the denominator. If I lower the denominator, I increase the price. There you go, friends. So that could be type of questions that you'd face where you're going to have just to kind of analyze the formula and answer a question related to it. All right. So here I'm emphasizing that next dividend is the D1, and that's the one you need to put in the formula. Current or past dividends not included. So you have to multiply by 1 plus G before putting in the formula. Don't make that mistake. The formula for the growth rate could be this one here, small b times ROE. Yeah? Friends, it could be, this is more level 2, but could be that on level 1, right, you will get a question related to the multi-stage model. So I'm just going to describe here to you. A multi-stage dividend model, you have to do 2 or more calculations. One for the finite stage and one for the perpetual stage. Look at this example. D0 is 5, though D0 is useless for us, right? It's D1 that we need. Expect to be 10% a year for the 3 years and then 5% thereafter. The required return is 15. Estimate the value. Well, so I have 2 phases here. I have actually 3 phases. 10% a year for 3 years. No, 2 stages. 10%, then 5%. 10% for 3 years. So I'm going to need D1. Look what I'm going to need. I'm going to need D1. I'm going to need D2. And I'm going to need it D3. That's what I'm going to need it. D1, D2, and D3. And then I'm going to write here on D4. But a D4 is going to be a perpetual growth. So calculate D1. Let's do very quickly here. 5 times 10%. Okay, 5 times 1.1. There you go. Okay. Let me try to put this all below. It's important to do a quick one on this one. A lot of people still struggle with the multi-phase or multi-stage model. All right, so there you go, 5. Now, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to grow 10% as well. There you go. And on D3, because it's 3 years, I'm going to grow 10% as well. Look at that, D3 times 1.1. Now, at D4, it goes to 5%. So it's going to grow, but a little bit less, times 1.05. 6.98775 is D4. Okay? Now, be careful here, friends. If it is a D4, there you go. And here is perpetual. I can apply the Gordon model here. That D1, V equal, or P, let's put P, I prefer P. P equals D1 divided by R minus G. Now think with me here. That's P0. P0 equals D1 R minus G. Guess what? If I don't have D1, I have D4. And I use D4 R minus G. Do you know what I'm going to get? The G is 5%. The R is 15%. R minus G here is 10%. So if I take this number and I divide it by 10%, take a look. This number divided by 10%. What do you think I get it? 69.8775. What is this number? That's the price on year 3. Take a look. P0 is price on year 0. It depends on D1. So if D1 gives you P0, D2 gives P1, D3 gives P2, and D4 gives P3, okay, on the year 3. Now, those guys here, any dividend after that, it becomes useless, okay? Any dividend after that becomes useless. You don't need it. All the future dividends are accumulated into this number, 69.8775. Great. Now, those two numbers are happening at the same year. The dividend 3 and the price of year 3 is on the same year. I can add those numbers right there. And now, friends, I have 3 cash flows. Cash dividend 1. I have 3 dividends in a cash. 2 dividends and a cash flow. Dividend 1, dividend 2, and dividend 3 plus the price on year 3. And discount that at 15% back to year 1, discount that for 2 years, and discount that 76 for 3 years, add, and that will be the value of the company using the multi-stage model. Okay? Chance to be in the exam? Maybe. Quick like that? Yeah, like 2 years of, 3 years of like a rapid growth, and then after that gets perpetual. I could do this in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calculations if I use the NPV form. Okay? Yeah. Like I said, it might be more present on level 2 because of the time consuming to do the multi-stage model. All right, friends, let's go now to the multiplier models, which is more, in my opinion, level 2, but you need to know at least that they exist and what they are. So those are the multiples that you need to be familiar with. Price to sales, price to book, price to earnings, price to cash flow, and the EV, EBITDA, or EBITDA. If I isolated P, look what happened. The price of a company equals its sales times a multiplier. Sales per share, by the way. Or the book value per share times another multiplier. Or the earnings per share times a multiplier. Or the cash flow per share times a multiplier. Or the EBITDA times a multiplier. That's how we calculate value of companies or stocks, price, fair price, intrinsic value using multipliers. Okay? That's the price multiples. That's why I call multipliers, because it multiplies. A couple of things you need to know for level 1. For example, when to use the price to sales? Well, sales are never negative. So if the company has negative earnings, negative book value, which is not impossible, negative cash flow, well, then use the price to sales because sales are never negative. On the other hand, sales are more unstable than earnings. So it's preferred to use the price to earnings, the price to sales. So anyway, take a look on the pros and cons of each one. Okay? All right. If your earnings are negative, well, then use the price to sales, for example. That's the form of the enterprise value. Market value the debt, market value equity minus cash in short investments. Okay? Market value the debt plus the market value. What do I get when I add debt to equity? Or let's imagine this is the liabilities with equity. I get the total assets. So you can see here that it's a way to find the total assets of the company. It's adding the total market value of the debt plus the total market value of the equity. But if I purchase a company, imagine I purchase a company. Like imagine you purchase a locker. Now you have like, there was a TV show in the United States called Locker Wars or something like that. You go to a locker, it's closed, and several people start bidding. Say, I want to buy this locker. I have no clue what's inside. No clue. So bidding. Someone bought $1,000. Boom, it's yours. Give it the key. The person opens the locker. Whatever is inside belongs to that person. Pays $1,000. What happened if that person opened the door, and the only thing he found there was $1,000? Found exactly $1,000 inside the locker. What is the value? 0. Because I paid $1,000, but then I found $1,000 inside. That's more or less the logic here. If I take the market value of the debt, the market value of the equity, I have the value of the company. But then when I open the, take the company, all the cash inside, it's mine. So I have to reduce that to figure it out the value, the price that I paid. That's the argument here for this form. And I said to you that the asset-based valuation doesn't work. Companies that do not have high intangibles or off the books. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to find the asset value for that company. Okay? Right below here, some examples, but we're not going to do those examples, right? Because they are very similar to the mock exams you have. Okay? So I just kind of highlight some words here that you need to pay attention. Just paid means D0. Okay? D0. Problem with price multiple here. When you have several price multiples or several different companies, and you have to identify if the price multiples of the valuation of another company is fair or not fair. And then here you have an example of a 3-stage dividend growth model, which we're out of time to do it. But if you want to pause the video and do it yourself, you can send me the answers and I'll check for you. All right. That's it for fixed income, for equity valuation. Now we're going to go to the fixed income. All right. So fixed income valuation, fixed income topic review. All right. Fixed income, you're lucky, level 2023. You guys are lucky because fixed income 2024 has 19 learning modules. Oof. It's going to be tough. 19 learning modules. This one has only 6. Now, 19 learning modules divided in very, very small number of pages. So when you add the 19 modules number of pages, it's almost the same of the number of pages, a little bit more than the fixed income level 1 2023. But you're lucky because, it's divided here in less amount. I would say yes, but maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Fixed income learning module 1 and 2 is the fixed income elements and market. So that's a lot of vocabulary here. You need to know what's a float rate note, what is a fixed income, what's a bond, what's a bill, what is a note, and the bond market. What is a flat price, full price, accrued interest, all of those. Learning module 3 and 4, I believe definitely expect questions on learning module 3 and 4. The valuation means pricing a bond using forward rates, spot rates, and yield to maturity. ABS, asset-backed securities. Let's make sure that you remember your mortgage-backed securities, your CDOs, your CMOs, your prepayments risk, your PACs, in your subordination of securities as a form of enhanced credit or minimized credit risk. Finally, fixed income risk and return means duration and convexity, and then credit analysis. Those are the topics. So let's go. So for the fixed income elements, make sure you're familiar with those names, okay? Make sure that makes sense. Coupon payment, coupon rate, maturity, right? Callable, puttable bond. What is a callable bond? It's a puttable bond. What is a debenture? A Bermuda option, I just want to let you know, Bermuda means that you have few dates where you can exercise. American option, you can exercise at any time. European style option, you could exercise at only at maturity. But I don't even know what they're doing there because they're not fixed income material. They're coming on the next one. A floater or a FRN, okay, is a float rate note. Be careful. Could be a question on the float rate note as well. All right. So here, friend, make sure that you know the difference between, for example, question, a difference between a Euro bond, a foreign bond, and a sovereign bond. Okay, I'll give you a key element for the Eurobond. A Eurobond is the less bureaucratic and it's the cheaper cost of issuance because it has an international organization like an international bank behind. A foreign bond, it's more expensive, okay? It's more bureaucratic, there's more scrutiny to be able to issue that. Yes, sovereign bond is the bond of a country. The other two are bonds of companies. But try to make sure that you know the difference because you could get the questions. Right? What is or which, if they give a description, country A, company of South Africa wants to create or issued $1 million bonds in euros to be sold in the European market and give some characteristics, and you have to decide which type of bond. If it's a sovereign bond, which is not, because a corporation, if it's a foreign bond or euro bond. Okay? So just make sure that you know the difference between euro bonds and foreign bonds. Those are the most that I believe could be a little tricky. All right, right here, friends, convertible bonds. This is also more level 2, but we want to be comfortable. Conversion price, conversion ratio, conversion value, and conversion premium on convertible bonds. So what is the conversion price? Is the price of the bond divided by how many shares you need to convert. So if I convert the bond, I get 100 shares. What is the conversion price? Meaning, what is the price per share I get it if I convert the bond? If it's less than the market price of the shares today, I convert the bond. If it's higher, I will not. Conversion ratio is how many shares you get it. Conversion value is the conversion price times the conversion ratio. That's the value. And the premium is just how much the bond it's costing today minus the conversion value. That to have the premium. All right. Important to go over convertible bond, at least the definition of each one of those topics. Now let's go to the fixed income market. Another thing here, I want to call, well, when I get to price, I'll show you the float rate bond. Because the float rate bond, it's an important bond for us to address at least the components. But I have it on the next module, I have something about that. Not the next module, the next. All right. Here, I'm not gonna go much because you see, I have a very short review for this mod. Market, issuance, trading, funding. So where bonds or how bonds are issued? What is the type of issuance? How can you sell a bond? Do you know how to sell a bond? You probably know how to sell a stock, right? Would you know how to sell the bonds if it's not on the bond market? Well, which type of sale could you do? If you so you can do a Dutch auction type of sale, a private placement. So make sure you know how bonds are traded. Okay. Also, the classifications of the markets, the fixed income markets, by type of issuer, the credit quality, maturity, currency, coupons, right? If it's float, if it's step up coupon, if it's fixed, and place where the bonds are issued and trade. Because you could have an euro bond, a sovereign bond, a foreign bond. Indexes that you need to be familiar with are Bloomberg Berkeley's Global Aggregated Bond Index, US Bond Index, Pan-European, Asian Pacific. How a question would appear here? Probably no idea, probably none. At least know that they exist. Because we saw equity indexes. In equity index, I can almost promise a question. Fixed income index, real estate index, hedge fund index, maybe one question simple related to it. Okay. For example, what are the problems with fixed hedge fund indexes? Is the hedge funds are the returns are reported by the hedge funds, and if they don't want to report, they don't have to, and therefore it can have some kind of differences on the indices. All right. What is a primary bond market? What is a secondary bond market? See, private placement, over the counter, open market operation of the central bank, it's an IPO of a bond. That's the primary market. And the New York Stock Exchange bond market or some electronic platform, that would be the secondary market. Make sure you know a difference between a zero coupon bond, a bill, and make sure you know the definition of a commercial paper and a repo agreement. Commercial paper and repo agreement are low risk loans, low interest loans, short money market loans. Commercial paper, okay, you borrow, pay back later. Usually you use it to finance inventory. Repo agreement, very similar, but a repo agreement has some kind of collateral involved. You go there, you give the collateral, borrow the money with the promise of coming back to rescue that collateral and pay whatever you want, plus interest. So go over commercial paper, repo agreement, the definitions, the reverse repo. The repo agreement, I am promising to buy back that collateral. And if it's a reverse repo, the other party is obliged to sell back that item, right? They have to. And the structured financial instruments, we're going to talk in more details. The asset-backed securities, CMOs, CDOs, right? Those are also over-the-counter, most of the time, instruments. All right, friends, let's go to asset-backed securities, which is, in my opinion, maybe something testable here, okay? So let's see. Let's see. All right, so asset-backed securities, all right? Excuse me. Definition. So instead of definition, let me go in a way here that's I think will be more beneficial for you. I hope it is. So imagine you have this scenario here. Not good. There you go. Okay, now I got it. So take a look. So you have here loan 1, loan 2, loan 3, loan 4, and so on. And then you have a pool, and then you have this asset-backed security down here. So what's going on here? Well, look, loan 1 is in a bank. Now, so someone borrowed to buy a house. Someone borrowed to buy a vehicle. Someone borrowed to credit cards or any other type of loans. There you go. And that person, loan 1, 2, 3, and 4, are making their payments into the bank or the financial institution that they incur the loan. So that financial institution can take loan 1, 2, 3, and 4 and sell that loan, those loans, to a special purpose entity. And that special purpose entity will put, I call SPE, special purpose entity. There we go. The special purpose entity will put all those mortgages, all those payments into a pool, called the pool of mortgage or pool of securities. Now the SPE is going to rearrange those payments into ABS, asset-backed security. So it's going to take this loan number 1, it's considered a risky loan. Loan number 2 is considered a safe loan. Loan number 3 is mid, number 4 is safe. So what do I do? Or what the SPE does? So the SPE is going to sell an ABS that's safe and an asset-backed security that's risky. And it's going to pay more interest here and less interest here. All right. And then how he guarantees that this ABS is safe? He's going to take all these safe loans, number 2 and number 4, and he's going to channel those payments to this ABS here. Now, if I want to sell a risky ABS, I just take the pool here. I'll take those loans, risky loan here, and all the other risk loans, and I channel those payments from the pool to a risky ABS. And I do that for an ABS that's not risky, less risky, and so on and so forth. That's the idea. What are the problems? The problem is here, friend, if this person here on loan 1 stop paying, and the loan 4 stop paying, or loan 1 risky, right? Stop paying, and all the other risky loans start paying, then the ABS 4 will no longer exist. It's going to burst because there's no money coming into the pool to pay that. And it's the same for all the other ones. So obviously the safer one is the least risky, and the risky one are the most risky. Risky to what? To stop paying, okay? Or paying too soon. That's called prepayment risk. So for example, loan number 4, right, and loan number 2, they're safe loans. The interest rates are very low in the economy. Those two people go in there and pay off their loans immediately. So that payment, it stops bringing money to the pool. And then therefore, some of those ABS will burst as well because of prepayment. All right, so let's see. So I explained more or less what is an ABS here for you. The benefits, obviously, right? You can diversify the risk. It's a different source of borrowing, right? And has some kind of diversification purpose with correlation among the other assets in the portfolio. The SPE, I already explained what it is, right? The SPE is the one that's orchestrated this whole thing. Residential mortgage-backed securities, or RMBSs, right, usually are the asset-backed securities that present prepayment risk, a lot of prepayment risk, because residential mortgage, you can prepay it at any time. A commercial mortgage does not have prepayment risk because a commercial mortgage, you do not need to pay at any time. I mean, you cannot pay in advance. You have to keep making those payments regularly. A residential mortgage, no. Residential mortgage, you are totally able to pay first. So if you're paying if you end up prepaying the residential mortgage, the pool will run out of money. And the pool running out of money, the asset-backed securities will burst. That's the idea. All right. How do you reduce the prepayment risk or extension risk if, for example, it takes too long, right, for paying? You're going to use what you call the time trenching, or the PACs, P-A-C, okay, for the plan amortization. Or you can use it a credit trenching for credit risk. So be careful. There are two types of risk: prepayment risk and credit risk. For prepayment risk, we do time trenching. For credit risk, we do credit trenching. Different, similar idea, different ways. Look, if you want to memorize this formula, the SMM, I don't know if it's going to be in the exam. It is on the material, but I don't know if it's going to be definitely tested there. It's the rate of prepayments that will happen in a particular month, called the single monthly mortality rate. That's the prepayment for the months divided by how much mortgage we have in that month minus what is supposed to be paid without prepayment. That's ESMM. Just measures the percentage of mortgage that will be prepaid that or could be prepaid. It could be alarming if this number is too high. All right. Now let's talk about collateralization. This famous collateralized mortgage obligation. What is a collateralized obligation? A CO. A collateralized obligation is an obligation that has tranches, okay, or sequence tranches. Okay, for example, senior, mezzanine, junior. Okay, could also have what we call the plan amortization class, or PAC. Okay, so a sequential pay structure is for credit risk. A PAC, plan amortization class, is for prepayment risk. So just try to make sure that you understand which one is what. So look at an example here. I have 4 tranches. Imagine this could be from the same company. The company issued 4 different bonds, 4 different amounts, 4 different coupons. Obviously, the coupon here pays more than the up here. Why? Because, okay, if this is a PAC tranche, okay, then what happens if the pool start running out of money? Well, the first one that will stop paying is this one. Then if the pool keeps running out of money because of prepayment, bond C is going to go and burst. And then the asset-backed secured B will burst next. And then finally, if the pool dries, tranche A will go and burst. So tranche A is relatively protected because look how many tranches has to burst first until A be affected. What does it mean it will not be? If you watch the movie Big Short, you probably saw there the AAA bonds, the AAA tranches at that going like, completely burst. Because in that case was not prepayment. It was actually was. Yeah, it has something to do with the lack of payment of those mortgages. I mentioned to you that commercial mortgage-backed securities will be the one with no prepayment risk. You can assume that for the exam. Other types of asset-backed securities. You can have auto loans, credit cards. So what is the difference between an automobile, a credit card receivable, loans versus a mortgage? It's what we call the amount of payments. So a credit card receivable makes small payments. A mortgage makes larger payments. So you can create some kind of scenarios that you're going to need a lot of credit card receivables to create an ABS. You're going to need less mortgage to create an ABS. So that's what we call granular. The granular. Those are more granular ABSs because they count with payments that are made in small amounts. Let's see here. So, there we go, never mind. Okay. Some names here: collateralized debt, a CDO, in a CMO. What are those? Are nothing more than structured securities. So there's a mezzanine, a junior, and a senior, making difficult for the senior to suffer with credit risk. This is for credit risk usually. Okay. For prepayment, we use PACs. All right. Asset-backed securities, mortgage, credit card, automobiles, CMOs, CDOs. So again, I think the question here will be on a conceptual level, something related to asset-backed securities for sure. Okay, so try to understand the mechanisms and all those points. All right, friends, two more topics here on bonds. Okay, that's bond risk and return. That's duration. Okay, and we're gonna finish. Okay, with credit analysis, the fixed income. Then I have derivatives, alternative investments, and portfolio management. A little bit of ethics to cover. So let's go. How to calculate the return on a fixed income, on a bond investment? Well, reinvestment of coupons. So you remember what I showed you, right? On right in the beginning of the revision, right? When we did what do you call? Not this one. Never mind. There you go. So the bond return, you have to reinvest the coupons. Remember that? Reinvesting the coupons. So when you reinvest the coupons, let me just say here, there you go. Perfect. I want to show it to you the image that I showed you before, right? And that in reinvestment of coupons. So to give you an idea, okay, what is the return on bonds look like, right? How to have a return on bonds. So imagine that you're receiving your coupons and then you are reinvesting those coupons, right? So then you're reinvesting the coupons in that case. So what happened, right? So take a look, see if you remember this. So look at that. Imagine that you receive 700, 700, 700, 700, but you're reinvesting that. In the end, you're going to add all these numbers here, how much you got it, and in the end, you're going to have your total return. So it is not only 2,800, it's more than that because you reinvested the coupons. Okay, that's important to have in mind. Now, another thing that you need to remember, if you're earning, if the YTM, the yield to maturity, has not changed since you purchased the bond, and you get the coupon and you reinvest at the yield to maturity, you're guaranteed that you're going to earn the yield to maturity in that investment. So that's important to remember, okay? That the yield to maturity is the rate or return that you earn if you're able to reinvest the cash flows at the yield to maturity. Okay? All right. So let's see here, friends. The duration now, which is the risk of the bonds. For duration, you have three types of duration that we want, four actually, but I want to focus on like two of them or three. So let's see. The first one is the Macaulay duration. Okay, he already explained to you. It's how long you should take is hold the bond so you minimize or is optimum price and reinvestment risk combined. Okay, so he attends for price and reinvestment risk, as I already explained it before to you. That's the Macaulay duration. Now, you want to memorize the form of the Macaulay duration? Go ahead. It's right here. That's the one. I believe it's going to be more applicable for you this on level 3. And even I don't think you need to copy this formula. It's too much. Now, there is another formula you can use with the present value of the cash flows multiplied by the weight of each cash flow. But again, I didn't put here because I thought that Macaulay duration calculation takes too long. But I use here to explain. So if you did all this calculation, you get 7 for a bond of 10 years, I can see here. What does it mean? That means that you should not keep this bond for 10 years. You should sell this bond in year 7. And if you do that, you will minimize price and reinvestment risk. So that's the only, by the way, Macaulay duration is the only duration measured on time. 7 years, 3 years, 4 years. Zero coupon bonds have Macaulay duration equal to the maturity. 3 years, zero coupon bond, Macaulay duration equals 3. Now, all the other durations, they are sensitivity measures. So they see how much you gain or lose if the interest rate changes. Macaulay duration is the only one measured in time. So modified, effective, and key rate duration. Modified is related to the yield to maturity. Effective is as a change on the entire yield curve. Parallel shift. All the yields change equally. And the key rate duration is when not all the yields change equally. They have some kind of curvature scenario where long, mid, or short-term bonds, rates increase more or less than the others. That's the formula here, friends, for the modified duration. It's Macaulay duration divided by 1 plus the YTM. Put that in the pocket. And that's the formula for the effective and the modified duration. Okay, you can use, it's the same formula. One, use the yield to maturity. Delta is for the change, and effective duration is in the curve, but it's in a percentage and it will be given in the problem. All right. So what is a duration gap? Duration gap is the difference between Macaulay duration and the intention to hold the bond. The bond is for 10 years. Macaulay duration says 7. The duration gap is 3. Okay, so this might show up in the exam as a name there. And the key rate duration, friends, the key rate duration adjusts the bond sensitivity for a specific segment or point. Okay, let's see if I have the graph here to show it to you. No, not yet. I'm going to show here. 1 second. I think that's important to show there. There we go. I just want to show you the curves, the yield curve. Which it's an important. There we go. Right here. Perfect. So take a look. So those are the yield curves here, friend. Okay. So look at that. And I want to talk about this because you need to know, we're arriving on pricing of the bonds. We need to know how to price a bond using forward rates, spot rates, okay, or even the par rate, if it's the case, okay? Now, what is the par rate? Is the interest rates per year on coupon bonds in the market. From the zero coupon bond, from 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, those are the par. Now, the spot rate is the one that you get at doing some bootstrapping on the market to get the spot. And the forward rate is the implied rate to give you the next spot rate. So it's very important that you understand the difference of those rates. Okay? So a parallel shift, that's what I was explaining to you, a parallel shift will be something like this. Look, the curves are on top. This is the one curve here, the yellow curve. Now the curve is moving that way. That's a parallel shift. All the interest rates have increased proportionally. And you use effective duration to measure that risk. Now, if the change is more like in a different maturity, for example, like this, look, like this one here. There we go. That didn't work. I'm going to have to use a different one. There we go. I got it here. So let's say the yield has this kind of shape here. Look at that. Okay? This green one. So you can see, right, that the short maturities, okay, have increased more exponentially than the long-term maturities, right? That's an example to use key rate duration. When the change in the yield creates a little bump here, it's not parallel like this one, okay? So that's when you use the key rate duration instead of effective duration, okay? Because of the non-parallel change in the yield curve. All right. Implied forward rate is the interest rate that you use to predict the next spot rate. So I take the spot rate today, I take the forward rate, and I combine those two, I get the next spot rate. So spot rate to year 1 multiplied by the forward rate 1 year equals the spot rate on year 2, right? Squared, actually. All right, so let's arrive there. A duration, Macaulay duration. Go. I'm going to leave here for you properties of duration. So you can take a picture on this. I'm not going to talk much, but you might want to go over this, right? Properties of duration. Okay, what it does, duration expressed in years, sensitivity. I believe it might be a little bit too much for level 1, but it might be helpful, extremely helpful for a level 2 exam. So can put it there. All right, so let's go back and conclude this topic here. All right, so the duration of a bond portfolio, what is it? Well, duration of a bond portfolio, you're going to have to measure the individual durations and then use a weighted average of the durations to create the bond, the portfolio duration. Let's see, there you go. Convexity, if you want to memorize the formula for convexity, you might be doing now, but level 2 might be the one you're going to have to use it. A convexity, let me explain what it is. Convexity is this one. Take a look on this shape here. See, it's not a linear relationship. See, this is a linear relationship here. A linear relationship saying that when the interest rate is increasing, the bond prices are decreasing linearly. But in real life, bonds don't decrease the price linearly. They decrease more convexly. So that curve that you see here, okay, all the way up here, it might be linear. But then when you arrive here, it starts getting curvy, right? Like a curve. That's the convexity. So convexity is always a positive number. It always kind of like push that way, right? On like kind of pull. Right? This point here, it pulls up, and this one also. So it kind of like loses less value or gains more value. So convexity, it's a positive adjustment. Think about that. The formula for convexity is this formula. The change in price when the yield goes down, the price when the yield goes up, minus 2 times the normal price divided by the yield squared times the price. That's going to give you a convexity number. And that convexity, you need to understand that makes the duration non-linear, right? So it kind of like gives you so the loss on price is not as severe because of convexity. Think about that, okay? So when the interest rate change increases, the loss of the bond price is not as severe. And when the interest rate goes down, the gain is more sharp, it's sharper gain. So remember, convexity makes the price not to go down too much or as much as duration predict. It makes the price to go up more than what duration predict. That's convexity. All right. The formula of the convexity is this one, but on top of that, you have the adjustment for convexity, which has this formula here. Okay. The adjustment of convexity is duration times the change in interest rate plus half of the convexity times the change in interest rate squared. Okay, that's the percentage change in bond price taking convexity into consideration. Try to understand this, it's important. Okay, convexity adjustment. Let's see if there's it. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, we can conclude fixed income review here, friends. We can conclude, okay, this review here, okay, credit analysis, okay. Look at that, credit risk, okay. What is? This is going to be testable, friends, because credit risk is going to be quantified on level 2. In other words, you're going to have to find out how much in money amount is this credit risk. Okay? But that's level 2. Level 1, let's just discuss what credit risk are. Remember, the 2 components of credit risk is the default risk, right? Or the probability of default is a percentage, and then the severity of the loss. Okay, so loss severity times probability of default gives you the credit risk components. Okay, level 2, you're going to know how to do this numerically. Level 1, it's not yet necessary. All right. So this is what I said to you. Try to memorize or understand as many risks as possible. Business risk, operational risk, credit risk, market risk, interest risk, liquidity risk, downgrade risk is the risk of the bond lose a AAA status to a AA. Spread risk is the spread compared with the government bonds or other benchmark. All right. I think that's recovery rate is how much you can get back from a bond of a company that went out of business. That depends on a lot of factors. Friends, priority of claims, I think that's known. Which one pays first? Which one pays last? So anything with a secure claim pays first. Anything that's unsecured doesn't pay first. Only if it has money left, then you're going to get paid. So it's important to understand the priority of claims, okay? Because any bond that has a lien on it, lien, will be a secure bond and have more priority, okay? Any bond with a collateral would have some higher priority. Any senior bond, okay, will be higher priority, okay? Subordinated bonds, mezzanine bond, equity, those are less priorities. Let's see. Most investors in investment grade debt focus on spread risk. high yield analysis focus on default risk. That's important to remember. What is an investment grade and what is a high yield? Investment grade debt, right? The effect of the change. While in high yield analysis, the focus is on default risk. So just memorize that. If I'm doing a high yield analysis, high yield is the bond that's paid more, right? And why the bonds pay more? Because there's more risk of default. So high yield bonds or junk bonds focus on default risk. Non-junk bonds focus more on spread risk. Could be a question. Sure, it could be a question. So there you go. Notching, I just put here, notching is a step, is a procedure, right? To keep like changing the credit rate of the bonds, right? So the higher the senior unsecured rate, the smaller notching adjustment will be. What is a higher secure or higher senior? Okay. A higher senior is like a low risk bond. So obviously the notching adjustment. So what's written here is like a high risk bond, the notching adjustment from grade, downgrade or upgrade, it's higher than a secure or less risky bond. Friends, I'm going to finish credit analysis because credit analysis level 1, it's a simple chapter. It's a door. It's opening the door for what's going to come on level 2. All right. So how do you perform a credit analysis on level 1? Well, you want to do the 4 credits, the 4 C's analysis: capacity, collateral, covenant, and character. So how do you measure capacity? You measure using ratios, coverage ratios, interest coverage ratio that you need to know. Okay, so ratios, I showed you a list of accounting ratios, but you also have ratios for fixed income. The coverage ratio is an example. Okay, collateral, it's the type of assets that's done as a collateral. Covenant is a promise. You can have an affirmative covenant, a negative covenant. It's going to be on the indenture of the bond. And the character is the capacity, not capacity, but is the character is how well this person has paid or this company has paid in the past. That has to do with the ratings. So that's how you measure the C's using those tools over here. Okay. So leverage ratio, coverage ratio. Leverage ratio is the how much the company has in debt in relation to capital equity. Coverage ratio is how much profit the company is making to pay the interest. All right. Yep. I think we did all here on the credits. Right. So we're done with fixed income, friends. Now I am going to review derivatives, alternative investments, okay? And then there's going to be only portfolio management and ethics, right? Let's see. I'm not done. I'm not done yet. Okay, I still have probably an hour and a half ahead of us. Okay. The only thing that I changed due to the time is that I'm not going to do that mock exam with you. Okay, I'm just going to do a review of all the topics as I promised. Well, derivatives, it's a small percentage of your exam. Okay, so is alternative investments. Okay, so combine, I would say maybe 20 questions of both. Okay, a little bit more, a little bit less, around 10 questions of derivatives, 10 questions alternative investment, maybe 12 on that. So let's see how we divided derivatives topic. I divided in 3 topics. Forward commitments, which is the forwards and future and swaps. Contingent claim, which are the options, and then price and valuation, all of that. That's how I divided derivatives. It's not exactly how it's divided on your learning modules, but I prefer to divide that way. It's easier to kind of teach that way. So what is a forward commitment? It's something that we decided today that will take place in the future. Okay? Could be a forward contract, could be a future contract, it could be a swap contract. Okay? A commitment is a firm commitment. If I sign today, I am obliged to honor in the future. A claim, an option, maybe. An option I might exercise or not. Okay? And the pricing valuation is the techniques we use to find the price of those instruments. All right, friends, so let's see here. Future forwards and swaps for commitments and options for claims. All right, so let's go. Derivatives, pros and cons, right? So what is a positive aspects, negative aspects of each one of those instruments? So a forward commit, what is the positive? Well, you can hedge. It's using for hedging. It's pretty good, right? It gives a cheaper way to get into an investment, like buy an option, for example. What is the cons? It's risky, very risky, right? On the contingent claim, you can lose all your investment, which is the premium you paid for the option, and it will be worthless at exercise time, right? So take a look on that. So benefits and cost of holding an asset. That's important because you're talking about what? Forward commitments, forward contracts, swaps, futures. So let's see the components. So the price of a future contract, of a forward contract, it's done using this audio here, this idea. The carry model price, which I'm going to explain to you in a second, minus convenience yield plus storage cost, if any. Okay? If any. Convenience yield and storage. I'm even going to add one term here. Carry model price, okay, minus, okay, the benefits. I call benefits here. I will explain what they are. Minus the convenience yield plus storage. There you go. So then let's digest what I just wrote here. Price of a future contract, right? There you go. Let's see. So think with me here. What is the carry model price? It's simple, friends. Carry model price is spot times 1 plus risk-free at T. That's the carry model price. That's it. If there's no convenience, no benefits, where's the benefits? I had put here, minus benefit. I see. Perfect. I have to pull a little bit that way. There we go. So look at that. The price of a contract. Carry model price, which is the spot times 1 plus the risk-free rate at power T, minus any benefits, minus any convenience, plus storage costs. When are you going to have storage costs? On commodities only, right? So if it's a stock or a bond, then you now have storage cost, will be 0. What about convenience yield? When do you have convenience yield? Commodities only. Benefits. Stocks or bonds will give you benefits. Which benefit the stock give you? Dividends. Which benefits the bond gives you? Interest. And the carry model price. So it's so, if you think, it's very simple. Take the spot price, let's say it's a stock, right? Take the spot price, multiply by 1 plus the risk-free rate for 1 year. Well, that's the carry model price. Great. Now let's adjust it. Is there any benefits? Yes. Which benefits do you have? Well, this stock's going to pay dividend in 6 months. Well, if it pays dividends in 6 months, the person that signed the contract will not get it. But the person that signed the contract owns the stock, even though it will be delivered a year later. But the commitment is done today. So that stock belongs to the person that signed the contract, not the person that has the stock in their hands. Therefore, that dividend will arrive in the pocket of the person that's holding the stock, and we don't want that. We want to make sure that the dividend goes in the pocket of the person that signed the contract. Because it's a little bit difficult to take the dividend and send it after, what we do is an adjustment on the price of the contract. So we subtract those benefits, subtract any convenience yield. What is a convenience yield? Let's say the person that's holding the asset, okay, can make money with that asset while it's waiting to give it to me 1 year later? Well, if that's the case, that convenience has to be given to the person that signed the contract, because the person that signed the contract, it's the legit owner of that commodity, stock, or anyway. There you go. So carry model, spot 1 plus risk-free, minus benefits, minus convenience plus storage is the price of the contract. All right. Now, friends, think with me here, because I'm already touching the commodities as I speak here. Alternative investments. I said I'm going to do alternative investments and derivatives more or less at the same time. So think with me. If there is benefits, there is convenience yield, but there is no storage cost. Storage cost is 0. Convenience is very, very high. Benefits are very, very high. And the risk-free rate is very, very low. So what do you think is going to be the price of the future contract? More or less than the spot rate? Think. Risk-free is very low. Benefits are high. Convenience yield is very high. How much should be the price of that contract? So let's say the spot price today is 100. How much you think is going to cost the future contract a year from now? Or the way I describe it is going to cost less than 100. The Ford, put more there, Ford price is going to be what? Less than 100. Why? Well, look at that. There's so many benefits that I'm not going to get it. There's so much convenience that I'm not going to get it. So it's not fair to pay you this much. I have to pay you this much plus the risk-free rate, but I have to get something back. The benefits that the person that's holding the commodity will get, the convenience that the person is going to get. So that's why the Ford price will be lower than 100. This is an example of a backwardation. Backwardation. When the spot price, it's higher than the Ford price, so the Ford price is lower than the spot. What's causing this to happen? In this case, the benefits and the convenience. But let's say there's no benefit and there's no convenience and there's storage. Okay? Well, let's say the storage is very costly. Well, if the storage is very costly, then I'm going to have to pay more than $100 for that Ford contract. First, because I have to pay the risk-free rate. So let's say the risk-free rate is 5%. So I'm going to pay, the Ford price is going to be 100 plus the risk-free rate plus the storage cost. So let's say it's another 20 here. So look what happened. Okay. Your Ford price is going to be 125, higher than the spot price. That's contango. I put their names here for those. Okay. Contango. And the other one, it's called backwardation. There you go, backwardation. Contango and backwardation. Contango, the spot price, it's the Ford price is higher than the spot. Backwardation, the future or the Ford future price, it's less than the spot. And the explanations are either storage, convenience yield, okay, or some other, no, actually, or the benefits, right? That's it. Well, I hope this was helpful because I have to keep on going here. And another one that I believe it could be a question is the what they call replication of payoffs. Okay, replications of payoffs could be it could be a question that you see in the exam. So look, replication of payoff. Try to memorize only the first one here. Try to memorize just the first one. And then the other ones will follow, friends. Take a look. Long asset plus short derivatives, you earn the risk-free rate. Memorize that. If I buy a stock and I sell a derivative on that stock, with no dividends, I'm going to earn the risk-free rate. That's correct, because that's the carry model. What is the asset today? It's 100. What is the future price of that derivatives? It's the risk-free rate. So if I buy the asset and sell a contract based on the risk-free rate, I will earn the risk-free rate. That's exactly what it is. So imagine here, you bought the asset for 100. Well, you're going to short the derivatives, the forward contract. How much are you going to short for? Well, 100 times 1 plus the risk-free. Well, tell me how much you're going to earn. I bought for this and I sold for this. Cancel out, I'm going to earn the risk-free rate. Okay, so if you understand that, then you're going to write this on the piece of paper that you get in the exam, and then you're just going to move around if the question is asking you something different than that. For example, replicate the payment of a long derivatives. So you take the short derivatives is here, throw on the other side, because it's short here becomes long when I go to the other side, and take the long risk-free rate that's here and throw on the other side, it becomes short. And then I have a long asset plus a short risk-free rate equals having the derivative. And then you can do it with the short asset, take the long asset here, throw on the other side there, and then take the risk-free rate, bring it here, and there you go. I don't think it's difficult to memorize this. If you remember the first one, which is very logical, it follows the carry model, and then you keep just switching each one of those components. All right? So that's the carry model. Already did it. Forward contract. Let's talk about a little bit of a FRA, okay, and swaps before we go in. So let's see here. Yeah. So a forward contract, a future contract, and a swap contract, friends, have zero value at initiation. Value. Okay. Options will have a premium as the value at initiation, but all this, there's no money exchange hands, okay, on a forward contract and a future contract. On a swap contract, the only one that exchange money at the beginning is the currency swap. So I ask you to go over the details or the definition about currency swap, equity swap, and interest rate swap. Okay, but the value, it's always zero at initiation. Level 2, you're going to have to answer the following question. 30 days after the initiation, what is the value of the swap contract? Then it's not zero anymore. After the initiation, it's not zero. At initiation will be zero. Guaranteed to be zero. Also remember that a swap is equivalent to a series of forward contracts. A forward contract maturing 6 months, then another one maturing another 6, another 6, another 6. You have a swap. All right. Let's talk about a FRA. What is a FRA? Forward rate agreement. It's an agreement. We do it today. So one party will borrow money at a predetermined rate today. That's a FRA. That's it. It's a commitment to borrow in a future at a predetermined rate, called forward rate. That's it. Now, understand how to read this, huh? A 3x9, a 3x6, 1x7. What is written here? A 3x9. In 3 months, I'm going to start borrowing for 6 more months. Total 9 months. That's it. So the first number is when you're going to start it, and the last number is when you're going to end, and the period in between, it's how long is going to be the loan, because it's a rate agreement for a loan. 3x6, in 3 months, I'm going to start a loan for 3 more months. 1x7, in 1 month, I'm going to start a 6 months loan, finish on times 7. So make sure you know how to read this. The forward rates, as I mentioned on fixed income, remember the implied forward rate, it's if I have the spot and I have the Ford, I predict the next spot, correct? So try to memorize this. 1 plus S2 square plus 1 plus the Ford rate equals 1 plus S3 cube. So try to use this. If instead of S2, I'm doing S1, well, S1 is the power of 1. F1. So what do you think I'm going to have here? S1 times F1. S2. All right, S2 is a period 2. Then you put it as power of 2. Okay? So it's always like that. If you get this logic, then you're probably going to get all the Ford rate problems from now on. All right, friends, let's continue here. We're talking about options. Okay? We're talking about options. Okay? So let's quick recap. Ford commitments, a little bit of price and valuation of the Ford commitments already done. Now contingent claim, what it is, and a little bit of price and valuation of the contingent claim. All right, so options, I hope you know what it is because it's a review, right? In the money, at the money, out of the money, it's when the value of the option. So if the option is out of the money, it's going to expire without nothing. Nothing's going to happen. It's out of the money. It's at the money, nothing's going to happen. But it's in the money, then yeah. In the money, then you can make, then has some value. So that's the value of the option. The value of the option will be pretty much, right? How much it's in the money. But you need to understand another thing. All options have two components to give value to an option. One is what we call the at the money, out the money moneyness, right? Which is the fact that the strike price of that option is in your favor, right? So the strike price, it's lower than the price that the stock is selling if you want to buy one, or the strike price you have is much higher than the price of the stock now if you want to sell. So that gives value. But there's something else that gives value to a option, okay? Something else to give value to the option, which will be the time value, okay? So options, the option value, it's always equal to the intrinsic value plus time value, okay? So an option never gonna cost zero. But if the option doesn't have intrinsic value, okay? For example, let's say this one is an option, right? Which has a strike price. Let me make this a little smaller here. So imagine a stock here, right? Which the strike price equals 100 and the stock is selling for 200 and I have a call option. What is the price of this call option? And I can tell you, it's not zero. It's not zero, but how come it's not zero, right? Actually, let me put it the other way around. My strike price will be 200 and my spot price will be 100. So look at that. Sorry about that. That's 200. That's an out of the money call option. I can purchase the stock for 200, but the stock is selling at 100. But the call option in the market, it's not zero. I can even tell you this. Explain to me why the call option for 1 year is going to be more expensive than the call option for 6 months. Well, look at that. The call option for 1 year, it's more expensive than the call option for 6 months. Why? Well, because the call option for 1 year there's 6 more months than this one. So it has 6 more months for that stock go from 100 to 200 or above. The more time you have for that stock to pick up in value or go to your direction, more time value it will have. And that time value is going to be quantified in money. Okay, so no option costs zero. even the out of the money option will cost something, will cost the time value. That's it. All right. You know that, I hope you know call option right to buy, put option right to sell, right? Try to understand this. What is the effect of the risk-free rate on the call option price? The effect of the risk-free rate on the put option price? What is the effect of time? Yeah, I already explained to you. Huh? The closer to expiration, the lower the time value. The far from expiration, the more the time value. Volatility, always increase the price of options. More volatility, more price. And if the company is paying dividends, more dividends, lower the call option and increase the put option. Risk-free rate increase the call option and decrease the put option. And how that is explained? By the put-call parity. It's one way to see that. Look, you need to memorize the put-call parity. Stock plus the put equals call plus strike price divided by 1 plus R. This is SX divided by 1 plus R is the present value of the strike price. The present value of the strike price plus the call option equals the put option plus the stock. Okay? And then you can create what you call the synthetics. You can isolate the P, and throw the S to the other side. So put option equal call option plus present value strike price minus the spot, minus the stock. So if you are long the call option, long the bond with the strike price, and short the stock, you create a put option. Okay, and it's the same for the call option and all the other ones here. Now, if I remove the S, I remove S0, okay, S0. And I can replace that with the Ford value. So let's see this, S0 times 1 plus R at T, okay, let's say T equals 1, equals FT. So look at that, FT. So you should agree with me that FT divided by 1 plus R equals S0. Okay? Which is, actually, it is true. Right? Because I just did the reverse. I just did the reverse there. Right? There you go. So look at that. If S0 times 1 plus R equals FT, means FT divided by 1 plus R equals S0. So look at that. I'm replacing S0 with FT divided by 1 plus R. Present value of the future price equals the spot price. And then you have the put-call Ford parity. So it's pretty much the same, right? Except that the put-call Ford parity can be done using Ford contracts, and the one has to use the spot price. Friends, I'm finishing option review. Okay, like remind you, it's a review. So there's a lot of little details that I kind of like went over, did not cover, because I want to focus on the points that are more, could be more testable on your, has more chance, in my opinion, to be tested. All right, I'm going to finish with the binomial valuation for options. Okay, the binomial valuation for options. Okay, those two formulas that you have here, friends, those one. This one here, pi equals 1 plus R minus D divided by U minus D. It used to be a level 2 classic expected question. Okay, now they are showing this on level 1. Now, how much you need to remember of that, then it's up to you. I'm not going to review that because I reviewed that on level 2. I'm just going to explain to you that this formula, 1 plus R minus D divided by U minus D, calculates the percentage of the stock to go up in value, which will be the equivalent to that 65% that I have here, calculated using this. And obviously the other one has to be 100 minus. So it's called the neutral probability. Neutral probability. Okay? So let's see a very quick example here. Let's say the spot price, let's say, is 100. And on year one, that stock, let's say, goes to 120 or goes down to, let's say, 80. All right. And let's say you have a call option. Okay, call option with a strike price equals to, let's say, 90. There you go. 90 is too much. Let's put a little bit, otherwise you would exercise here, right? Let's put the 110. 90. Perfect. So look at that. Stock's trading 100. You bought a call option for 110. There is a call option for 110 in the market. How much should you pay for that call option? Okay. Well, use the binomial. So think, if the stock goes to 120 on year one, how much money you make on that call option? $10. Put it there. Okay. But if the stock goes to 80, how much you make? 0. Okay. On the option. So there you go. So if the call option has a strike price of 110, I make $10 here, I make $0 here. Great. Now, what is the value of the call option today? Because that's what you need to know, right? Here. There you go. So what is the value of the call option today? Well, let's do the average. I make 10 or 0 with 65% probability, right? So 10 times 65% plus 0 times 35, it's 6.5 right here, right? Not quite. There's one thing missing, which I explained to you right in the beginning of this review. You cannot arrive here without discounting the value from the past, from the future to the present. You have to discount that 6.5. That's going to be 6.5 divided by 1.03. That's the answer for that question. That's how much you should pay for the call option today. $6.31 or 6 money and 31 cents. There you go. Okay. Now, this is not difficult, right? I don't think it is. I think the most difficult part will be finding those percentages using that formula. But again, I'm not going to reveal that. What R is the risk-free rate. D is the probability of going down. And U is the probability of going up, should be given on the problem. And then you can replace on that formula here to find the percentage. Okay. I'm betting that you're not going to have to go through this. All right, so 6.3, that's the price of the option. Be careful, letter A could be, well, it could be totally like this. A, 6.5. B would be like, I don't know, 7. And C would be 6.3. Or 31, right? 6.3. And what is the answer, right? So if you go too fast, you're going to answer 6.5. But you have to remember, oops, I have to divide it by the interest rate. So I should get a number that's smaller than 6.5. Okay, I am done here. Let's continue. There's 2.5 more to review. 2.5 more because ethics, I'm going to do a quick review on the points. But alternatives in portfolio, I'm going to do normal. Okay. So there we go. One more. Okay. So alternative investments, I divided on the categories. Okay. Hedge funds and private equity, real estate, commodities, and others. Others would be like infrastructure, non-fungible tokens, cryptocurrencies, etc. Okay. Don't what do you call, underestimate investments in infrastructure. Could be a question on your exam on alternatives. It's very much in the news. Investment in infrastructure, a long-term investment. Usually in countries they want to do some kind of infrastructure development, bridges and buildings, roads, etc. Huh? All right. So hedge funds and private equity funds. Okay, you need to know the difference between those two. What's a hedge fund? What's a private equity fund? What is a mutual fund? Huh? The real estate assets, how to invest in real estate directly or indirectly. What is the instruments you have out there? Commodities. I think commodities has more chance to show up in derivatives because commodities are always traded on future contracts or forward contract. So commodities, I don't think it's going to have much emphasis here. I'm not going to talk much about commodities because I already explained contango, backwardation, the price of the commodity futures. So that should be important to remember. I always remind you or remember you the index of commodities is the only index that does not use the price of the asset on the composition of the index. You use the price of the future contract on the item to compute the index. So try to remember that, could be a question. So let's see what we have. All right. So obviously you need to know the pros and cons of alternative investments for level 3 especially, because you're going to see a lot of alternative investments there on the diversification aspect, potential high return, new markets, hedging. Those are all the incentives to invest in alternative investment. But you also have the illiquidity. If you want to sell, it's going to be difficult, higher fees, lack of regulation in some of those, lack of standardization, like a future contract that you can actually buy on an exchange. And this one you have to be more customized. Those are the ones I divided here for you: hedge funds, private equity, real estate, commodities, infrastructure, giving a special place here, and others: art, coins, stamps, wine, etc. Okay. All right, here we're going to talk about our ratios. In portfolio management, we're also going to talk about those ratios, but it's good to remember the Sharpe ratio, the Sortino ratio, and any other type of ratios that you use to access performance on the alternative investment markets. Okay, all right, there we go. So on hedge fund strategies, try to understand what hedge funds are. I'm going to leave this image here for 1 second, and I'll be right back. Okay, just try to digest this image here, and I'll be right back. All right, friends, I'm back. Yeah, there we go. Didn't know it was going to take that long. But we're almost done, but we are definitely close to the end here. All right, so types of hedge fund strategies. Try to understand. This is going to be very helpful for level 3. So I'm not going to spend much of your time here with details. But because it was in the material of the level 1, I believe it could be a question on the exam, right? So equity hedge strategies, right? Or event-driven hedging strategies, event-driven. Look, event-driven strategy, it's topic of level 3 because you need to know when and how to implement an event-driven strategy. For example, a merger and acquisition. Okay, So bets on the company that's, buying the stock of the company that's being acquired and sell the stock of the company that's buying. That's a hedging fund strategy when event driven, right? Anyway, so all those hedge fund strategies might be important. Maybe one little question about something about the strategy, and if you don't remember, then it's going to be painful. All right. Hedge funds are always, like any other alternative investment, is good for the low correlation with stocks and bonds. Every alternative investment has this classic characteristic. Typical question, I don't know if it's going to show up there because everybody's preparing for this, I imagine, is the calculation of fees of a hedge fund if there is management fee, incentive fees, and sometimes, okay, if it's the case, if they have this watermark, okay, if you have this watermark here. What is the watermark, right? So the watermark is that the manager only gets incentive fee if brings the fund back to the highest amount or higher than before. So look at this example. On year 0, the fund was 100. On year 1, the fund was 110. So the manager made incentive fee here. Then on year 2, it went down to 90. Didn't make an incentive fee here. And then it brings back to 105. It did not make an incentive fee here either, even though it went from 90 to 105. Because it would only make money if it goes above the previous watermark. Okay? So it's important to kind of get an idea, because you could get a question like that. No calculation required. You have to observe, say, hold on a sec. The watermark, the fund is below the previous watermark, so no incentive fee here. Yeah? So be prepared for maybe one, but no more than one question on return calculation. A question about hedge fund bias, I can predict something. Survivorship bias, backfill bias. Do you know what backfill bias means? It's the adding the database in various hedge fund index only after they're initially successful. So not before. Okay, that's a bias, because you kind of like making sure that's good before including. And as you're going to see for GIPS, the Global Investment Performance Standards, you cannot do that. Right? GIPS, it's encouraging all the hedge funds, especially the hedge funds, to report the most accurate way, even if they're losing returns. But it's going to be difficult to convince then every single one to adopt that. All right, survivorship bias, backfill bias are common bias on hedge funds. Let's talk about private equity. So private equity, which is a second in level 2, is going to be very important. Private equity under the alternative investments. Then you're going to have to do some calculations, returns. Here, just trying to understand the difference between a leverage buyout or a buyout and a venture capital. LBO requires debt, a large amount of debt. Venture capital, it's money of no debt, no borrowing. It's all partnerships, okay? Venture capital, okay? So what are the pros and cons, the difference in the LBOs and the VCs? What are the exit routes for the leverage buyout? What are the exit routes for the venture capital model? What is distressed investing? Right? By the way, I kind of do this. I kind of believe it's a risky taker, but if you like risk, distressed investments, excellent, right? You buy investments that are poorly performance, and the fund or the managers will kind of like make it that distress is secure to investment to become profitable, and usually it's a very high return from that. All right, some terminologies, okay? So what is a capital call provision? Because those words could show up on the exam, and independently of English being your first language or not, if you don't know what it means, it might be difficult for you to understand the question. So capital call provision, govern when and how the private equity fund can call money, can call capital from investors. Management fees is the annual fee that every hedge fund or private equity fund will charge under the assets under management. Carried interest is for performance. Be careful, carried interest is a terminology for the private equity fund. The terminology for the hedge fund is incentive fee. Clawback provision, it's a provision that helps the limited partner. So the limited partner can get it back the money that the general partner took in case of poor performance. Waterfall provision is the distribution of the fund in proportion to the limited partner and the general partner. A lock-up provision, right, is the one when the fund can locked up. Nobody can buy, nobody can sell, nobody can participate, etc. Tag along is an important one. It helps the minority shareholders, not the limited partner. Excuse me. It guarantees the right to participate in the sale of a company if the majority of shareholders is selling. The tag along provision allows the minority shareholders to sell as well if they want. Exit provision, right? This provision governs how the private equity fund will leave, sell, getting an IPO, sell to another company, right? Something that exit. They don't intend to stay there for. That's not a fund that you're going to be managing for years and years and years. No, it's an in-out. It's an in-out. And a catch-up clause, catch-up means the manager has to receive something before the distribution starts. Okay? It receives all the incentive and distribution above the hurdle rate until this percentage. After that, you will start splitting with the GP or the LPs. 820, it's not unique. It's just the most common waterfall structure. 80%, 20%. 80% to the limited partner, 20% to the general partner, but after, if there's a catch-up clause, after the general partner gets these incentive fees or his carried interest, and then the distribution will start. Be careful with private equity. A lot of questions about that. Okay. For example, I have a question on my mock exam that I was going to do it today is like, what is the typical shape of the curve of a private equity investment? Is the J curve. The J curve, the one that goes down, then turns around and go up. That's because you know the investments go losing money because you have to invest, and then after that it turns around and start making money. That's the typical curve for the fixed, the private equity investments. My friends, almost finishing here. Real estate, just focus, no calculations on level 1. Level 2, you need to calculate the value of real estate properties using the cap rate, using the net operating income method. Not level 1. Level 1, you just need to know how to invest in real estate, what is a direct investment, indirect investment, what's a real estate investment trust, and things like that. Okay? So what are the pros and cons of investing in real estate? Okay? So the potential for long-term return, multiple lease because you can rent the place. Right? There's so many different methods to make it. In those days, right? I tell you, that's an example of me. That because I'm working mostly through the computer now, online, I don't need to live in a specific city at for a long time. Therefore, I can go in multiple cities at any time I want. That's another way of the real estate being a good investment. You could purchase a property anywhere where it has value, rent value is high or something like that, but you don't need to live there. So you rent it, and with the rent, you can use it to pay rent and food and lodging, something somewhere else, more affordable. So let's say you bought an apartment in Manhattan. Now you're renting this apartment, New York, Manhattan, and you decided to live in a more affordable part of the world. Let's say you go to Buenos Aires or go to Southeast Asia or somewhere where the dollar has a strong buying power, poof, you're gonna have a good lifestyle, right? So that's happening. That's happening, right? A lot of people doing that type of investment. All right. Real estate valuation, again, is going to be in the conceptual part, okay? So what are the methods to value real estate? Because that's difficult, right? So you have the comparable sales approach. So you take a look what's happening in that neighborhood, and that would be more or less the average price per square footage or square meter, whatever you're using. The income approach is for property to make money, like rental properties. You can calculate how much cash flow, and then you discount those cash flows or those profits and see what is the value. Or you can do the cost approach. That's what we call the replacement approach. How much would cost if I want to build one from the scratch now? So if I want to make build a new house exactly like that one that I want to buy, how much would it cost me? All right. Commodity, friends, I'm gonna go a little quick because we already addressed the commodities. Okay, I just want to show this graph here, contango and backwardation. Imagine that you're here, and here is the future. So look what happened here, and the forward price is increasing all the way there. So see the forward price here, it's higher than the spot price. That's contango. Backwardation, this is the spot prices here, and now the price is going down. Look at that. That's the forward price. So you can see, I like to see this graph here backwards. Easy to see. Contango, the price going up. Backwardation, price is going down. We already spoke about commodity futures, storage cost, convenience yield. How can you make money on a future commodity contract or any future contract? You can make money. Be careful, we're not pricing. We're trying to make money, return. So you're going to make return in two ways: the raw yield and the price yield, okay? And the collateral yield sometimes. Raw yield is when you go from one contract, finish, and you go to another, and you make some money on the transition. Then you transfer to another and you make some money on the transition. You keep rolling the contract and make money on each row. Price yield, right, is just the difference on high and low, how much you paid and how much you're going to sell. And collateral yield, if you have any money on the margin account. Remember the margin account, if it goes down, you have to replace, now you have to put more money. But if that money keeps increasing, you earn interest on that collateral. And then you can make some extra cash on that. So raw yield, price yield plus collateral yield are the three components of a future contract. Right? Why do I know? Why, if it was a forward contract, then you would not have collateral yield. Okay, collateral yield is only for future contract because collateral yield, well, let me rephrase that. Any forward contract could have an agreement between the parties. Most likely, collateral yield will be earned in a future contract, right? But in a forward contract, if you place a collateral or something, some kind of money, then you're entitled to get interest from that. I'm ending here, friends, just to give you a little touch. How to, what should you expect for infrastructure alternative investments on your exam? Okay, so infrastructure are capital intensive, like bridges, right? Like the Panama Canal. Imagine the Panama Canal. If you had investment in the Panama Canal in the 1900s, right in the beginning, you probably would have earning money for 100 years because that was the concession period to explore the canal. I don't know, but that would be an idea, right? So just getting any investments, right, that would be in infrastructure. Why is good? Okay, look at that. Another thing is commodities and infrastructure, especially commodities, are very good because commodities reflect the inflation right away on the price of the instrument. It's a good inflation hedge, commodities. Okay, so that could be type of questions as well. Okay? So the infrastructure also is a good hedge for inflation because it's adjusted. The value is always adjusted up for including inflation. That's something important to remember. Okay. Category, stage of development, geographic location, type of assets, all of those affect the risks of infrastructure investments. Others, well, others, right? Fine art, fine wine, rare stamps. I believe there was a Picasso painting just sold this week over $150 million. That's a good way. So if you buy some fine art, right, price appreciates. But this 150 million Picasso painting will not going to appreciate to 300 million anytime soon, unless something happened, unless someone discovered that painting is something like out of the blue, or there's something there that nobody noticed before, etc., etc. Other than that, right, for you to make money on fine art, it's a long process. It's a buy and hold type of thing. Fine wine, right? Wine, yeah, it's same deal, stamps, coins, anyway, right? So I don't know if you're gonna get any question about that in the exam. I would be surprised if you would. All right. Characteristic of private debt. Private debt is interesting type of alternative. Okay, even yesterday, the day before, was a big article on the Wall Street Journal regarding private debt, right? As an option of enhance the returns of a portfolio. But what is the problem? It's illiquid. It pays higher yield. Those are characteristics, no problems. Huh? Illiquidity is a characteristic. Higher yield, yeah. Diversification, absolutely, because it has low correlation. Credit risk, absolutely. It's because they pay higher yield. It's because they have credit risk. And it could be customized because it's private debt, right? You lending money to an organization, to a person, and you tailorizing the terms of the contract, okay? All right. On level 1, 2024, okay, this is a parenthesis because I believe it could mention something like that, okay? So I'm gonna just point up to you here, okay, some topics that will be addressed for the level 1, 2024, that could be, it is on material 2023, it's more stressed on 2024. That's what I want to show it to you. So, for example, this, okay, it's a typical J curve that I was mentioned to you, right there, okay? So, the J curve of a private equity investment, okay? Another one that I want to show it to you is this. Private equity and private debt. Private equity, you already said, we're mentioning, right? It's private debt, okay? So under the private debt, which I was mentioning here to you, okay, it's important, right? There you go here. Since it's here, look, pause the video if you want to take a screenshot just to memorize what are the typical exit strategies of a private equity fund, which I did not show in a slide there. There you go. Trade, IPO, or a special purpose scenario here, special purpose vehicle that you end up buying or something like that. All right. Infrastructure. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about infrastructure. Oh, by the way, for the real estate, this is not on level 1 2023, so that's why I didn't include. This is on level 1 2024. Rate, real estate investment trust. Try to understand how it works. What are the characteristics of the real estate investment trust? For example, it has to pay at least 90-something% of all the profit to the investors, okay? Rate has usually, right, a different way of tax. It's more tax benefit, more tax friendly. So you have some characteristics of real estate investment trust. There you go. That's the infrastructure investments. So look at that. you could have in economic infrastructure investment, for example, transportation, communication, and utilities. Or you could have social infrastructure investment, education assets, correctional facility, government buildings. Those are social infrastructure, but you could invest on that, okay? Most institutional investors consider infrastructure investments to balance. So institutional investors are the pensions, foundations, all of those. Not much on natural resources on your level 1 2023, but it's under the category of others. So let's very little here, very quick. What are the types of investments here in natural resources? So raw land, farmland, timberland, examples, right? And the types of returns, the revenues, the value. So take a look, see if you're not with a glimpse of just to take a look here, just kind of like memorize or try to absorb some of that information. In the day of the exam, if something related to natural resource appears in the exam, well, maybe it would be on this table here that you kind of like made the effort to go over. Go. Hedge funds, we already explained it here. I want to go to just a mention of digital assets. It's not level 1 2023, it is level 1 2024, but digital assets mentioned on level 1 2023, not a specific learning module. So just to protect ourselves, let's just go over a little bit, okay? What is a DLT, distributed ledger technology, right? What are the features of digital assets investments, the types of forms, and risk and return, and the diversification under this type of investments, okay? So right here, explain what is the DLT, okay? It's the main technology for the blockchain or the cryptocurrencies or fungible tokens, follows that blockchain technology, which is to review the transaction, to approve transaction, and then put in the block, and then keep on going that way. Right? I'm gonna show here for you an example, not an example, but a image that kind of like shows that. So look at this. This is a simplified DLT strategy or steps. So transaction A, B, C, D, and E must be verified. When transaction A, B, C, D, and E are verified, they put it in a block, gets the color green, verified, and then they take this block and then they add it on the end of the chain, the blockchain here. So check. There you go. And they keep doing that for every transaction. So it's an accounting method, okay, which you will be able to verify, locate in transactions in a much faster and reliable way. Okay, I don't know if 2023 is going to ask any question about that, but 2024 most likely will. Okay, so that's it. All right, friends, I am done with alternative investments. Okay, so again, do not underestimate alternative investment. It could be one of the most difficult questions on your exam. It could be like very specific questions. They're not going to have many, but you want to make sure that you're going to score as much as you can on this exam. Each point, each question will bring points. You don't miss points for wrong questions, right? But you only gain for the correct question. So again, all right. So features, methods, structures of alternative investments, very important. All right, I am, how much I'm giving you? Wow, it's 10 hours and 40 minutes of live. I didn't even notice that, friends. I didn't even have lunch. All right, I'm gonna end this in another hour and I'm done here, okay? All right, so, wow, that was fast. Let's go. So right now, we're gonna do portfolio management, right? So, and let's see here. the points. All right, almost at the end, friends. I have portfolio management. Then I'm going to do a review on ethics. Okay, so we're looking for another hour here. Okay, and then we're done. Okay? That was longer than I thought. I was not expecting to be that long, I guess. It's a lot of topics, right? I didn't want to do something too quick either. So again, right? It is what it is. All right. So portfolio management. All right, let's see. Basics, then risk and return part 1 and part 2. Classic topics, risk and return. Huh? We're talking about what? Here we're going to talk about the efficient frontier. We're talking about CAPM, CML, capital market line, capital asset line, security market line, right? All of those. Oh, by the way, that's my prediction here, friend. This year, 2023, was the passing, right, of the great Harry Markowitz that started with those whole thing of efficient allocation, right, the efficient frontier. Maybe the CFA will honor Dr. Markowitz with some questions on the CFA Level 1 exam. I don't know, or Level 2, or Level 3, okay? With that in mind, just take a look on the efficient frontier, Markowitz, try to understand, make sure that you get it, okay? Portfolio construction, behavior bias, and those two here, it's not gonna be too long. Tech analysis, I'm gonna do my best here, friend, but tech analysis is one of those that they could ask you so many things, and I'm not a technical analyst, so many different strategies that you could use in technical analysis. So my advice to you is, if you want to make sure that you get all the tech analysis question correct on the exam, if you get any, because you could not get any question. I could get 0 question of technical analysis. Yeah. I have 8 learning modules for about, 20 questions, a little bit. So maybe some of those topics will get no questions at all. All right. Risk management is important because level 2 will have risk management. Behavioral bias, I believe you're going to get maybe 1 question because behavioral bias has been almost eliminated from level 3 and migrated to level 1 for 2024, more intensity. So I believe maybe 2023, not yet, but 2024 and beyond, I predict more behavioral bias questions on level 1. But yeah, you still could get it on 2023. And fintech is just like a little bit what I just said about digital ledger technology, fungible tokens, cryptos. It's going to be part of fintech, but we're also going to talk about robo-advising, pros and cons, things like that. I do not expect fintech to be a difficult topic on portfolio management. All right, so let's go. All right. So overview, okay? First of all, remember the 3 steps: planning, execution, and feedback. And what is included on the planning? What is included on the execution? What is included on the feedback? All right? So for example, the financial analyst is analyzing inflation, interest rate, and the market expectations. Which phase is this included? Planning, execution, feedback. Execution, okay? Because looking at the capital market, it's after you discuss the IPS with your client, okay? So the planning, once the plan is done, return, objectives, risk, tolerance, unique characteristics, all of them, then you can look at the capital market to see which type of assets you're gonna allocate, and then you're monitoring feedback and rebalancing is the feedback portion of the process of the portfolio management. So it is possible that you get some question on the steps of portfolio management. What is on each one of those steps? What do you expect it to see or to be done there? All right. What else? Type of investors, right? That's easy. So okay, the institutional investors and the individual investors, pension, foundation, banks, endowments, trusts. Okay, make sure that you know which are they? I think pensions are easy to define. Foundation, banks, endowment. Not too many people know what it is. An endowment is an amount of money as given as a gift with a specific purpose, usually for universities. A trust, it's like what do you call? Someone, instead of keeping all the assets, decided to put the assets into a trust, right? So it become like an entity, a legal entity that has some kind of power, and someone will be orchestrating this, obviously, to distribute cash or allocation, etc. Asset management industry, passive versus active. We already mentioned that when you're talking about the forms of market efficiency on equity. Traditional versus alternative asset manager. Alternative managers, alternative assets, alternative investments getting very big at the CFA material, right? So I wouldn't even be surprised on some questions about difficult questions about alternative investments in your exam. Make sure that you know what an open-end fund is and a closed-end fund is. Open-end, you have to buy directly at the fund. Closed-end, you can buy directly on the exchange, okay? An open-end usually accepts new participants. The closed-end does not. You have to buy from someone that's already in the fund you want to sell. Okay? So characteristic of open and closed funds. So those are the types of funds: money market, global market, bonds, stocks, hybrid, balance. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. ETFs, make sure ETFs might be questioned because ETF is a topic by itself on level 2 material. It's a topic there, exchange trading fund. So the CFA Institute is giving a lot of emphasis on ETF on level 2, portfolio management. Maybe you could get some questions on ETF level 1, okay? What is an ETF? What are the characteristics? How does it work, okay? I think it's worth to show you here at least an image that I have here. At least I hope I have. Where you can see how a ETF works. But anyway, if I don't find, that's fine. Okay, we can move on. So ETFs, exchange trading funds, in my opinion, are very important. So what is the characteristic of an ETF, right? Because the ETF, it's interesting because it's one of those few investments that you're gonna have kind of like what do you call? Sorry about that. You're gonna have some investors, right? That can buy the ETF at the exchange, which is called a secondary market, right? And then you have the authorized participant, who is a person in between the exchange trading funds, which will be orchestrating the stocks they're going to be in and out. And sometimes that authorized participant has to go to the primary market, to an IPO, to buy some of those stocks into the fund. So in other words, the ETF, the mechanism of ETF, I couldn't find the image here. The mechanism of the ETF includes primary market, secondary market, right? Investors, the exchange, in a person called authorized participant, which stays in between the exchange, the IPOs, and the investor. This authorized participant orchestrates this whole mechanism of the ETF. ETFs are tax friendly because the capital gain tax are low on the ETFs because the authorized participant will choose the best assets to liquidate when the fund, when the person wants to redeem shares of an ETF. Anyhow, go over ETFs just because it's gonna be helpful for you in level 2 anyway. So do an effort now. Okay, I know the exam is gonna be tomorrow or the days after, but if you have time, go over ETF. I believe it's gonna be worth it. Portfolio risk and return, friends. Okay, classic topic of a portfolio management level 1 exam. Classic. Okay, so I predicted returns, although level 1 is showing a lot of returns on portfolio management. I think returns have a chance to appear on QM, quantitative methods. So just make sure that you know what is the arithmetic return. I think you know, right? Geometric is 1 plus the returns times 1 plus the return times 1 plus the return, and then you do the at a power of 1 divided by n. Okay. The money weighted rate of return, okay, it's the internal rate of return formula, IRR. Okay. The time weighted is the geometric average. Okay. Annualized return, well, you have to annual returns are usually on the 365. This is called the effective annual rate formula. 1 plus the rate divided by the frequency at the power of 365 divided by the frequency. All right. Real returns, it's 1 plus the real, actually, let's put here nominal return. Nominal return equals 1 plus the real times 1 plus the inflation. That's Fisher equation. Just put that in your pocket. It might be useful. All right. Now let's see some of the formulas. Maybe you need to know. Maybe you have to memorize. I would advise yes, you should memorize those formulas. The utility formula for capital allocation or for security selection for a particular investor. Expected return minus 1 divided by minus half, A for risk averseness, and sigma square for variance, right? It's standard deviation square, variance. There we go. So you can see that the higher the A, I mean the higher the risk averse, the more averseness of risk the person has, the lower the utility, right? You will have, okay? So we need to figure it out, the expected return based on the utility and the risk averse or kind of one of those. All right, let's talk about those that confuse a lot of people. What is the capital allocation line? Okay, the capital allocation line follows this formula. Okay, risk-free rate plus expected return minus risk-free rate divided by the standard deviation of the asset, sigma I, multiplied by sigma P, which is the standard deviation of the portfolio. I don't think you need to memorize that. What you need to remember is the capital allocation line. You're going to have infinite numbers of capital allocation lines. Each person, each investor will have a different capital allocation line, okay? Because it would depend a lot of the risk averseness of the investor. You want to put this formula in your pocket, go ahead. Portfolio of true risky assets. I remember memorized that formula when I did it 2001 for the first time, a long time ago. But stuck with me until today. So look, is the portfolio true asset, risky assets? What is the standard deviation of a portfolio true risky asset if there is covariance or correlation? Well, it's the weight times the standard deviation square of the first asset plus the weight and standard deviation square of the second asset plus 2 times the weight of the first one, the weight of the second one, and the covariance of that. Now, friends, if you remove the covariance and replace it with correlation, you know what you get? Look what you get. Covariance is correlation standard deviation times standard deviation. That's what you saw in QM. So there you go. Look at that. Covariance of 1, 2 times standard deviation 1, standard deviation 2. Same formula. We just replace covariance with correlation times standard deviations. Okay? And square root, because you're looking for the standard deviation. If you're looking for the variance, you do not need the square root. Well, something that might be good here. You're not going to calculate the risk or the standard deviation of a portfolio of 4 assets, 5 assets, 6 assets, maximum 2 assets. But what about a portfolio of many, many, many risky assets? Well, then when you have to memorize the formula. Look, the formula is standard deviation divided by n, or excuse me, variance divided by n plus n minus 1 divided by n of the covariance, right there. Okay? Here we just replace the covariance with standard deviation. Well, it's correlation, excuse me, but take a look on the covariance. Now, imagine that you have 1 trillion assets on your portfolio. 1 trillion, 1 quadrillion, 500 billion assets, large n. What do you think happens to is anything divided by a gigantic number? It goes to 0. It gets so small, but so tiny that this portion here is insignificant on the equation. So 0. What about n minus 1 divided by n when n is gigantic? Trillions. So trillions minus 1 divided by trillions, it approaches to 1. N minus 1 divided by n approaches to 1 when n is gigantic. So 1 times the covariance. So here means that the variance of a portfolio of many assets equals to the covariance of that portfolio. Okay, so you can use this. Might be a question that might be asked in the exam, something related to the portfolio of many assets. Here, friend, is the capital allocation line. Okay, there you go. The capital allocation line, CAL. That's the efficient frontier of Markowitz. Okay. Portfolio A is the first on the frontier that's efficient. All the portfolios below A they are inefficient because they have higher standard deviation for lower return compared with A. Anything above portfolio A is good. Look at that, portfolio A, then go portfolio P, portfolio X, and portfolio Z, W, blah, 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 and so on. There we go. Okay. All of those portfolios are efficient. They give you more return for more risk. They are efficient. But the best way to invest might not be choosing a portfolio on the frontier. The best way to invest might be choosing the optimal risky portfolio in the frontier and link with the risk-free rate to create the capital allocation line. So let's say the capital allocation line for one person, it goes from the risk-free rate and combines with the portfolio P, called optimal risk portfolio. So give this capital allocation line here. Look at that. Now, another individual, it's not that risky. He likes something a little bit less. So look at that. He's going to prefer to buy portfolio A. Portfolio A has less risk than portfolio P. Take a look on standard deviation here. So portfolio A combined with the risk-free rate gives you the capital allocation line for this other person. So now each person will prefer a portfolio on the frontier. Each one will have a capital allocation line. That's it. Okay. Now, there is a capital allocation line that's the most important capital allocation line called the capital market line, CML. The capital market line, it's the one that starts on the risk-free rate and goes to the market portfolio, which is a portfolio that's considered like a portfolio that's standard, like let's say this way, right? A homogeneous portfolio. Everybody wants the market portfolio. So when you combine the risk-free rate with the portfolio M, you have the CML, capital market line, which is a special case of the capital asset line. I'm not talking about security market line. Why not? Because security market line does not use standard deviation, use beta. Then I have to kind of use the same logic, but instead of standard deviation, I put beta and then analyze using beta as the risk measurement, not standard deviation. Why standard deviation here? Because standard deviation is for assets that have both risks, diversifiable and undiversifiable risk. The beta is only for assets that have undiversifiable risk, because all the diversifiable risk is not included on the beta analysis. All right, couple words here. True fund separation theorem, right, states that all investors regarding taste, risk preference, initial wealth will hold a combination of risk-free rate and optimal portfolio. Now, that means that the very, very, very risk seeker, the person that loves risk, will also hold a combination of risk-free assets in the portfolio by taking a negative weight on the risk-free rate, like borrowing money on the risk-free rate and use that amount of cash combined with its own cash to invest in a risky portfolio. Okay, so the true fund separation theorem. All right, let's continue here on the risk and return. That's part 2. Okay, so capital allocation line. Each investor depends on the indifference curve of each one, and it's a measure of total risk. Okay, measure of total risk. Now, the other one here, okay, it's the capital market line, CML, capital market line, not capital allocation line. Okay, capital market line is a special case. It's an optimal mix. Use the market portfolio, and the slope is the Sharpe ratio. It's good to remember. Yeah. The capital allocation line, also the slope is the Sharpe ratio. Now, the security market line, it's only systematic risk, uses the CAPM. Matter of fact, the SML is the graph of the CAPM, and the slope of that curve is the market premium. So try to memorize these 2 points here. So CAPM, assumptions of CAPM: risk averse, utility, rational individual, frictionless market, no costs, no transaction costs, everybody same horizons, everybody same homogeneous expectations. Very similar to M&M proposition assumptions. Very, very similar. Limitations of the CAPM. It's a single factor model. Use the risk of the market or premium of the market to predict expected return. Okay, so it's a single factor. Level 2, you're going to learn that you should include other factors, or may include other factors in the model to create a better model or more predictive power model. It has a single period approach. Use the market portfolio always, and use beta as the risk measurement. One point about the market portfolio: it doesn't exist in real life. Okay, just a comment here. It's so theoretical, the definition of the market portfolio, that's very difficult to find in real life. That will become a what I call a limitation of CAPM. Okay, all right. So return models, that's more level 2, but just let's mention here a little bit. You can have factor models. CAPM is a single factor model. Fama French model, it's a multi-factor model. Okay, the Fama French, if you don't know, level 2 will ask you to know. Level 1, I don't know if Fama French has too much room on level 2. Now, the market model is another model. It's not very well spoken, or not famous as CAPM, but the market model, it's alpha plus beta times the expected risk of the market. Okay, so pay attention, the intercept of the market model is beta, it's alpha. The intercept of the market model is alpha. The intercept of the CAPM is the risk-free rate. Okay, so little questions that you might get here and there. All those performance measures, please make sure you understand. Okay, I have a video only for those. Okay, Sharpe ratio, Trainer ratio, Sortino ratio, M2, which is Modigliani. and J alpha. Sharp ratio is a total risk. Trainer ratio is a systematic risk, only beta. Standard deviation, beta. The downside deviation, only the ones below. Adjusted risk, this is actually total risk, total adjusted risk. Let me put the word total there as well, because it's important. And alpha, J alpha, use the systematic risk approach. All right, friends, this is good, could be a question. If the expected return of the security is higher than the expected return given by the CAPM, security market line, that security is undervalued. Okay? According to CAPM, that security should be costing more, so the expected return would go down and would be on the line, so undervalued. Now, if the expected return it's less than what the CAPM is telling us, or the SML is the graph of the CAPM, then that security is overvalued. The expected return is below what the CAPM predicted, so overvalued. Overvalued, undervalued, you could face a question like that, yes. Okay, those are the two most analytical topics of portfolio management. I'm arriving to the end here, okay? I would say maybe another half an hour, friends, and then we're done here, okay? I'm gonna open for questions, obviously, for those that are brave enough to stay until now. I don't know how many of you are still here. I haven't checked. I got here on the, there you go. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Okay, no questions, no. I appreciate the comments, friends. I really do. Excellent. Let's do it. We're having fun here. I'm hungry. But that's fine. Okay? I was able to stay 11 hours without food. Seriously, I only had coffee and water here. But I don't know. Honestly, friends, I'm not tired. I'm not, I don't know. It's, I feel good. I feel that I could go another 10 hours, honestly. Yeah. I could do a review for level 2. I could. Yeah, that's how in the mood I am right now. All right, learning module 4. Let's talk about that, which is the components of an IPS. This one is not much that will be required from me. Okay. There we go. Because, again, it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of conceptual points that you're probably going to be better off by just reviewing those questions by yourself. Okay, so let's do it. All right. Major components of an investment policy statement. It's not an investment portfolio statement, it's policy. Policy statement. So objective and goals, obviously. What is the objective? Make money, preservation of capital, hedging, right? What is the purpose? Then, okay, on this one, you do a time horizon, return expectation, risk tolerance. That's the one we need a questionnaire, very comprehensive to measure what the client wants and etc. Once this is done, you do the asset allocation, capital market expectations, select the security selection. Then you do the investment selection after that. Which ones? You choose the assets, then choose the ones, which assets, which categories, components, monitor and rebalancing. Because if it goes against the client, so you say, oh, hold on a sec, my risk is going up. Then you have to rebalance. Roles and responsibilities, just a topic, right? So go over what are the basics of the portfolio planning and construction. Maybe one question on that on the exam. All right. Willingness, ability to take risk. This could be a question on the exam. This used to be level 3. Now it migrates a little bit to level 1, 2023, and it migrated with more intensity to the material 2024. All right. So what is the willingness to take risk? Willingness it has to do with the personality. Ability has to do with financial situation. I have a very high financial situation. and I am a risk-averse person, we need resolution with the financial plan, the financial advisor. Because if the person has a lot of money and it's just a psychological personality issue, maybe the financial analyst will present some points that will make that client to be a little bit more risk-oriented. Okay? Now, if the client has above tolerance, above ability, then yeah, you can be very risky or above risk on the portfolio investments. Below, obviously has to be low risk. But if the client has a lot of willingness to take risk but has no ability, I wouldn't even call resolution. I would call low as well. Doesn't matter, right? It's the ability that should dictate. But the official material says resolution on this case. There's always some unique factors on the planning phase of the IPS. RRLLTTU, right? Risk, return, liquidity, legal, time, taxes, and unique, like ESG is a unique circumstance of the portfolio. So that's one, friend, is 4. It's a very simple, short, sweet, easy to read module of portfolio management. All right, behavioral bias. Again, there's not much I can say here. What I want to say to you is this. There is a difference between cognitive errors and emotional bias. Okay? So emotional bias, it's personality. Behavior bias is a category. Emotional, it's personality. You don't change the person that has emotional bias. At least the financial analyst will not. Maybe a psychiatrist, not the financial analyst. Okay? Example of, and the other ones is called cognitive errors, which are relatively easy or possible to mitigate or even eliminate. So that's a problem of understanding. Okay? So for example, hindsight bias, availability, representativity, illusion of control, self-attribution, framing, and status quo, okay? They could be oriented. The investor could actually be willing to lose those bias. But there's some bias, for example, overconfidence. Overconfidence, it's very difficult. It's a personality issue. So it's a tendency to overestimate it, leading to excessive loss. So again, anchoring bias, that's a difficult one too, is the individual that's anchored, right? Too heavily on the first piece of information we receive on making decisions, even when the information is not particularly relevant or accurate. This one you could mitigate with conversation, okay? Loss aversion, you can't mitigate or even eliminate because it's an emotional bias, okay? All right. So friends, my advice to you, memorize the list of bias divided in emotional and cognitive errors, reminding you the cognitive errors could be mitigated, eliminated almost, and the emotional bias will not. The emotional bias will need to be some kind of concession, something on that direction, okay? And remember, the client, it's always the last say. If the client says no, after you did all you could to convince, it's no. Now, that's an ethical question. Should you not invest the money of the client because the client is exhibiting too many behavioral bias? No, you should invest the money of the client because, you have a fiduciary duty with your client, right? You just have also, one of your duties is to counsel, not counseling. But if after counseling, the decision is still the client's decision. All right? So that's 4 and 5, which is portfolio basics, construction, planning, and bias. Now the last 3. It's not going to be too complicated. Risk management, in my opinion, is the most important one of those next 3. So let's talk about the risk management framework. Okay. Try to understand those terms. What's risk governance? What risk measurement and identification? Risk infrastructure, and the risk monitoring mitigation. All of these are part of the risk management framework. Who's on the top of the framework? The risk governance, the do's and don'ts. Then how to measure and identify, what is the infrastructure that we're going to use, and monitoring mitigation. Okay. Sometimes, right, you might even accept the risk. You transfer the risk, or you're trying to eliminate the risk. Accept the risk, okay, is one thing. Eliminate the risk is good, but it's expensive. And transfer the risk is when you kind of like take the risk and throw it to another investment on another scenario. Okay, so that's part of the risk management framework. Friends, what I put here for you, it's level 2, but it's good to at least kind of giving you an idea. This is the normal distribution. And this is a concept called value at risk, VAR, value at risk, very big on level 2. Value at risk, it's a normal distribution tail analysis, which shows the minimum amount that could be lost in a particular day from an institution, let's say a financial institution. So what you see here is that there's a 99% that the value or risk in one particular day, on this particular day, at least is negative 3% loss. That's what's reading here. Okay, that's the cutoff. So this portion of the tail, that's dangerous, right? Because that could be lower than they could expect, minimum 3%, but they could lose more. Okay, so risk management analysis will use normal distribution, but as you're going to see on level 2, because this is going to be big there, you don't rely on normal distribution because the problems of the normal distribution, the assumptions. So what is the best way to do a risk management or implementation? It's stress testing. Okay? It's test. It's create a scenario and see what happens. Create a scenario and see what happens. Right? With the portfolio, with the bonds, etc. And that's test, simulation and tests is preferable or should be used in conjunction with the normal distribution analysis to measure and define risk. Look at that. The drivers or risks means the orange of the risk. How can you methods to modify your risk? You can prevent, you can accept it, you can transfer. Right? You can eliminate it, but it's so expensive that elimination is not even an option. You can use beta, standard deviation, or value at risk as the metrics. It's a parametric approach of risk management here. What is value at risk? I already said to you, is the probability in a given day that the minimum loss will be this much with this percentage of certainty. Okay, technical analysis. I wish I could help you more here. Tech analysis, not my cup of tea. I know most of those techniques here on the frame, the definitions, but I don't know how I could tell you here, how I advise you here. At least say to you, do the best you can to memorize what does it mean when this happens, or what is the decision that will be taken if this happens. But don't know much, how much, because there's a lot of things here on technical analysis for a probability to having 1 or 2 questions on your exam. So I really don't know which kind of judgment call should you make here for tech analysis. If you feel comfortable, if you like the topic, go ahead and read it line by line. If that's not your cup of tea, if that's not something you enjoy, then I don't know, maybe just a few reading on a few points, the learning outcomes, and that's it. All right. So technical analysis is using graphs, charts, past to predict future movements on a stock. Go up, go down, and then you can take some advantage of that. So know the difference between tech analysis and fundamental. Technical analysis focus on price and volume data, graphs. Fundamental, it's accounting. That's what it is. Okay. the technical analysis charts, I put some of those here. What is a line chart? What is a bar chart? A candlestick chart. Make sure you read the candlestick price. I have an example here to show you. Trend and support and resistance lines. What are those? To identify the direction of a trend so you can make a decision. Support lines are horizontal, indicates a level where the buying pressure is strong. Resistance, right? Oh, it's on the top. Resistance is the stock wants to go up, but it's not going up. 3-4 times attempting, but there's a resistance on top. There's a support on the bottom. Okay. The patterns of the chart. So if I give you a head and shoulders, would you be able to tell me what's going to happen? If I give you an inverted head and shoulders, would you be able to tell what's going to happen? It's going to be bullish or bearish after that. So head and shoulders usually bearish. An inverted head and shoulders is usually bullish. Triangles, I have one here to show you. Technical indicators. Try to feel comfortable with moving average. The RSI, the relatively strength index. It's supply and demand of how much overbought, oversold stocks. The RSI measures that and give the technical analyst some kind of clues of what you do. Stochastic is the random movements, okay? But there's some stochastics with some drifts that you can apply. Then maybe you can predict a partial movement of that stochastic movement, but that's going to be a little bit too much for level 1. Okay, let me show a little bit here what I meant about those charts. There you go. Good. So look at that. Here is the candlestick chart. So here is the highest price right there on top. Highest price. The opening price, the close price, the low price, and the size of the candlestick. The color could be green, could be red, right? So I just put in blue here so you can see the points. High, open, close, and low. Maybe you get an easy question where you're going to have to identify on this candle chart, what is the opening price? And they give you all those numbers, okay? Could be an idea. Look, an example, resistance and support. Because the stock, that's the support. Doesn't have to be a horizontal line, okay? But it could create some kind of like, oh, yeah, I can see that right here, it bounces back, okay? So that's a very bullish scenario here. All right, what else important here? Everything's important, right? There's so many little things. I'm just trying to give it to you, the clues. All right. Let's talk about the technical analysis in a top-down approach. Might be something, because that's very important for level 3, I know. So let's maybe, whoever it's understanding what's needs for level 3 might ask you a question on level 1, just kind of like to prepare the territory for you. Market analysis, sector analysis, stock analysis, and risk management. See, you can see that's a top-down. Start with the market, go to the industry, go to the stock, and go to the risk management of a specific stock or company. Okay. Bottom up. Now, bottom up is differently. So look, you can have technical analysis that's top down. Try to understand how it's done. Or you can have technical analysis which is bottom up. Try to understand how it is. Identify the trends, identify the lines, momentum, signals, volume. That's pretty much looking at the charts. So remember, the bottom-up approach of technical analysis is looking at the charts. The top-down is looking at the market, then going to the companies. Last one of portfolio management, friends, fintech. Then I'm going to give you a review of ethics, and then I will conclude this review here. Okay, a little longer than I thought. All right, so advantage and challenge of fintech. Okay, definition, importance. All right, so I think that's very self-explanatory. I really don't think you're gonna really need much of my help revising these points, because it's one of those things that you get by reading, right? And I cannot predict which question will be there unless I can tell you that, you know, anything here could be a question, okay? All right. So what is the advantage and challenge of finance technology, right? Or technology in finance? Look, efficiency, oh yes. Lower cost, absolutely. Accessibility over the phone now, huh? That's all the advantage. Now, risks, cybersecurity risks, huh? The regulatory and compliance, that could become a challenge. Operational risks involved to implement fintech. So yeah, okay. So this could be a question. Very easy, I would say. All right. Examples of mobile trading investment apps. It's in the text, but I doubt the CFA is going to ask you a question related to that. What are the limitations of mobile trading, the investment apps, right? Sometimes you don't have the counseling here, right? The advising. Cryptocurrencies. The definition and benefits of cryptocurrencies could be, this is all level 1 material, so it wasn't the official material, so I'm mentioning here, maybe, okay, you will get a question. But I think most of you, if not all of you, will be able to answer questions on this based on your own understanding today. Robo-advising, I guess that's very much in the news. Robo-advisors in their role in investment management. What are the benefits? How they work, and what are the limitations? I guess very self-explanatory, right? And this one, I might predict something on your exam, okay? That's big data and machine learning, okay? So big data, okay, refers to large volumes of structured and unstructured data that can be analyzed to review patterns, trends, and associations, anything that could be there. But a human being might not be able to do that. We're going to rely much on machines to do that. Okay? Big data, it's usually characterized by volume, velocity, variety, and requires specialized tools and technology process to store and analyze. I have a graph here that I want to show it to you. Not a graph, I kind of did it. And I think it's going to might be helpful here. Okay, there we go. 1 second, need to locate that. There we go. Right, well, yes. Not working here. One more time. Yep. Something froze here on my end, so yeah, that's unfortunate. I really want to show that image there, but anyway, we can continue here. All right. So I was just going to show a chart of the process involved to analyze data, the big data analysis, right? There's some process involved: data curation, data wrangling, data processing, tuning, and testing and feedback until you get the data, the answers, or some kind of information related to the data that you are analyzing. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's very weird. All right. Next. Big data. Let's do machine learning. Machine learning could be in your exam as well. Machine learning is big data is one topic. Machine learning is another separate topic on the level 2 material. So using my understanding on level 1, level 2 here, I'd say, well, maybe some questions that I know you face on level 2 exam, right? You might have to, you might want to prepare here on level 1, and they could be a question, I don't know, on your exam. 1 second, there you go. You have not, there you go, got it. There we go. Good, so let's do that and continue here. There we go. So machine learning, so what, again, level 2, you're going to have to kind of like tell or explain what would be the types of machine learning or the types of teaching that you're going to have to tell the machine to do it, okay? The types of teaching, or like teaching the machine to perform something that you want, right? That you actually have the desire to find, okay? Some kind of energy. So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, focused on creating algorithms, right? That you can learn from the data, okay? The machine learn algorithms, they can improve with the time. It depends on the data processing, right? On the way that you feed the information and how you tune, T-U-N-E, the information. So let's see here, what I think might be important is the types of machine learning. You might be tested on this. Supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. Supervised, you tell the machine to use a particular model. Unsupervised, you tell the machine what to do, and the machine is going to find ways to find the answer. Reinforcement is when the machine learns by mistakes or by rewards, okay? So those are the types of learning that the machine can exhibit, okay? Now, level 2 will give you a list of algorithms or techniques for supervised learning, a list of methods and algorithms for unsupervised learning, okay? Now, my advice to you, okay, if you want, my advice to you, it's that you should feel comfortable with each one of those models, each one of those algorithms that you're going to include or use for machine learning, okay? Because it's going to be very helpful for you in level 2. Maybe they might ask you a question, or what type of learning is the one we used, or which of the following is an algorithm for supervised learning, right? And they're gonna give you their deep neural network. They're gonna give you a regression model, or they might give you a clustering method, and you have to know which one it's a supervised learning algorithm, okay? So the supervised learning algorithms will be the regression model, linear regression, decision trees model, some kind of mathematical model that you tell the machine to follow. Unsupervised learning will be like clustering. For example, you separate the data and keep separate, just taking a look on images and keep separating the data according to the images until you figure it out that the image they're coming is going to go to the right place, for example, okay? And the reinforcement learning is like that deep neural network, DNN, where you kind of have to, the machine has to think and learn and relearn to be able to perform complex tasks, okay? So I would definitely go over, if you want to guarantee doing well on this topic here, then I would go over the types of algorithms on each type of learning for machine learning. All right, I'm arriving to the end. DLT, I already explained to you DLT, the blockchain technology. So used for crypto, for smart contracts, the one that you signed, right, without being present, trade finance, settlement. It has kind of like, because of the security and the efficiency of this ledger technology, then it's the scrutiny for things to be done are becoming less intense, right? Because this is very self-reliable methodology to prove that something happened, right? So all the ways that DLT can be used for secure settlement, for identification or identity verification, supply chain finance, right? What is see, ledger, think about the T account, okay? So a shredded ledger will be a big T account where everybody now it's participating there is putting information, right? And that's more or less what the supply chain finance will be. Here again, that image that I showed you, where you validate the information, put in a block, and then attach the block at the end of the chain, and then you create your blockchain here. All right. Tokenization is a material for the material level 1. So what is tokenization? It's creating the non-fungible tokens. It's unique assets or content, right? Created in a digital token and the blockchain technology to validate the uniqueness of that token. Each token or each NFT represents a distinct interchangeable asset. So it's like to have the painting of that famous Picasso painting of $150 million in a digital thumb drive, for example, with the same value, if they can prove that's an original. Right? So we're not there yet. So many people don't see that yet, but I can see this becoming very, very popular in the future. This type of owning, having value, collector's items, all digital, all in the digital format. All right, friends, done here with portfolio management. Woohoo! All right, tell you what I'm gonna do. There's 20 minutes left to the hour. Okay. So let's use that to do some kind of, let's see some work with ethics. Okay. All right, so before I start ethics, okay, because I don't have much here, I'm just gonna kind of like do a brainstorm with you on how to approach ethics problems. So then that's it, and then I'll conclude the live. So this was an intense review. I wish I could promise that everything that I said here in this past almost 11 hours or 12 hours, excuse me, it's gonna be in the exam. I wish it was, but I cannot promise that. But I really wish that something or most what I covered here today would appear in the exam, on one of the exams, because we have several, okay? That would be satisfactory for me. I honestly believe that if I combine 5 days of exams and I take like, I don't know, 20 exams, you know, on the 20 exams, I might see several questions that I address here today, but not necessarily in one exam. So do not underestimate. This is, you know, just like, yeah, I'm watching the live, I'm gonna be fine. Well, I wish this was true, but I cannot promise that. Good. So let's do this next 20 minutes that I have left here. Ethics. First, the most important, let's divide it in 7 plus GIPs. 7 are points, 7 principles, and GIPs. GIPs has more chances to be on level 1 after the computer-based tests than before. Before, we would never expect a GIPS question level 1, level 2. We definitely expect on level 3. But now, they might show up 1, maybe 2 questions of GIPS on level 1 exam, okay? More often. So be prepared. Now, I do not believe that the GIPS question will be super like one that was in the footnote of a page of the official material. I believe there would be something a little more. What do we expect in general terms someone to know on level 1 about the global international performance standards? Let's go. So standard 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to standard 7. We could have questions on your ethics exam about each particular standard. Do we need to memorize that standard 1 is professionalism, standard 7 is the member conduct as a candidate? No. And the candidates regarding the CFA? No, you don't need to memorize that. But you need to be able to kind of like have an idea on what is ethical, what is unethical, what is a violation, what is not under each standard. So for the professionalism, okay, or they call standard 1, professionalism. What are the 1, 2, 3, 4 sub-items under that? So standard 1, knowledge of the law, okay, independent analysis, misrepresentation and misconduct. So you could have a question, right, that would address each one of those 4 points, right? Law, knowledge of the law, right? Which law would you take place? The more severe, great. But if the law of the country is less severe than the CFA ethics code, then you use the CFA ethics code. Okay, right. You have to be an independent, right? You cannot have like you cannot have like to be influenciated, or you have to be completely independent in your decisions. No misrepresentation, no misconduct. The basic, obvious stuff. That's standard 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. So standard 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D. Now standard 2. Integrity of the capital markets. 2 standards. Standard 2A, how to deal with non-public information. That's what the mosaic theory will appear, huh? Mosaic theory means that you could use non-public information as long as they have no magnitude. They are not material. If they are not material, but they are non-public, you could use. Market manipulation, right? What would be an example of manipulation, non-manipulation of the market, right? Standard 3 is duties to client. Is the one that has more sub-items. 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, E, F, and G. Duty to clients related to loyalty. Where is your loyalty? First of all, who is your client? I've seen questions like that. You don't even know who is your client, especially for pension. Who is your client? One is the pension your client? Is the company, the sponsor, your client? Or are the beneficiaries of the fund your clients? Because you have the duty with your client. But who is your client? So the definition of client, who is your client, is very important. Okay? Because you have the duties to the client. Because it could be a violation if you do something on a fund, retirement fund, just because the CEO of the company asks you to do so. No, your duty is not with the CEO of the company. It's with the plan participants. Those are the ones that you should have duties to. So loyalty, prudence, care. I usually put that in loyalty with your client, prudence and care, to be prudent. Don't anticipate anything. Make sure that everything's fine. Care, do a good job, analyze, don't guess. Be fair. Suitability is, typical question, suitability is they include a family member of the analyst and ask what you do in relation to the family member. Well, you have a duty to the family member, the same one as a stranger, as your client. How is the performer presentation? It has to be clear, large letters, everything has to be easy to understand by the client. And respect the confidentiality that could happen on gifts, right? How long or how many years or for how long should you keep the records? Which type of records, or what should you do with this? If the wife of your customer, the client, called, right, asking question about the investments, do you disclose? Do you not disclosure? Right? Again, you have a duty to your client. Always duty to your client. Okay. And of course, you have the duty to the capital markets. You have the duties to your employer. So, like, remember, you have a lot of responsibilities here that you have to follow as a financial analyst. All right. What is the standard 4? Standard 4 has 1, 2, 3 sub-items. So it's the duties to employers. Okay. Now it's duties to your employer. Okay. So here is loyalty, obviously. Loyalty with the client, loyalty to the employer. What is a loyalty to the employer? Do not steal from your employer. What do you mean steal? If you get fired, you take clients with you. If you get fired, you take a lot of paperwork that's confidential. That's a lack of loyalty. Huh? Oh, but I was fired for the wrong reason. Doesn't matter. Ethically speaking, you need to have that loyalty, even though you found that was not fair the way you have to leave. You still have loyalty. You have to. Additional compensation, it's a duty to employer. Yes, because you have to inform the employer about additional compensation. And if you was refused, say, listen, you cannot work here if you work there. Well, then so be it. But if you don't disclosure, it's a violation. And what is the responsibility to your employers? That's the responsibility, one of the examples, right? You have the responsibility to do the best you can to perform your duties to that employer. Remember, the employer did not put a gun in your head and say, work for me, right? So you should be loyal to that opportunity of work. That's how you want to see here to be able to answer the questions. Okay. Standard 5, analysis and recommendations, important. So due diligence, reasonable basis, not opinions. Do not opinion, no opinions. No, recommendations, diligence based on facts, based on supporting evidence. The communication, how to not communicate to the client, but communicate your finding, communicating the press, communicating your advice, not to the clients specifically, but to everybody. Okay? Record retention, how long? How long? That's Gibbs' question. Standard 6 is the standard for conflict. A, B, and C. Disclosure, priority, and referrals. Okay. Now, be careful with the referral. It could be confused with additional compensation. Okay. Because referral here is the sense that, right, you cannot keep referring clearing house or some kind of trading commission broker, whatever, to the clients, right? If you're getting some kind of benefit because of that, because you're not putting the client in first place. Okay? Disclosure of any conflict. Okay, so disclosure is important here as well. On additional compensation is a type of disclosure. But any conflict, this disclosure is, look, I'm doing the analysis of company ABC, and the CEO of the company, it's my brother-in-law. Well, you have to disclose that because you have some conflict of interest there. Priority is like, who has the priority to what? So you have two clients and you have one investment that's suitable for one and not suitable for the other one. You have the duty to allocate 100% to one and 0 to the other one. Okay. Now, priority is who gets first. Well, one thing I tell you, you are always the last. You financial analyst, right? The priority comes from your clients first. What about if your mother is a client? Should she be the last one? No, she should be treated with fairness as any other client. All right, 7 is one of the easiest one. I hope it is, because you can make difficult questions obviously at any time, but the 7 usually it's not difficult questions. How to use the CFA designation. And believe a lot of colleagues with the CFA chart are not using the correctly. Okay. For example, CFA may not be used as a noun. It has to be used as an adjective. So CFA exam. I am a CFA charter holder. I'm not a CFA. CFA is not a noun, right? It's not a noun. It's an adjective. So remember that, right? So CFA designation. You always be humble. Never be over exaggerating on how you describe the CFA credential or how you describe the professions that have the title. We're not better than anybody else, okay? We just went through a process that's intense to demonstrate our knowledge. Doesn't mean we're better than someone that doesn't have the CFA chart. We have to avoid that type of image, okay? So important. And so how to use the ladders, how to use, when to use it, and what to do, what not to do. That's definitely questions on standard 7. Then GIPS, okay? GIPS, what is the importance? So what is GIPS? Global performance standard, right? Global international performance standard. Global investment, performance standards. So it's a performance of investments that should be standardized as information. So you take it, all the hedge funds in everywhere in the world should report the returns following the same guidelines. No backfill bias, no survivorship bias, that type of thing. Right? So that's the importance of GIPS, to make sure if you could accomplish that, that would be great. Because then I can see the return on a hedge fund in country A with a hedge fund in country B, and I can pretty much feel that they computed the return in a similar way. Okay, so that's the importance. What is a composite? A composite is a fund. That shows returns. Okay, think about a hedge fund, right? That's a composite that it has to show the return made by that fund, for example. Compliance, GIPS compliance and GIPS verification. What's GIPS compliance? To be compliant of GIPS, the company should A, B, C. Or which of the following is an example compliance with the GIPS? Present all the returns for at least 3 years. Present the performance returns of at least 5 years. And present the returns of at least 10 years. Right? So that's the type of question you probably could get at GIPS. Right? For how long should you keep the records? What you do, what will be the standard presentation of returns? So focus on that. Learning GIPS for the first time, what is the most important points, examples, components that could become a question? Second, on the ecosystem, do as many GIPS questions as you can find, because they cannot make something too different than what you're going to see there, right? All right, let's see. I think I did all. I'm not going to give examples. This is, I told ethics is just something to kind of call your attention. If you remember that there are 7 standards plus GIPS and you could be tested here, that's pretty much your 36, almost 36 questions. Could be 36, 20% of your exam in ethics. Okay, I believe it's going to be a little bit less, maybe 30, 15 in a part A, 15 on part B, but still a lot of questions of ethics. Okay. Is the heaviest weight on your exam. Okay? Sounds good? I think, yeah, I think so. Wow, let's see. Yeah, so friends, I think that, let me take a look here on the chat and see how we're doing. How many of you stayed here? All right. Now I'm ending here, friends. So I don't know how many of you has actually stayed here, but I appreciate your time here. You didn't have to stay all this time because you can always watch this later on. That's gonna be is being recorded. All right. So what do I want to say here in the end? Here, just kind of like, well, first of all, good luck, because luck is good, is important. It's not the main, but luck, to have a little bit of luck is good. All right. So good luck on the exam. Make sure that, everything, don't make any mistakes. Now it's too late to say that, but make sure your passport is on it's not expired. Make sure that you arrive on time. Make sure that you made the arrangements, you have a place to stay, right? If depending where you're going, don't drive, take an Uber, be careful. It takes time for them to, to check your phone, to check a bunch of things there for you. So you might have a lineup there. Arrive with a half an hour before, okay? Even if you don't start at 8 o'clock, start at 8:05, the computer is gonna give you the 135 minutes that you needed, okay? All right, if your exam is not tomorrow is Sunday, take the time so you can review some of the points. Do a review on the learning outcomes, right? Do a review on the difficult questions, okay? And always imagine that the questions that you see on the ecosystem mock exams could be asked the similar way, not exactly the same way, but on similar way. And what I did here today, I want to just kind of like tell you, I introduced topics that are on the level 1 2024, and I also introduced topics that you're going to need for the level 2. Doesn't mean that you will see this on your exam. Okay, that's it. I think I have not. Let's see if there's any questions, right? I'm giving you some 5 minutes here before the hour. I really did not expect to be that long, honestly. Okay, that was ended up being like very, very long. All right, I hope this was useful. That was my contribution here to those that are studying. I did this live in English, so then more candidates around the world can benefit from this lecture, okay, or this session here. Good. I guess that's it. No questions, everybody? All right. No questions. Good. Thank you for the comments and the chat. I really appreciate this, what you're doing. It was enjoyable. I like it. And I really hope I'm gonna be happier if we're gonna get good results from you on the exam. I'm really gonna be very happy if most of you, if not all of you that are watching and will take the exam, will pass this exam. Good. Friends, that was it. That was a pleasure. Right? Almost 12 hours of live here. Again, I hope that was useful. I hope you had a good time here. Any other questions? Nothing? Let's see if I have any questions here. Some people send me. If there is, I'm gonna take it the time to answer. A question here related to what do I questions like what do I think that will be there in the exam. I really don't know. One thing I want to kind of finish for you here is this. There are 5, maybe 6 days of the exam starting tomorrow, Sunday. So let's say it goes all the way to the next Friday before starting level 2, which is the following week. So let's say you have 5 days of exam. You have 2 exams per day, right? 10. And then you have, so you have 5 exams, you have 2 per day, say 10. Now